Hi, everybody. Welcome, welcome. As I'm setting things up, give me 1 second, guys. Welcome, everybody. I'm only like 2 minutes late. I apologize. My what did we say? Palm pilots, sidekicks, and all the above. They went off late. My bad, my bad. Good morning. Shout out to everybody watching from work. Don't get in trouble, girl. Don't get in trouble now. Now hold up. Sure that I share this with everybody. Yes, everybody come through, guys. Sorry, I'm just making sure that this is all shared out. We live now. Shout out to everybody. I hope everybody's doing well. Okay, y'all hit the like button, please, and thank you. So I heard some news that apparently a neighbor is speaking now. Okay, there's a neighbor that's speaking out. I want us to talk about Kadisha Lynn's video as well. Thank you, Pika, for dropping the link in the Discord. Thank you. Shout out to my mods. We live now. I'm gonna text Becky too because I texted her last night and then she responded and then I fell asleep. So I didn't get to like get back to her or anything like that. But welcome everybody, y'all. My situation, my schedule has been a little bit crazy too, so it's fair to say that. But apparently, Trap and a couple, I saw Strategic as well, that there was an alleged neighbor that knows the truth. I have not seen this. And then I want us to talk about the Discord. Kadisha, I sent you a link as well because I'm curious to know about the Discord because we kind of got into it yesterday about the Discord and whatnot. And maybe, I don't know. I'm thinking back to like that one article from The Wire, which I did purchase, and we could look at that too. But I remember it was I forgot that it wasn't it starts with an S. Sleevy or something like that. There was a couple of like 3 people that the Wire feature from the Discord. I just couldn't remember if it was Zerks. And I feel like Zerks had like a different relationship with D4vd and everybody around. So I'm curious to know about that. But let me give some commentary to this. Yeah. Thank you, love. Shout out to you. Thank you. But welcome everybody. Hit the like button, please, and thank you. Let's get into this.
Celeste herself, I don't think anybody has suffered more than Celeste's family. Rest in peace to Celeste, and the utmost condolences to her parents and anybody else in her family or her friends that have been affected by this.
And yesterday I misspoke. I'm sorry. He has not been critical of the family. He's been critical. I meant to say he was critical of D4vd's family. Sorry about that. I know I misspoke yesterday. Please, I was live a lot, so it was a couple hours. So do not be mad at me if I misspoke. Thank you. Yep, he met David once and was friends with Rob. That's interesting, Kadisha Lynn. Oh my God, these little diamonds and gifts look really cute on the YouTube screen. I wish we could see them on the StreamYard screen.
Tragic and despicable murder. Now, I've talked before about what I feel are completely unfair, unwarranted, and arguably very suspicious attacks on the family and the parents. I think that there is a campaign going on behind the scenes to tarnish the parents and try and victim blame Celeste and her family for what David allegedly did. Now, it doesn't matter what you think, whether you think that the parents should have been there more. It sounds like they were doing as much as they could. They apparently had taken her phone away, but David was going to her school and giving her friends brand new iPhones to secretly give to her. Apparently, there was even a period where Celeste's mother had locked Celeste in the room and made Celeste sleep in the same room as her so she couldn't sneak out at night. Now, we're hearing now that there was something called Operation Awesome, where David and a hired security guard that was employed under the guidance of Mogul Vision, his management company, to actually go in the middle of the night on Valentine's Day to kidnap Celeste from her family home. It's all well and good saying, oh.
So here's the question that I have. The security guard was going allegedly to do this. We still have to read the transcripts, right? So what was the security guard supposed to do if people were to intervene from him kidnapping? Let's be very real, because that's kidnapping. What was the security guard supposed to do exactly? Like, I'm confused by that. Because he's like aiding and abetting to kidnapping. He aided and abetted. I mean, he was harboring a minor to a certain degree, knowing where she was at. So, like, what was the security guard supposed to do? Exactly. If I'm a parent and somebody coming out here with, Sheldon Ejaculus, whatever the hell his name is, he's out there trying to take my child. Maybe he's the driver. What is he supposed to do? Who are you supposed to protect D4vd? What exactly? That's what I want to know. Exactly. Here we go. It is important that everyone realizes that Celeste was pregnant in one of her hangouts, first hangouts with David. No wonder why she wanted to run away. I believe so too. Yes, I know, Viral Bees. We still making fun of the name. Sorry. For those that are wondering. Sloan said his name in the video he did, Shelton Jacks. Sorry, y'all. I'm just like, I'm so angry at the bodyguard that I can't even like, I don't even want to say it. I don't feel like he deserves to have his name pronounced correctly. I'm just saying.
The parents should have known. David was pulling up with private security, and God knows what would have gone down if if her parents or her father had tried to confront David and his private security. I've hired private security before. These are tough guys. I've had LA private security many times, all right? And thankfully, they're very kind, very professional people when they've worked with me. But I'll tell you what, they're tough guys. You wouldn't want to go up against them, okay? And David's really enlisting the help of some of the toughest, scariest people that you can have on your side to go and kidnap this little girl from her family home. So I have completely stomped out and said absolutely no to this narrative of blaming the family. But this has just come across my desk, okay, today. And I'm very, very suspicious of this. This is a post that is going around saying this is a post allegedly from Celeste's next door neighbor claiming that everyone around them knew. Now, because David...
Hold up. Mason Monroe. Did we determine... Okay, let me ask you guys in the chat a question. Do you guys remember a couple of months ago, there was a man out here claiming to be Celeste's brother, and he wasn't Celeste's brother. He just wanted to go viral, so he used Celeste's name, and he said that Celeste is my sister. And I'm like, you're kidding, right? Looks nothing like Celeste. It was an awkward situation. So are people confirming whether this is the neighbor? I do wonder if Steve Fisher ever interviewed the neighbors. You think it's all cap? I do wonder if Steve Fisher, maybe I should, Khadijah, that should have been the question. Hey, Chloe, how are you, love? That should be the question.
Has had such an abysmal showing in these preliminary hearings, it wouldn't surprise me if his legal team or if his PR team or even just his friends and family in another desperate attempt to try and control the narrative and just deflect the blame away from himself. I do wonder if this is a tactic, if this has been put out there to drag the family and deflect blame away from David. Yeah. Now, I can't verify this post, and at the end
that's the problem, is that we can't really verify it. That's the issue. You say they should check the hard drive of whoever posted this, in my opinion, because there is opportunity, right? Like we've said this, people are going to be, we saw this earlier in the case. There was a guy out here on YouTube who said that he was Celeste Rivas' brother. Yeah.
Nowadays, it seems like all the proof that people need is just a notes page or a screenshot of a sent iMessage. That's proof of something. I personally don't believe this account, and there was one thing in this account that made me think that I absolutely think this is cap. But I'm going to read it. I'm going to let you guys be the judge, and I'm going to read the comments, and I'm going to wrap it up there. But I personally, I want to reiterate, I personally think that it's completely disgusting to blame the family. It sounds like they were doing a lot to try and stop Celeste being groomed by this despicable rich...
Well, are they blaming the family? Yes, I used to live by Celeste, and yeah, she used to watch the kids for me. No, she did not run away as everybody pictured to see what she ran away. Her mother and her dad knew where she was at the entire time they met David. They approved of him. We have money. We had cars. We had a place. So they approved of him, like being from a Hispanic culture like that. Once our parents meet our partner and see that he could take care of us, they let us move in with them. What?
Okay. Famous celebrity with hired muscle. And I don't think anybody deserves to go through what those parents went through. I've seen them in the courtroom. I haven't interacted with them. I won't approach them because I don't think it's respectful. They also don't speak English, so there's not really much point in that. But I wouldn't approach them, and I'd let them grieve in peace. But I wanted to share this with you guys, and you guys tell me whether you think this is a campaign to
I don't know if it's a campaign as much as it is just somebody trying to clout chase. Let's say Mason Monroe. Hold up, let me see. Shout out to Trap, but I don't even see that page anymore. Did they take down their page or what? What is his name? Mason Monroe. Mason Monroe. Yeah, I don't see this person in here. Okay.
The parent's name and build a new narrative away from David being responsible? Or is this just, is there some truth to this? So this person says, yes, I used to live by Celeste, and yeah, she used to watch the kids for me. No, she didn't run away, as everybody pictured to see what she ran away. Her mother and dad knew where she was at the entire time they met David, and they approve of him. We have money, he had car, he had a place, so they approved of him. Being from a Hispanic culture like that, once our parents meet our partners and could see he could take care of us, they let us move in with him. So it's more common than you think. Now, if that's true, why did they need to operate?
It's more common than you think. Do we know what this guy looks like? And who is saying it? Is it the person on the post or is it the person on the picture?
Awesome. And why were the police knocking on the door? Her parents knew where she was at because everybody have her location through her friends, plus me and her parents. And yeah, she was pregnant, but her mom took her to get an abortion because her mother told her she had to wait till marriage to even come out publicly in the family with the baby and stuff like that.
Oh, I don't believe that part. Now that's where I call bullshit. I call bullshit on that. I don't believe that, man. I don't believe. That's the part that I don't believe. Not that parents can't take their kids to go get abortions, because it does happen, right? But I just don't believe that part. She was afraid to tell her parents.
That.
So,
all right. So it kind of continues. It said, and he had it up for like one day to make it seem like she ran away, but she didn't run away so they could get off their parents' back and stop coming around. She never ran away. Everybody knew where she was at. She brought David home to meet her parents and her family. Everybody knew David in the area of the Lake Elsinore, who lived close by her, because she was proud and showed them off and introduced everybody to him like, hey, this is David. This is my partner, blah, blah, blah. So we already know who he was in the area, and where they say he was paying people off, he didn't pay nobody off, because that's the money that's a less owed. Though when she's borrowed, some of this doesn't make sense. The English isn't very good. When during the time she was in school, because her mom and dad wouldn't give her money for lunch. It says she wanted to go to school. They offered to homeschool her, but he needed parents' signature or authorization, because technically they are still our legal guardians until they was married. So her mom refused because she was getting government assistance where that she was at in that area. And
this is, wait a minute, hold up. I don't know about this, man. Okay. She wanted to go to school, so they offered a homeschooler, but he needed LOL parents' signature or authorization, because technically they still are legal guardians. No, they're parents. They're legal parents, not legal guardians. Until they was married. So her mom refused because she was getting government assistance where that she was at the time at the area. She didn't want to get that up. So when the school and the stuff callers showed up, they told them that she was a cousin's house and they couldn't use what?
Or authorization, because technically they are still our legal guardians until they was married. So her mom refused because she was getting government assistance where that she was at in that area, and she didn't want to get that up. So when the school and stuff called or showed up, they told them that she was at a cousin house and they couldn't use that excuse anymore. They said that she ran away, and she made one flyer and had it up for like one day to make it seem like she ran away, but she didn't run away so they could get off their parents' back and stop coming around. Bullshit. Yes, everybody, when she first brung him home to meet her parents, I was on my porch. She brung him to me first to meet him. He sounded very educated and very sweet. He spoke with manners. I know he loved her. He spoke about marriage in future and getting them a house close to her family.
Now, did he pay that? Now, okay, let me go back a little bit. I call BS on this completely. And I found the full post, but I want to find out. I'm calling BS. I'm calling cap on this. Isn't it interesting that all this music There's a hacking, and I get it. People get hacked. I'm not disputing that. I've seen YouTubers get hacked. Don't get me wrong. But it's like the timing of the situation is just so convenient. It's just so weird for me. Then you got this neighbor who can confirm this information. Talk about Hispanic culture. A lot Latinos don't typically say Hispanic. They say Latinos. Latino culture. I don't know too many. I mean, I guess do I know a lot of, I mean, I've heard people use the term Hispanic, but if you're from Latin America, you say Latino culture. If they're Salvadorian, they're going to identify in the Latino culture, not so much the, Hispanic. And there's a debate about this, clearly, guys. This is why I'm like side-eyeing this. Whoever wrote this, I don't know. I don't know, man. But, I find the timing to be very interesting. People get hacked on YouTube all the time, but something tells me it's like you're hacked to drop music specifically. I don't know, man. I don't know. And then you got these neighbors speaking out. I don't know. And then it says right here, her parents knew where she was at because everyone have her location. Plus me and her parents, yeah. And she was pregnant, but her mom took her to get an abortion. So now her mom took her to get an abortion. So when she was out there by herself and she was texting, I guess she was with her mom when she was doing this abortion. So her mom was a witness to this too? Is that what we're saying? I'm confused.
I believe that he was 17 or 18 at the time I met him. Like I said, it's very common for young Hispanic families to date older people. Now, I think the inclusion of 17 here is a misdirection, to be honest with you. I think that inclusion of 17 is a misdirection, because one of the few things that he's going to be able to try and defend himself on is basically saying, oh, well, he was 17 when they met. She was 11. He was like 16. They got in this relationship. They were both minors in love. No, when he turned 18, all he was hearing, all the messages and the illegal videos were made when he was 18. Doesn't matter what was going on when he was 17. All right. That I'm very suspicious of, but there's more. So it goes on. No, I didn't believe that he was when she came home every other weekend or every weekend. She looked cleaned, hair was done, clean clothes. She looked happy. They acted like a couple. I remember asking him how they met, and they said online gaming. And I was like, oh, this is the boy you was on with all the time. And she was like, yeah, with a smile. She hate being on camera because her parents always seen her as a bank. I don't believe he did it, to be honest. I feel like someone helped him or did it for him. He wouldn't do anything to her. That was his soulmate, he described. Now, that last part sent alarm bells ringing. That made me think, pure cap, that made me think David's team has put this together, because
I do wonder about that part. I don't know, man. I mean, listen, I'm not saying that he wasn't nice when people met him. Hey, Pinche Becky, I'm not saying that at all, but I just find that to be very interesting. Yeah, and so then my understanding, at least from the Salvadorian people that I have known, because Salvadorians are not Mexicans, let's be very real, but that's Central America. But because it's Central America, they tend to identify to what's closest, which is Latin America. So, you hear the term Latino, Latina, Latin a lot more than you would Hispanic. And actually, a lot of people in that area prefer the term Latino. So that's why I'm like, I don't know. I mean, maybe the neighbor's not Latino, and they say, well, they're, because a lot of people, you get the Hispanic from people that wouldn't necessarily understand the divide too much. But yes, you said you think it's a PR crisis that David's family. Well, I don't know about all of it, if it's David's family, right? Let me be very real. But I do think that it's interesting that you got these people speaking out, you got this music being released, that accounts are getting hacked while he's in jail right now and whatnot. I just find this to be so weird. Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's wrong, Tina. I think just people identify a little bit. It just depends how the person identifies, what they're comfortable with, So the truth is in the text. I think the truth is in the text. David and Celeste didn't mention bringing the parents. Yeah, not once. So mom went, and it was multiple abortions, right? That they're saying. Thank you. Yes, I've never heard anyone from Spain use Latino. That's right. Thank you for saying this. If you're Spaniard, you don't say I'm Latino, because you're not, right? Like, we kind of know this. That's why I'm like, but I've heard, when I was less it took a minute for me to understand kind of the divide and, background and stuff like that. When I was less well-versed in that, I used to say Hispanic all the time. And then I had a conversation with family, and then they taught me a little bit of like what this looks like, why we identify with this side, a little bit of our background and whatnot. So that's why we say Latino, Latina. So, and I mean, that was years ago, where in part of it comes up when you're like in census, right? You have to select Hispanic, Latino, and you kind of have to wonder why y'all bunch everybody up. But I get it, if I get it, but at the same time, it's still like, well, there's a difference. It's because David is going viral and people want to pick up sick profit. I think so too. I think it's kind of like one of those things where it's like they're just wanting to pick up on whatever comes up. It's just pure victim blaming, typical of the defense. Oh, Hispanic from Spain, we're Latinos. Thank you. Even people from Central America identify with Latino 9 times out of 10. I mean, that's because it's closest, right? That's what they identify with. So, que Becky, que el vecino, the neighbor, that is basically out there speaking and saying that mom went to go get have Celeste have an abortion. So mom was there, even though these text messages never mention mom, and these text messages talk about the fact that she was scared of letting her parents know what was going on. You can't even make this ish up. Well, that's what I'm saying, Kadisha. And it's like that one guy that came out when the story went viral. Oh, she's my whatchamacallit, she's my sister. And I'm like, no, she's not. No, she's not. Yeah, I don't identify with Latinx either. I think that's such a made up term, by the way. There's a lot of people, a lot of, even Latinos that say Latinx. No, don't adopt that. We are Latino. That's it. Not Latinx. I hate that too. I'm not subscribing to that either. I think it's crazy when we're given labels that are just not fitting of us. Or they just make up in recently because it fits some kind of like movement. No, I'm good. I watched Annie Lee's coverage on this yesterday, catch up, and I was shocked at what came out of the case so far. So sad, so terrifying. I really wanted a daughter. I really want a daughter. But predators like him make me not. Yeah. It's scary out there it's scary out there, honestly. Yeah. Let's see. So yeah, we say Latino. We don't adopt Hispanic, but I don't say Latinx. We don't say Latinx.
The reason I think that is because I've been in the courthouse. I've seen the horrific evidence. I've seen the state that Celeste was left in. I've seen the diabolical messages and context for all those illegal videos that were made. I've seen the court and a detective testify under oath that that was the Hollywood mansion in the background, in the bedroom of the illegal videos that had been made. This guy was a PDF file. So the idea that this neighbor, all right, they're going to have all this info, and it just so happens this person's just come out a few days after the preliminary hearing with bits of information that you wouldn't have known otherwise, all right? Like, she stayed at a cousin's house for a little bit, all right? That did come up. She went to stay at her aunt's house for a little period of time.
They're using bits and pieces of information that we kind of already knew to kind of make a story up. I don't know. You said her parents were very religious, according to previous posts. A very religious mother wouldn't be well, I mean, I don't know if a very religious mother, you would be amazed, but typically I just don't see that happening because of what the text messages say. The text messages tell me everything that we need to know about the situation. That, she was scared to tell her parents. It was a lot for her. She was dealing with a lot at that time. And it sounds like she was dealing with it alone and she didn't have a support system at all. So yeah, I agree. I'm not buying it. Like I said before, if it's not coming from the court, I think that's the best way to do it, right? That's the best way to do it. The parents knew David was her boyfriend. Well, I don't know. I think for me, it's like they knew that something was up with this individual. Now, as far as her boyfriend or that she was talking to him, and I think if I remember correctly from the TMZ article, when they called mom, right? Mom said that she had a boyfriend named David and his name was tattooed. We'd have to go back to that article. That's how she identified him. Thank you, AJ. You said someone made an excuse that this is a Latino culture to marry older men, but why is that normalized? We've talked about that a lot. It's not that we're making an excuse. It's just that we are trying to detach ourselves from that, where young women are marrying older men in the Latino culture. It's true. It's very true. Or they get pregnant, and once, especially if they have a job, they're kind of set up. When I was Celeste's age, I mean, I dated somebody that was 4 or 5 years older than me too, so well over. He was an adult and I was still a minor, so it's not uncommon. And this is the thing that it's been the theme of this situation we've been talking about. But it's not okay. It's not acceptable. Like, what we know about the brain and our development is it's not okay. Men need to seek women that are of their age and not underage. But there are so many cultural norms that make this acceptable, and it's been generational. It's in my family, my cousins. We all kind of come from that, and it really sets us up and sets us back. So that's really why a lot of us that are in this generation, we try to role model to our siblings, to our cousins, to other women. Like, you don't have to learn how to cook and clean just because that's how you're going to keep a man happy. I mean, I didn't know how to. I told y'all I burn ramen. It's the truth. When somebody loves you, they're going to love you with your burnt ramen. That's what and I'm telling you, you can't find somebody. So just it's kind of like that, but anyways, yes, they do. Society. And then there's also this religious thing, right? Like religious shame, all that goes into it. But to me, it's like this neighbor who we can't even confirm if this is correct. I don't know if anybody's looked into this. Everybody's attaching themselves to the story. I mean, yeah.
But ironically, that's when her and David were actually having relationship problems. You didn't know that, did you? You probably weren't there. But anyway, I think that this is actually a psyop. But the fact that this part was dropped in there, it was like you jumped the shark, right? It was believable until you did that. And now I'm like, no, this is a David operation. To be honest, I feel like someone helped him or did it for him. He wouldn't do anything to her that was his soulmate. What? So people just... He wouldn't do anything to her. So what? What? His manager murdered a minor and pinned it on him? Are you joking? Have a laugh. You lost me there completely. You had me for a second.
Oh.
When I first read this, you had me for a second. I think you had a few...
Hold up. She hate being on camera because her parents always seen her as a bank? What? They met her, they said online gaming, and I said, oh, this is the boy you was with all the time. And she was like, yeah, with the smile. She hated being on camera because her parents always seen her as a bank. I don't believe he did. Wow, you don't? Okay. BTH, I feel like as someone helped him or did it for him. Of course you do. He wouldn't do anything to her. That was his soulmate he described. Yes, she was there at every tour.
The people. But then when you drop that in there, now you lost it. You lost the thread. All right. You went too far. Got a little too creative with that one, didn't you? All right. I feel like someone helped him. He wouldn't do anything to her. I think he would. I've seen all the evidence. No, he would. He would. I think it likely he would, in my opinion. All right. Yeah, she was there at every tour. Her parents gave her passport to her and signed for her to go. David only paid. The clothes y'all see her in all the time were her comfort clothes. Her mum would always mention how big she was getting or how big her thighs were, always making fat jokes around family. The last time I saw her was June 2024.
So he or she, the neighbor, was around for all the fat jokes. I mean, you must have been there all the time when all these fat jokes were happening. Y'all, see, I'm telling you, I mean, listen, shout out to the Redditors, but it's this kind of clout chase that it's like you guys give, when you allow someone to... I just feel like they're just trying to get attention. You know what I mean? Like that's it. That's all. They're trying to get attention. It's all it is. It's a clout chase. That's such a specific detail. I'm not saying it didn't happen, but wouldn't you have to live with the person to really know it's one thing to be a neighbor?
At her aunt's birthday party, David brung gifts and all. Hugged everyone. Celeste didn't want to go or be there because they was all asking about when she was getting married or when they were having a baby. Oh, or why she was so thick in thighs. That's why she needs to stop overeating. I'm personally thinking cap, but let's read the comments, all right? I'll let you guys use your own brains. They're saying these messages are from It's Mason Monroe on TikTok. He didn't specify the neighbor's name, but apparently these texts are from the next door neighbors. Apparently, taking
it with a grain of salt. No, I'm not taking it at all. Hold up. Let's see. TikTok. It's Mason Monroe. Mason. Is this it? Oh, here it is. Did Mason Monroe interview the neighbor? Where did this come from? They're also going to the trial too, it looks like. Hold up.
So we're on lunch right now. I'm gonna make some videos when I get home. It was a lot of information, a lot of important information that was shown. I'm about to head to therapy, so I'm not coming back after lunch. So I'm gonna recap with y'all when I get to the house.
Okay. It sounds like they went to the trial.
Okay, you guys, we're on a little break right now, so I came out here to make a quick video for y'all. So when it started, y'all, today was crazy. This girl, she got kicked out because yesterday, I guess, I knew I did an interview with TMZ yesterday, so I was not here. So let me tell you what the hell happened so far. Okay, you guys, we're on a little break right now, so I came out here to make a...
I'm waiting to get, like...
They showed us the pool. There was, like, slice marks on it. The lady said, this other lady, she came and she said that they did not test the chainsaws. They said there was like fake blood in it in his garage. They like checked the temperature or something like that, and it said negative. Whatever they checked, it said negative.
Yeah.
So
he did. I think he did that's where it came from. Apparently, he talked to a neighbor. But I'm looking at the post. He's been at the trial. But I'm wondering, like, why hasn't the neighbor just done an interview? Went to David's court today and saw him with my own 2 eyes. Saw David in court today. Went to David's court today. Went to David's court today and saw him. Okay. That's like the title for every video. Hold up.
David didn't care. He was just sitting there like, and it was just like, that whole thing, it took a lot out of me. It's like, everyone that was there, we're all sitting there like, damn, they're about to cry. You know what I mean? And he was this is your mess. And you're sitting here unbothered. Burkeless. David didn't care. He was just...
Awesome. I just want to know where he got did he talk to the neighbor? I don't know. But apparently that's where it came from. But I just think that this is a fake message. I think this is just somebody. Look at this. If somebody said taking it with a grain of salt, as a Latino myself, thank you for saying Latino. Myself, this sounds like a neighborhood chismoso gossiper just spreading made up things for attention. Person posted these on TikTok. It says chismoso as well. Oh, hold up. They said, wait, this is hilarious. He's like, the person that posted this is a chismoso as well. Lord have mercy. You said, oh, I'm sorry. I do believe some people are sick enough to see children with a successful adult and cash grab. Sometimes it does happen. No, you're right, Tracy, but you do have to kind of wonder. They also mentioned Celeste babysitting. Yeah. Well, I mean, listen, Yanni, the issue though is, I was babysitting at the age of 9 and 10. This is why a lot of older Latino kids were parentified, because we were babysitting our siblings. I know some people they don't even want to have kids because they had to raise their own siblings. So that's kind of like the thing too, right? As if David just watching an order of a sandwich. Yeah, it's all very confusing. All right, guys, give me 1 second while I get something from my door real quick, okay?
Taking it with a grain of salt. As a Latino myself, this sounds like a neighborhood chismosa gossiper just spreading made up things for attention, and the person posting these on TikTok is a chimoso as well, right? These people just want attention and views.
He's like chimoso. No, chismoso. Say it right. Chismoso.
Very effed up, dead on, and the grammar is atrocious. Okay. Also, the person in these messages, Big Mama Scoops, is a dessert place in Texas, not California or even close to Lake Elsinore. This shit is getting ridiculous. I know he loved her. You know what? Check their trunk too. I saw that comment and I was like, yeah, you know what? He really loved this minor. You know, who are we to get in the way of child love? The state, the authorities, the police? Check their trunk. Whoever wrote this, let's check their trunk too. What you got going on? The way a mother allegedly wrote this, David's mother maybe. Colleen, is that you? Is that you with the creative writing, Colleen? Source, some guy on Facebook. They lost me when they said David didn't do it because Celeste was his soulmate. Until they come out with proof of what they said, I don't want to believe that her family was involved in this whole situation.
Well, and the thing is that we don't have time at this point. You either are speaking factually about what is happening or what is going on. Let me see, because I want to see. These comments are hilarious. Somebody said, I don't know, it feels fake because she did run away, and they literally confirmed through text messages. Yeah. And not once did it say my mom is here with the abortion. I mean, if anything, like they kept saying, I'm sorry. It's weird. I think it's just a clout chase. Somebody said taking it with the, yeah, this is hilarious. The Chismoso comment was hilarious. Someone said dead on. All the more reasons to not believe it. If you're going to spread information, at least have the decency to sound correctly and type it right. Somebody said. Hold up. Let's see. Oh, somebody wrote in Spanish. Dice, no sé por qué espero a que se filtren tantas cosas para recibir salir y hablar. No le creo nada. Solo está aprovechándose del momento para decir que los conocía. Tal vez ni los conoce. Definitivamente es alguien chismoso y que le gusta meterse what? Sin saña. Okay. They're basically saying, I don't know why they don't filter through these things. It's, somebody, I don't believe them. I don't believe anything. They're just coming out to say whatever. And, they're saying that they knew them, but they don't, type of situation. Yeah. So they're just kind of disagreeing. Someone said in the comments, but it could be true. I'm Hispanic too. And I have a cousin whose mother and father left her get married at 17 with the guy who was 19 because he is from a very wealthy family. It was sick and they had this lavish wedding. They claimed to be this good guy. They started dating when she was 15 and he was 18. She is beautiful and models since she was a kid. It was all strange. He proposed to her in a helicopter and made a lavish proposal. After the wedding, they got divorced, weren't even together for a year. Now she's around 20 and dating a 37-year-old. It is common that some parents allow it for money, power, and status. I feel like as if the parents sold my cousin for money. David was also impressing the poor child with money and fame. It could be that's why the family let it happen. Celeste's brother even said this on his Instagram. He said he was going to marry her when she turned 18. Of course they knew, but money has a soul of its own. Okay, that's what somebody said. Not only that, but things allegedly the neighbors say somewhat clash with the text messages that have already been released. She said herself that her parents wouldn't let her leave wouldn't let her leave with David. How the abortion was weighing in on her because she'd have to lie to everyone. Yeah, I'm like, I don't know if I believe everything, but let me hold up, guys. I got to get one more thing.
Saying it's common for young Hispanic females to date older people, disgusting our own people excuse this behavior. I don't really want to touch that issue with a barge pole. I don't even know enough about the community, to be honest. I'm not believing someone who says they don't think David did it because Celeste was his soulmate. This person might need their hard drive checked. Big facts. All right. This is the thing, right? When you're over here making stuff up and you're thinking you're cooking, all right, David's parents weren't at the fucking preliminary hearings, were they? They didn't see the text messages. They're not privy to the discovery. They would duck in the grand jury. I think if David's parents had actually seen what was at that trial, they would have been shocked. I think their heads are still buried in the sand. But whoever wrote this, all right, better not be you, Colleen. Whoever wrote this nonsense, all right, they're dumb because they didn't realize that, like, the people that have actually seen the evidence, like, no one's ever going to believe that. Sounds like the rumor mill as expected in a small neighborhood like that was such a tragedy, but some stuff does have a ring of truth. But I'll wait to see what prosecutors have to say about how it all went down. Who knows this much about their neighbors to write this many paragraphs? They just so happened to be on their porch when David introduced himself, gives blame to the parents while saying David is innocent. It's fake.
Isn't that crazy, right? Oh, I met him at the porch, but you're saying he's innocent? So how many interactions did you have with David? Like, it sounds like to me, if you're a neighbor of Celeste, you would be more well-versed in what's, like, to give an opinion about David when you've only met him once at a porch. It's just like, huh? I don't know. You said her parents are there where David's parents, who said they were 100% supportive of their son. There you go. They could have been trying to set boundaries. Her family is not involved. People are so disgusting, says Wretched Toes. Why would the DA release messages that make the parents look in on it? To me, it's clear. Why would the parents, you said it has a ring of truth because they talked about it in court. Right. I mean, to me, it's like, I think it's just a distraction, guys. Like I said, it's an opportunity for people to just kind of jump on it. And also, which neighbor are we talking about? Y'all see Celeste's neighborhood? Like, if you look at, we'll have to look at a map, but I mean, is it the next door neighbor, the neighbor across the street? She was allegedly babysitting kids. Okay. Which ones? When?
Probably someone from David's team trying to create dissent. I'm with you. All right. That special guest back again. No, for real. Does anyone else see some of the things said here didn't line up with some of the evidence presented by prosecutors? They said Celeste didn't run away and it was just her parents going along with it. But if I'm not mistaken, David literally kidnapped her at 11:50 p.m. or something. Ooh. It was 11:50. He's typing on a little keyboard. David literally kidnapped her, also known as...
Look at, it's interesting. The Reddits are interesting. Let me show y'all. Sorry. Shout out to Mr. Ross. It says, I know how people is quick to say fake. Hold up. Or even if it is, we all know her parents are failures. Absolutely awful people who deserve to be in jail too. She was going back and forth and they could not even do the bare minimum of parenting. Nasty, nasty people. Someone said nasty people. I think you mean David and his family, friends and management. No, and the person responded, not one person that has sense is giving David a pass. He's a piece of ish and he is where he belongs. David will have consequences for his evil ass actions. The whole point is her parents did not do ish to ever keep her safe. Out of everyone, they were the ones that should have loved her and protected her. They are failures and they deserve to be called out every single time. The sympathy crap of her parents is just tiring. It's just tired already. They were fine with her being abused, and uneducated. Oh, the only reason they don't have smoke for the police is because they know as parents, they didn't do what they should and could have. The devil doesn't always need an advocate, you know? Someone says, you act like you know what even happened. Elaborate us on what you actually know instead of what is your personal belief. Someone said, oh, shit. Ooh, the girls are fighting on the Reddit. Someone said, I believe that is fake. It doesn't match what the text message confirms. However, now that they're grieving her because she's dead, they'll receive sympathy. But Celeste had been removed from David's home before. The parents would have been notified, and the brother knew exactly who he was. The parents, according to Fisher, a legitimate detective investigating them, stated that after she had left to be with David again, the aunt had posted on her FB. They told people to stop looking for her, emphasized by her going about her days, happily posting cooking videos on Facebook. Not a single post about Celeste being missing or leaving on her mother's FB. Yes, in the beginning, her mother didn't approve of it, but at the point where there was even a video of her and her cousin, I remember that Celeste's messages emphasized that she believed that Gus was R-ing her was normal and that they were in a legitimate relationship. She was open about it in text. Perhaps her parents didn't even know about Gus. That's the question. Did her parents ever know about Gus? And that happened just due to the fact that it's grooming. However, consider the picture she had with Celeste in the FB about her showing her love what appeared to be older looking man. I'm uncertain about whether or not the parents knew about it. Okay, it's a very lengthy post. Someone said, I could see after a while that they'd be okay probably with that David guy, but obviously they reported to the police. Well, that they did do. You can't take that away. Even if that at some point they said, oh my gosh, she keeps running away. You know, maybe they became, and I said this before, maybe they became complacent at some point because it was happening so often. But you can't take away from the fact that parents did report to the police. Parents did call her in as a runaway. Parents did try to do what they could to apprehend the situation. At the same time, you know, they send police to go. They report it to the police, and the agency that is supposed to be the helpful one didn't see her there, didn't bother to ask follow-up questions about, hey, she's missing, seeing this picture, what's going on, what's up, like none of this. So how many people are we going to handle? I don't know. Who do we hold accountable to and what? Yes, people need to shut up about this. Gustavo, you said shut up. Why? Can the kid tell me why? Why do you think people need to shut up about Gustavo stuff, bro? Why? Do you know Gustavo, or did you know Gustavo? I think he passed away a couple years ago. Celeste was worried about being photographed because she didn't want her parents finding out who she was with. Yeah. They tried to take it away from the main suspect, who is David. Yeah, but I mean, here's my question. Did Celeste ever report what Gustavo did to her? Because I felt like the Gustavo stuff, I'm not saying it didn't happen, but it came kind of like third or fourth hand information, at least for me. I didn't feel like, how did we confirm that those messages were from Celeste, right? That was the thing. That's the thing about this, is that unless you're close to the source, unless you're close to those people that are releasing the messages, we really don't know. You said, I look at this, I look at it like this as a teenager, for real. I was the same. My parents weren't even as strict as that, but I always did what I wanted to do if I wanted to do it with my kids my age. Gotcha. You said, you know, I wasn't a bad guy. I was a juvie kid, though. I wasn't like, I wasn't, how do I say this? I wouldn't say that I was like, I probably was a lot more tame than, I mean, I've seen some kids that are just beyond control of the parent, but I don't think I was there like that. Did I give my parents grief? Yes, I did. But I didn't actually, I left home at the age, I want to say maybe a month before or a couple weeks before I turned 18. And I basically let my parents know that I was going to be on my own. And that's what I did. I left my home for like 4 years. Well, my parents' house. I was out of there. I didn't want to be like, I didn't want to be told what to do. And I couldn't wait. I couldn't wait to turn, 18, because I wanted to be just out of there. I don't know. I needed to be on my own. So Gustavo, so there's some, y'all in the chat, let me know, because it's been a while since I've talked about Gustavo. Gustavo is a person, a young guy who I think was killed. And it was said that he violated Celeste when she was younger. And I believe it was Celeste who put a name on him. And it was through text messages. My question is, did we ever really confirm that these messages were from Celeste? And if so, how did we confirm this? Because there were so many things that were filling. I mean, there's just so much information that was filling in the holes to things that I just don't know if we filled everything in, or if it all makes sense, or how we confirm. Was there metadata or something to that effect that we were looking at? That's what I want to know. I am lining up some videos, guys, because I want to see Kadisha Lynn's video too, because I'm curious. Oh, I've been waiting to see this one. All right, so it's on the queue for me. But yeah, so that is who Gustavo is. So Gustavo was killed. People believe that he was the man that violated her. This was before David. And I believe she said this to David, and this is how it was like found through messages or something like that. Hey, her parents were up against a grown man. And that's the thing, y'all. All right. Let me give you guys an example. Well, no, maybe that's a bad example because her parents are trash too. Is it Courtney Stodden? Courtney Stodden, 16 years old, marries a 50-year-old plus man. Okay. I think Courtney is in her 30s, late 30s, early 40s, I want to say. Now, when you look at Courtney and this guy, I forget what the hell his name is. He's so irrelevant. He was in the Green Mile. He played like the guard in the Green Mile. Okay. That's how irrelevant he was. He meets this young 16-year-old girl online, and then they get married. Her parents sign. I want to say it was like a permission slip, right? But it's not what it was. Her parents are just as messed up, by the way. Mom is horrible. Mom had a crush on her husband or whatever. Yeah. So her parents sign a permission slip for her to marry in Vegas, and she marries in Vegas. And I'm sure if I show you guys her face, you guys would know who I'm talking about. I think it's Stoughton or Stout. I've done a video on her. I just can't, up the top of my head, I'm like forgetting how to pronounce her last name. Courtney. It's Stoughton. That's what it is. It's Stoughton. Here it is. So this is her. Y'all might remember her from, and Chrissy Teigen made fun of her. Like, this is why Chrissy Teigen, everybody was calling her a drunk, because, I mean, you must be drunk to be making fun of a child and telling the child that she should commit S and whatnot. Y'all remember this girl right here? Okay. She was like 16 years old and marries this like 50-year-old plus man. Okay. And he like, yeah. It was very bad. It was very bad, right? Her parents signed for it. Well, now she's speaking out against this kind of stuff. She's speaking out, right? Because it does take a while for you to realize that you have been groomed and abused and everything. I mean, this guy right here, Doug Hutchinson, who, not only that, there's been other alleged victims that have come out and spoken out against Doug Hutchinson as well. Okay. So she stood very, very, shout out to her, because she was a child and she was being bullied. She was being bullied by Chrissy Teigen. Okay. Chrissy can't move her face Teigen. Like, it's just, Chrissy Teigen is trash. I'm sorry. I just like, anyways, let me stop. Y'all remember her? Yeah. And she would do these interviews, and she'd play this part of like this girl, this Hollywood girl, and you just see her face. Anyway, so, I mean, people, sign over their children to be married. That does happen. You got to have to assess the situation. She was one of them too. So, there's that. But yeah, she was like made fun of and whatnot. I mean, Chrissy was trash. Yeah. Remember those? Yeah. She was like drunk, and then she's like, sorry guys, I got to go to rehab. There's some shit that rehab will never fix. Being an evil person, it's not like, I'm sorry. Rehab is great. Get your rehab on, but being an evil person isn't fixed by rehab. Yes, Eternity. It was, so the guy that Doug Hutchinson played the bodyguard, he played the bodyguard for the Green Mile or something like that. He played like one of the prison guards or whatever. Yeah, she's weird. All this stuff, and then she would send her messages to go and off herself. Like, Chrissy Teigen is trash. She's always been trash. Okay, so yesterday we got into this very interesting conversation. Shout out to Kadisha Lind, y'all. Hit the like button. So I am curious about, and you know what? I'm going to pull that article from The Wire because I did purchase it. Did I download the article? Let me see. I bet you I did that video where I read that entire article, and it was very interesting. But let's get into this video, y'all.
And these people in David's Discord need to be investigated. Once again, these people in David's Discord need to be investigated for knowing about Celeste Rivas Hernandez. Especially now knowing that everything that we saw in that Discord was in fact true. Celeste was the deleted user that had David's name tattooed on her finger. The same deleted user that David was uploading pictures with onto Discord and also talking about pregnancies. Talked about this at the beginning of Celeste being found, but we're going to talk about it again right now. So we had Xerx, one of David's moderators, saying on September 13th, so the day that Celeste was actually identified as Celeste Rivas Hernandez, saying, don't say anything about the tattoo or anything, act clueless. And remind you, at this time, Xerx and others were also trying to purge the Discord of a whole bunch of different messages. So in my opinion, that should be tampering with evidence, but...
So the Xerx is not from this country, right? That's what I want to know. You said, and we'll never forget Chrissy Teigen for posting. Yeah, that toddlers and tiara. Ugh, Chrissy Teigen is gross. Like I said, I don't know how she. Ugh. Anyways, he's the one that didn't. The what? Yes, that's right, Toonsy. That's right. That's the guy. He played. He also did he's like a Z-list celebrity. That's who he is. The woman with the 16 children in Ohio was married as a child in West Virginia. Ooh, I can believe it. I can believe it. I have the pics of Zerks with David. You're kidding. His foreign scammer says, you're thinking of Lamp. How am I thinking of Lamp? Let me know. You said he's suspect? Let me go to this article because I really want to know. I remember D4vd Discord. And it was The Wire that had that article. Dang, how long ago was that? Hold up. I'm going to see if I can pull it. D4vd Discord, the scandal. Let's see. I think I did a pre-recorded because I didn't finish it. D4vd Discord. 1 second, y'all. Discord moderator of D4vd speaks out. Was this it? The Discord mod? What happened to Dino? Dino was an app, right? Okay. I'm looking, y'all. I'm looking. That's why I'm like looking at the other screen.
I'm sure can pull these from Discord directly.
Yeah.
But Zerks has been on my radar since the minute that he posted that about not saying anything about the tattoo. Because he was literally in these chats when David was talking about him and Celeste having a kid on the way. Celeste was even replying saying, just saying, so you know, March next year, talking about the kid on the way. People are questioning her, saying David has a kid, and Celeste says, on the way, yeah. And then David's talking about doing a group chat with Celeste. Celeste says, should we join VC? Zerk says, yeah. David said, I'm going to join VC in like 2 seconds. Another one of David's mods were saying, is this true to Celeste and David? Then a whole hour and 30 minutes later, Zerk says goodnight to Celeste by her TikTok handle name. That was also her Discord name at one time. She literally responds to Zerk saying, David shadow banned me with her account here on TikTok. That, yes, had all of these videos of David, and she even talks about London in this video. And these are also some of the pictures that Celeste had on her account here on TikTok. We literally pieced together being her a long time ago, and one of the reasons why that we thought she was pregnant, and now it came out that she actually was. And they actually showed these pictures in court and how they identified Celeste by her red hair. During this time, David was telling her that he was kind of nervous to repost her because he thought that people would still notice her hands or her hair, and that she was even straightening her hair during this time so people might not notice her. In this picture at the bottom right here, you can actually see the D in her David tattoo, which is right here in that corner.
Oh my
Mind
God.
you, this isn't the only time Celeste said in this Discord that she thought she was pregnant. She said it also in January of 2024, which we heard in the text messages as well. And these people knew about Celeste because people would drop in this Discord, drop the song with the missing girl, Celeste Rivas Hernandez. Also photos of Celeste going around in this Discord.
Hey. So, Kadisha, do you remember this article right here? Hold up, y'all. So I did a video on this article, okay? And I remember reading it and I was like, oh my God, that's so sad, right? Sophia was the name that I remember. Then there was Zerk ever mentioned here in this article too? There was 3 people that were mentioned in this article. You said, I don't know, but the fact that he said he had a tattoo and acts clueless to me makes me think that I had to bring it back because hell no, you ain't getting away with that. Well, they knew, right? So Sophia knew Celeste, but they're saying something different here. Did they confirm that in the Discord? I might have to repurchase this article. Lord have mercy. Nope, I don't think Sophia for sure. Gotcha. Because there was 3 individuals that were mentioned in this article, and I remember reading it, and I did do a video on it. It had to be in May because I found the article came out in April. Okay, hold up. Let me see if I can find it.
Discord, and then we see things like this. And then trying to purge things from the Discord as all of this was happening. And also at the same time, it's kind of odd because David did do this as well in July of 2025. So just 3 days before he left on tour. But y'all, let me know what you guys think about all this in the comments.
You're saying Sophia in the article. Now, hold up, y'all. Shout out to Kadisha Lynn. Make sure you guys check her out. But let me see something real quick. Disturbing texts. This Discord thing, man, I'm trying to figure out, like, hold up. Celeste got pregnant. Search on how to remove this right here, man. This is this right here.
I'm really wondering now if David actually faded his tattoo of Celeste's name on his ring finger on purpose. Because it looks like David was looking up things to get rid of tattoos. He figured out in this preliminary hearing that David had Celeste's name tattooed on his ring finger, and the cops figured this out when David checked into jail. And they described his tattoo as being very faded. Like, you could still see that it said Celeste's name, but like obviously in this picture, it is very faded. And y'all remember when David's YouTube search history came out, and now things from the preliminary hearing that we learned are true have been linked back to his YouTube search history. Like the history showing the United Airlines flight with a minor, and even tracking, you know, your time of the month. But also, this was another video that he was looking at in his search history. It says filling a YAG picosecond laser with water and setup. At first, I had no idea what this is, but do you know what this is used for? A picosecond laser is an advanced aesthetic device that delivers ultra-short pulses, trillions of a second, to shatter skin pigment and tattoo ink.
Oh my God. See, nobody would have ever picked that up. This video was calling my attention. I'm like, I gotta see this video. To have his tattoo removed. Because you can buy these kind of do you just buy these self-tattoo removers on your own? I mean, there's things out there that it's like, if you use this, you can remove your own tattoo or you can fade it. I'm like, that thing is under the skin. He was looking for a device for a red removal. I mean, this is why people get cover-ups, right? Because you can't just remove a tattoo. Yes, Soul Power Terror. That's what I'm saying. It's like the Discord, and Kadisha's been calling it out. She said that it was a lot of them. She said, but she did write in the Discord that David's girlfriend was Celeste. It's so weird. Watch the one about Celeste's timeline too, when you realize like that it's sad. Okay, I'm gonna watch that one too. We're gonna watch it. What? Wait, what? They took down Trap Lord Ross's video of the text down? When did they do it? Today? When? Oh, y'all. Oh, I have to wonder about that. Did he do a video about it? Because he has two channels, right? He has the Trap More Ross, and then what's the other one? Is it Trap Lore Ross? Hold up. Hold up. I don't see it. He doesn't upload on this other channel as much. I mean, I see a video from 2 weeks ago where he did a video about the many murders of Sammy the Bull. He has two channels, right? It's gone? Oh, shit. Tasha, did he say why they took it down? But I feel like since Asia knew too much, he said he's got 3 channels. Okay, well, because we reviewed that video yesterday, guys. I mean, we gave commentary. Everybody did, actually. Everybody reviewed. Let's be very real. We all reviewed that video. Let me see if I can find it, y'all. Hold up. Yo, I can't believe that they removed it. I don't see it anymore. Let me see. We reviewed it yesterday. Let me just check. Because the video was, yeah, he was wearing like a yellow shirt. And it was called, let's see. I wonder why they removed it. Damn, it almost feels like you kind of have to have a Patreon when it comes to things like this. Yeah, guys, I don't see this video anymore. And it was under Trap, it was under Trap More, not Lore. Okay, here it is. The title of it was all of D4vd's horrific text. This was it right here. It's gone. I'm gonna see if I can search it. Give me 1 second. That is insane. That is, I would be pissed off, especially if I worked and I was writing all these messages down and then they just took the video. I'm telling you, man, there's like some other powers that be when it comes to this stuff. This stuff right here, people do not want the regular people to report on this. They don't want the regular major media outlets to report on this. This is making me upset. To Celeste. It's gone, guys. It's gone. It's gone. I'm searching it by title and it's gone. Look at this. It's gone. I mean, I'm telling you, screenshot it, say something. I mean, because it's almost. I wish I could say what I have to say, but I can't, man. It's like nothing is a coincidence when it comes to this. Like, why do we have so much tape? Why the tape, y'all? You guys don't even know. Like, very strange. That video was absolutely amazing, even though it had me at the end. Yeah. I'm glad that some of us were able to react to it. Well, that's what I'm saying, Kadisha. And maybe that's why they took it down, because he's the only one with the actual text messages. Like, what the major media outlets said was so bare minimum to what he got. That's why I was like, well, damn, my hat's off to him, because he did it with what? Very minimal. Like, I mean, I can't, man. I'm like, that's insane. Maybe. I know, right? You never know. Listen, this is educational content. We are documenting everything that's happening. That's what we do in commentary, all of that. Everything is opinion and everything is opinion. That's what we're saying. Right, but do you believe you saved your video reaction? Don't want you. Yeah, I saved it. I don't have a Patreon. I started one, I think. I did start one, but I never charged for it. I just didn't really see. I don't want to make people pay more. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, but maybe, because don't you need something to actually upload the videos and to sustain them? I said, I can't believe that was removed. He captured the realness of the hearing. Well, he was the only one. I mean, I know Strategic did a reaction too. I did a reaction. I don't know if other content creators did a reaction, because I was hearing a little bit of his. So I'm curious about that. You said he got a ticket in London. He got the ticket to London, video removed. Really? I love you. So they banned you for 24 hours after they removed the video? No, not necessarily. The question is, why did they remove it? What message did they give? The text did include a lot of explicit languages. Well, if that is the case, then they should have just child age restricted it. Because they could child restrict a video, right? The thing about this is that you're not supposed to hold up, y'all. Give me 1 second, guys. 1 second. I'm getting a message. All right, hold up, y'all. I'm texting Sylvia too, so she knows that I'm here. You said, I mean, he did say the word along doesn't like, maybe that would be the monetization piece, right? Like you can lose monetization. You can have your video be child restricted, which does hurt you. But yeah, I just, to have the entire video removed. You said absolutely appalled at YouTube's decision to take down my video reporting on the text between David and Celeste. Ooh, and to give me a strike for content that actualizes. Yeah, that does happen. You have to be very careful. That's why I don't say, I think someone is reporting it. I mean, honestly, if you think about outside of major stream media, who else is reporting on this? Oh, okay. Thank you so much, Tasha. I got it. So I guess Traplore wrote a message. He said, I was absolutely appalled at YouTube's decision to take down my video reporting on the text between D4vd and Celeste and give me a strike for content that actualizes minors. Ooh, and called it predatory content when it's very clear I have attended courthouse proceedings to carry out responsible journalism and informing the public on the case against D4vd. There was no images or graphic descriptions. I see predators catch videos on their platforms day in and day out. I have re-uploaded the video here for anyone that may part way through it or wish to watch, since it was the most comprehensive breakdown out there, and still no mainstream news that has put out the info publicly. Give me one sec, guys. One sec. That is insane that they did this. I'm reading his statement, y'all. Sorry. One sec. Thank you, Tasha. Tasha took a screenshot of the statement. And then it says, I see predator catch videos every day. That is true. We have a lot of like Chris Hansen have a seat predatory videos, but those don't get flagged. Okay. I see he says, I have re-uploaded the video here for anyone that was partway through it or wish to watch it, since this was the most comprehensive breakdown out there, and there's still no mainstream news organization that has put out the info publicly, despite many being in the room with laptops. I will be fighting the takedown as I did. This is in the public interest, and I feel it was responsible reporting, which is specifically allowed under YouTube basic on their guidance for educational. Yeah, and let me tell you, YouTube is getting very I'm finding myself having to put out this is educational content. Every time you hear me say this is educational content, please note that I expect YouTube to review it because they think something's up. So please note this is educational content. I might have to do a little short where I play it over and over here, so YouTube knows. He reposted it, I think, on Patreon. Wouldn't YT ask for those parts to be edited out? No, sometimes if your account is in good standing, they might give you a warning. They'll take it down, they'll give you a warning. But to give you a strike, I don't know if he had other strikes going on, so I do wonder about this. It does sexualize minors, though, by saying what Celeste said on his thumbnail. It does sexualize minors? Hold on. It does sexualize minors, though, by saying what Celeste said on his thumbnail. What did Celeste say on the thumbnail? I'm confused. There is a difference between somebody reporting, again, documentary news commentary is different than actualizing, small people. There's a difference. If I'm telling you a story of, CP or something like that, trafficking or whatever, I'm telling you the story and giving you the facts of what was said in that conversation. I might give you my opinion. There's nothing sexualizing about giving you factual information as it's being described in the court. It's different when I'm just giving you information and not giving you the context of what is written in the court documents. That's the thing. There's a difference between that. The problem is making sure that you differentiate to the bot. Okay, because there's these bots that do review us, right? You have to tell the bot what you're reviewing. If I am reviewing a court document and it's as graphic as it is, okay, because it truly is, that's not actualizing the child. That's literally giving you the facts of what the court is saying, what the record is. There's a difference. So I disagree with you on that, because somebody that's actualizing something, that's different. That's the reporting is different versus someone that's reporting you factually from the record. I think there's two different things. You said we need to talk more about these tragedies so that we're all prepared and we honor the victims. Sassy, I agree on that. And I will say this. I will say this. When the Diddy trial happened, you guys, I think Pika, put a one in the chat if you guys remember what happened to me during the Diddy trial. I got a community warning and they took down my video. Okay. And this did happen to me. I had the transcript and I was reading what the S worker was saying. So what I learned very quickly, okay, I said a very educational word, and I learned that I couldn't say that educational word, even though it's an educational word. And the word is master's degree. Master's degree. Master's, y'all take the degree out and put the B in the all the other words, right? So Diddy sat and got a master's degree program while he watched Cassie or whoever the victim was. I literally had to say these words. I'm not joking, Caroline. I literally, and people were laughing at me, but I was telling y'all, I'm not trying to not say the word. This is an educational word. And I remember going back and forth with YouTube about this, but they weren't having it. Because after they give you a warning, then what do they give? They give you a strike. So yes, it's a thing. You have to be very careful how you use the words. I couldn't even say the B. That's right. I couldn't say the B. So you have to be careful. You said they're taking videos down for people reporting unfactual court of David has gone, but they are happy to have David's entire channel still up. They should be ashamed. Well, and I mean, then you have this alleged hacking of the account where somebody, you can put up, you can upload music. I don't know, man. He said, I have 2 master's degree. Don't come for me. But people were laughing at me, but I had to be real serious. I'm not joking. And then people got mad at me and I said, y'all, I'm really trying to take this serious and I'm going to do it as serious as I can. But if YouTube can ding you for an educational word that's in science books, they can take you down. So you have to be careful when you're reporting on this. So court starts, I believe they said it was 8:30 or 9:30, but let me just double check. Awesome. Yes. Our supporter Sylvia got her ticket, you guys. Let me show you guys some pictures. I'm going to upload some pictures here. Sylvia is out there. Wait, what? What is it? Hold up, y'all. 094. Here we go. How come you guys are giving me a hard time about uploading photos? Here it is. Sylvia got a ticket, y'all. Sylvia got a ticket. Sylvia, not a speeding ticket, but like a ticket, y'all. Hey, Abraham. Maybe this internal hit was from an AI bot. It wouldn't surprise me. Every time they see that something's like trending or whatever, they start sending their bots, body but bots. So I don't think today should take too long, guys. Honestly, let me show you all. This is a picture. Me already set up. Come on. Okay, how come I can't? Give me one sec. Oh, okay. Well, anyways, so the media is already set up out there. I couldn't blow it up. Yeah, so it does happen. I think we just have to be careful. And how are you saying things and everything? We have to be very careful. Hold up. We're continuing on with Kadisha's video, but this tattoo removal, apparently, I didn't even think, Kadisha, I think you're the only one that caught that too. This picosecond laser water and I think you're the only one that caught that. Now I'm kind of curious to know the date of when this was actually searched. I wish we knew the dates he was searching for these things.
The picosecond laser is an advanced aesthetic device that delivers ultra short pulses, trillions of a second, to shatter skin pigment and tattoo ink using a photomechanical rather than a thermal effect. So David was literally looking up how to set up one of these devices, and then we figure out he have Celeste's name tattooed on his finger that was very faded. There is no way that all of this is a coincidence. This is the third thing in this YouTube search history that has lined up. And at this point, it just keeps getting worse. But y'all let me know what you guys think about all this in the comments.
Yeah, I said that guy that leaked is the same guy that is visiting David in jail and said he made the apology video. You know what? I went back, for those that are put a one. If you were not here yesterday, y'all miss a bombshell. Kadisha Lynn dropped a bombshell. Did you do a video about the apology video? Because Kadisha Lynn dropped some exclusives here yesterday when she was with us on this panel. She said that David had made an apology video. Is that apology video going to be released? He made an apology video. I don't think it was to apologize about Celeste. I think it was to clear his name. It's almost like he anticipated that he was going to get caught up or something like that. An apology video. I said, apology for what? Yeah, Steve dropped another bombshell too. It was like one thing after another. Lord have mercy. Hold up. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Ooh. Okay. But let me know if you want to come up. Let me see if I can send you I just got your email. And let me know if you want me to promote that too. So, but y'all gonna have to upload some content, my friend. Here you go, and let me know. I know you sent me some links to that channel too. You want me to promote? Okay, all right. Sending you the link. I said I wish I had the screenshot of the video. You know what I mean? Yeah. So is the video like? He has the video. He has people to upload for him. That's the thing. Nope, not yet, because the guy said, but how I do know it's for sure means I have receipts for the guy in David's house setting up jail visits, but still, oh my God. You can't make this ish up, man. I just like, what do you want to apologize for? I'm sorry for what exactly? Yeah, that's why Emma, he has to say it at the beginning of the video. Trap needs to say it at the very beginning. I have to say it at the very beginning of the video. I learned this during the Diddy trial. This is educational content. We are reviewing a court case involving, it is not to shock or disturb anybody, but this is educational content. Thank you. 30 seconds. You say it at the very beginning of the video, 30 seconds or less. You put a little educational content warning thing on the very beginning of your video, and it does help skew the AI robot thing. But yes, and shout out to Sylvia, by the way. And I see Flojo in the chat. Flojo is here as well. Shout out to Sylvia. She got a ticket. We got a ticket. Hold up. Sylvia, who are you taking a picture with now? Let me see. Look at Sylvia and Pinche Becky. Oh, I gotta share it. My two friends over here. Hold up, y'all. Come on. My phone, I think I gotta restart it. It's acting up. Sylvia and Becky are taking pictures. Shout out to them. Yes, I'm glad. So they made it. They're together. You said, so this guy visiting David in jail and then leaking songs. Well, ain't that something? Like, you got somebody visiting David in jail, and now all these songs are being leaked. I don't think that's a coincidence, right? Let me see what people are doing outside the courthouse. Hold up, y'all. Okay, we are checking. They're setting up. Hold up, guys. It's probably going to start either 9:30 or 8:30, Marley. 9:30 or 8:30. Damn. I don't know about you guys, but it already looks hot in Cali right now. It's probably hot already. What? 9:15? There you go. I think a decision will be made today, Daryl, honestly. I think we're going to have a decision made today. I want to move over real quick while we wait for things to set up. Let me play a little bit of Lauren Conlon's video real quick.
Well, week 1 of David's preliminary hearing wrapped. The supposed last day of testimony is today. That's Monday, July 27th. And if you are watching this, please know that I will be covering it remotely with Taylor Parise, our reporter, who will be in the courtroom, and we will be going live at lunchtime. So that should be around noon PST and 3 p.m. Eastern.
Well, we'll be watching. Let me see if I can. Kind of curious to know what she sees too.
Hard week. I think I've said numerous times, innocent until proven guilty, but the amount of circumstantial evidence, I guess we have to call it at this point, in my opinion, was overwhelming. Now, I did do a recording with Mark Garagos for the podcast Reasonable Doubt. And look, his job is being a defense attorney. He looks at these cases from the lens of a defense attorney. And I had brought up a couple things, certain things that I questioned why the defense didn't put that out there, why they didn't ask about certain things. And he brought up a good point. He said, the defense, the preliminary hearing is for the prosecution, basically, similar to a grand jury. This is for the prosecution to sort of put on their case, as we know, present it to the judge, and the judge will rule on whether or not there's enough evidence to proceed to trial.
Yeah.
So if the defense...
honestly, I think they have Tony more than enough. I mean, First Liberty said the same thing. There's more than enough to proceed. There's more than enough to proceed at this point. Like, where do we start? There's more than enough. You're near Lake Elsinore. It's like 74. Are you? Shout out to you. If anybody's watching us from Lake Elsinore, shout out to you guys. I'm kind of curious to know how you guys in that community is taking in the information and stuff like that, because it seems like, it's a lot. Honestly, it's a lot.
It indicates certain things, or does their line of questioning in a specific direction that could signal the prosecution to start submitting these motion elimines so they can't use part of that in their defense. So that I was like, okay, that makes sense, because there was a couple things that, they didn't press the medical examiner on, I guess, why the chief medical examiner put out that statement in November, kind of saying, and this was November of 2025, when the autopsy results were sealed, they put out a statement saying, we want to be transparent. Basically, we don't agree with the LAPD. We don't agree with the DA's office, all of this stuff. We want to put this information out there. They didn't bring that up. I was kind of wondering about that. And he's like, they don't want to, give anything away too soon that would get stricken at trial. So anyway, that's just logistics.
But you can only put so much though out there, right? Like, yeah.
Guys, I was on the plane home, and this is just a side note. It's not about me, but just to sort of let you guys in on just how difficult it was to be in that courtroom, because you're talking about a little girl, someone's child, someone who's
So Mark the Shark got into, oh my God, that's great. Here it is. Shout out to Mark the Shark, who he's got everything set up. Look at him. We got to look at his stuff because over the weekend.
Yeah, we got in.
He went to the site. We got to check it out, guys.
Hey, they're doing the raffle. Yeah. I already got picked.
Nice.
Dang.
No, Lauren's not here today.
One of the TikToks was right here, like going live. I'm like, what are you doing? They're doing the raffle already. So dang, hopefully they didn't skip her.
Oh wow. Let me show you guys something real quick with Mark the Shark. Hold up. Shout out to Mark the Shark. I went to his Twitter and I had bookmarked the following, guys. So he says, visited the location where Celeste Rivas Hernandez passport card was found, approximately 100 miles from Anthony Burke's home in the Hollywood Hills. So this is where her passport card was found, guys. Give you guys an idea. Like, it's insane. Like, he just threw it out there like that. You can't make this ish up. More updates, only 10 minutes. Okay, that was the 24th. He went to the memorial site tonight, visited Celeste Rivas Memorial. The love that continues to surround her is impossible to put into words. Every flower, candle, stuffed animal, and handwritten message is a reminder that she will never be forgotten. Thank you to everyone who continues to care for this special place. Rest in peace, Celeste. Oh. Wow. That's beautiful. That's so beautiful. Look at. Today I visited the memorial. Rest in peace, Celeste. You will not be forgotten. Just really sad. Hold up, y'all. Let's see. I think he muted. Shout out to Mark the Shark, guys. Make sure you guys are checking him out as well. Oh, he's muted, guys. He is muted. Let me see, y'all. It's so sad. I don't know if he knows he's muted. Huge thanks to Mark, man, for doing great work. Yeah, shout out to him. I don't think he knows he's muted, but he's muted. It's not me. I didn't mute him. I'm like unmuting him. I don't think he knows that he's muted. He's trying to fix it, I think. He's doing a mic check. Yeah. So glad he got in. Yes, I'm glad that he got in because, you know, there's a lot. But while we wait for him to fix the mic.
Groomed pretty much starting allegedly at the age of 11. I was on the plane. I went to the bathroom and I cried. I just cried. And I didn't even know that I needed to cry. It was just one of those things that just, you know, your emotions take over. And I had come from the testimony of the medical examiner where we were shown the most horrific photos I have ever seen in my career. And, you know, I had noted that David seemed to be staring at the screen, not really turning away, just very focused on these images. And it was awful. I don't know how someone could look at those images and not blink or just be very disturbed by them. So Celeste's family at that point, they were not in the courtroom. they were waiting in the hallway, as one would expect. And when I was leaving, I just briefly locked eyes with Jesus Rivas, Celeste's father. And I had mentioned, I think before, that he just, as any father, he had these extremely sad eyes that really just, they made me sad, just kind of looking into them. And when I was leaving and we locked eyes, he just gave me this little sad half smile type of thing. And I think that's when I just became kind of personal. And I was like, oh my gosh, I can't imagine. And I just thought about that look like in the entire taxi ride on the way to LAX. I can't stop thinking about it. So anyway, yeah, it was awful. It was hard. And then learning more towards the end of the afternoon about the abortion, let's say, and just the fact that Celeste really was affected by it.
So Sylvia, you and Mark got in? Okay. Sorry, I had to restart my phone because my phone was acting up. Okay, yes. So Sylvia's in. Oh, Sylvia's in the court, guys. Mark and I are in so far. We're waiting for Becky. Hopefully Becky will get in. Hopefully Becky will get in, guys. Let's hope Becky will get in. Let's hope that she gets in. So Mark is in. Sylvia's in. Becky's hopefully will get in, y'all. We're hoping for Becky. Hopefully we hear some news. Okay. And Ross too. Yes, and Ross too. Becky in too, I hope. Cross your fingers, cross your legs, and cross your fingers. Cross anything else that you might have. Cross it all. Let's just hope she gets in. You said, I know. What about you, Rabbit? I'm already in. Y'all are in. We're already in. Oh, wait. The volume's working now. Give me 1 second, guys. All right. Hold up. Shout out to Mark the Shark, guys. We're hoping. We're hoping everybody. Look, we ain't haters. We want everybody to get in. We want everybody to get in,
Better
right?
now? Okay, so I took him off, so I don't know what happened there.
Cross
I'll just
everything.
use one. I have this right here, so it connects to the phone. It's supposed to do both, but I'm not sure what happened. So
Not cross your
try
eyes.
the microphone.
No, Flojo's in the chat.
Damn.
Nothing like Cali traffic, man. You can't make this ish up.
LA traffic.
I can't cross my toes. I can't confirm because I don't know if he got in or not. Yeah, you guys are in the overflow room, which is this one. Oh yes, and Sloan too. Hopefully he gets in. You don't see him in the chat?
Freaking road rage out here, man. What's wrong with people?
This is the overflow room, guys. This is the overflow room. Yes, let's go, Becky. Get in, Becky. Get in, Becky. Yeah, she's amazing. Jazzy, she's amazing. Oh no, hold up.
See, I like this one because you can see people coming down from there too. See what I'm saying? So we see people walking right here, and then we'll see people from all up there too coming down. So I gotta get going. I'll be right back. I'm gonna check in upstairs, see what's going on. I'll be right back.
Hold up, we're getting more information, guys. I don't know. Mark is too trusting for me. I'd be worried about somebody stealing my camera. They just run and steal my camera. Shout out to Mark, but I don't know how he does it. You said no, Patty, he's gotten in. Sloan has gotten in for like the whole week. What did you say? My Alexa said, sorry, I can't cross my eyes. Who the heck asked her to do that? Your Alexa's like, sorry, I can't cross my eyes. Someone go walk off with what? Well, they were already dancing in front of the camera. So I'm like, you can't be trusting these people. You know, you'd be leaving everything. You see, they sell it again. You leaving yourself unattended. That's a choice. But I mean, you're live streaming. Maybe you'll catch the criminal. You said Mark has money. He always no, but see, I wouldn't do that. It's not cool. Even if he does, shout out to him. You still don't want to, lose your equipment. You don't leave things out, especially downtown LA. Well, I mean, people do it all the time, right? The cameras caught a fight on Friday? Oh, you're kidding, right? She's all up in my business. Nobody said her name. Alexa was like, sorry, I can't cross my eyes. Y'all are so funny. Well, okay, don't forget the guy that was like, there was like the media guys that were giving interviews right in front of, while Mark is in the courtroom. They were out there dancing, giving interviews, and just real life trolling. I know Alexa needs to hush. All right, let's get back into this until we can get some information. I think people are going in.
It upset me that this little girl had to deal with all of these adult feelings and these adult situations and all of this just, in the last year of her life, let's say. So yeah, it was tough. And I personally, like, so far, I know we haven't really seen much of what the defense is going to present. I mentioned this in the last video. If you're following along, I think they were exploring the possibility at first, inquiring about an overdose possibility. And the medical examiner was like, yeah, no, that's not a thing. No alcohol. And basically there was alcohol, or ethanol is what they refer to it as. And the amount was so small that it could have been from the decomp process. They're not sure. It was inconclusive from methamphetamine, which could mean Adderall. And I believe she had, it was a benzodiazepine, which could be a Xanax or something. But again, just that did not contribute to her death. The medical examiner conclusively stated that. So they kind of explored that. And then they were like, well, did you really inquire about Celeste's, her history of self-harm and this and that? And, I think that's kind of a tough route to go down anyway, because let's say for a second, let's entertain that ridiculous theory of what they're saying. They would be saying,
thank you,
the defense, that she stabbed herself.
Thank you, Lauren, for saying this. The ridiculous theory. The girl did not stab herself. By the way, and like I said, you guys do take care of yourselves when you're listening to this. I found myself, and I felt really bad, but then I realized, why am I feeling bad about this? I found myself, I had to take y'all know I have ADHD, right? And I have medication for ADHD, but I don't take it. I'm okay. Like, I don't need it, right? When I need it, but I found myself having to take it because just, Friday, for example, because my nerves were just all over the place, and the medication does slow me down a little bit. It actually helps my thinking process a little bit better. It puts me to sleep too. That's the biggest thing about ADHD. ADHD medication is not supposed to put you to sleep, but it puts me to sleep. So I found myself like, I need to slow down my thinking because it was just like a gazillion things going through my mind and not being able to really say what I wanted to say or feel what I wanted to feel at that moment. So I took it. And I mean, I felt bad for taking it because I don't take it often. I take it every once in a while, especially when I'm stressed. I take it, but I don't take it as often. I found myself having to take it because it was just too much going on and whatnot. So thank you. Yeah, I mean, it literally, you say that's why I'm unmedicated now. Yeah, so for me, it's like that medication puts me to sleep. That medication slows me down and puts me to sleep. So that really, yes, what I'm saying is, like, some people, I mean, how do you know if you have ADHD? Well, does Adderall or do any of these medications put you to sleep? You probably are an ADHD. You probably got some ADHD going on. It just slows me down. It slows my thinking down and it helps me. So I only take it when I absolutely need it, but I definitely needed it on Friday. And that's when and my friend was like, don't feel bad for having to take it. Like, if you need it, you need it, right? But it's like, but I don't want to take it, because I don't, but I had to. So, and that was good. So I'm sharing this with you guys to say, don't feel bad for having to take a step back from things that are just too hard.
In the liver, which is a major organ, fine, and then the right chest cavity. And then that would mean that David essentially let her bleed out and did not get medical attention for her, and then decided to hide the evidence by cutting her up. I don't buy that. And also something the medical examiner said was that if that happens, and this actually was the same stance that I heard with the Ellen Greenberg case as well, the teacher who the state claims stabbed herself and like a bajillion times in the neck, not really, but and all over her body. There were no hesitation marks. And usually you see that with self-harm. So that was the same with Celeste. There's no hesitation marks. So I'm not really buying that either. I think that should this go to trial, which I do think it will, I think the defense is going to largely focus on the police and the medical examiner / autopsy report. And something that Gregor brought up, which was a good point, is that obviously the defense is going to bring in their own experts. And I don't know if anybody followed the Karen Reed case, but some of the defense experts, in my opinion, they were some of the most compelling witnesses on the stand. So in this case, the defense expert that's going to be important is going to be a pathologist or somebody that can read through the autopsy here and then create, I guess, reasonable doubt for the jury. So I think that is probably going to be their strategy, just because, again, in my opinion, suggesting that Celeste did this to herself would not go over well with the jury. I remember when that was sort of introduced.
Isn't that interesting? Yeah, it was the Ellen Greenberg, the young girl who was like, she was living with her boyfriend at the time. I think they were like engaged or something like that. And then they're saying that she stabbed herself and that's how she died. Like she committed suicide. That whole case is so bizarre. And it's like a cover up after a cover up. It seems to be. I don't know how she stabbed herself. Very young at the time that this happened to her too. So I'm like, are y'all going to pull that on this one? I hope not, because no.
In the courtroom, I mean, I'm a reporter. I can't really make a face or anything like that. But it was kind of like we were sitting there and we were just like, ew, this is a disgusting thing to say. I just don't think that would a jury would react well to that. And, that goes to another point when you are just, a side note, as a reporter or a journalist in the courtroom, you really, when it comes to these photos, you cannot react. You cannot respond, because when it comes to the actual trial, I mean, that's what's going to get a reporter or a journalist kicked out of there, because a jury cannot see a reporter or a professional react. And look, I don't think this would happen, but if there was a significant reaction, the defense could call for a mistrial. I remember if anyone has heard of, this is another horrible case, actually one of the worst cases that I've encountered in my career, but the Shannon Christian and Christopher Newsom case out of Tennessee. Again, one of the most horrific cases, if not the most horrific that you've ever heard of. But during the autopsy photos for that case, someone from the DA's office fainted. They actually fainted in the courtroom. And the defense was like, mistrial. But this case, trigger warning, if you want to look that up, go ahead, but do it at your own risk. But that was not happening. A mistrial in that case, I think, for reasons that it was so horrific and these defendants needed to be prosecuted. Yes, defendants, plural. But, and I think the same would go for this case, the case of Celeste, but who knows? All right, so let's just get into some of these text messages and actually what Detective Farrell said on the stand. And I think he is the last witness. They did mention 2 other witnesses after Farrell, but I heard them say when I was in the courtroom, they're not sure if they're available or not. So I'm hoping that Monday is the last day, but again,
I mean, why would they need any more witnesses at this point? What are we waiting for? I think they're okay, personally, but I don't know, y'all. What do you think?
We will find out. Okay, so let's see. They recovered these messages, the text messages and the conversations from David's iPhone 15, and it was in the upstairs den area. And this is where they also were able to obtain the CSAM. And obviously the images were not shown in court, but they were described. And in many of these situations, these photos, these child abuse photos, Celeste was 13 years old and David was 19. And that's actually how old she was when she had to get this abortion. She was 13 years old. I don't know the laws here in California, by the way. I need to look some of those up, because that was also very, very disturbing. And Celeste, in some of the images that were shown of her and David's Tesla, and then together, she had red curly hair, or her hair was straightened. And during Detective Farrell's testimony describing the sexually explicit photos of a child, her parents left the courtroom because they were just visibly overwhelmed. And Beth Silverman, the prosecutor, kind of turned to them and said, I'm sorry, as they walked out. So in these messages, I'm not even going to read them because they're just so disturbing, but it's a lot of just them talking about sex with one another. And yeah, and again, the photos would corroborate that. And the actual abortion took place in January of 2024. Now, some of the text messages that were very, very disturbing to me insinuated that David's mother knew about the relationship.
Wow.
At one point, David said, I have to ask because my mom kind of said, and I'm paraphrasing, but like, is it mine? And Celeste was just like, yes, David, it's yours. And then there was another thread in June of 2024.
I'm a little confused with that message. I cannot wait to get the transcripts on this, guys, because I feel like we're going back and forth on this. We don't know if that's the context of that or what had happened with that. But this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to go ahead and drop the link. If anybody wants to come up, I've also emailed the link out for those that want to give an opinion. Now, I really want us to stay for the purposes of this. We got to stay on topic. If you have a thought about this case or an opinion and want it to, maybe you want to be heard on it, that's fine. Completely up to you. So I'm dropping the link now, but I want to make sure that we stay on topic as it pertains to this case and that we don't go anywhere else, because listen, we can get in different rabbit holes. This case brings in different parts of us, I think, and it's fair to say that, let me pin this, that we're going to hear different things, right? That's what I thought too, right? That I would agree with that David suggested his mom knew. That's not an admission of Colleen. I would say so. And that was what I was talking about yesterday. I said, do we know whether mom knew, or was it because I heard that I heard it say in two different contexts. My mom always told me to ask. My mom told me, that was the context that I heard it from. My mom always told me to ask versus my mom wants to know. Like, there was two different contexts to that. You said any Becky updates? No, I texted her and I don't know if she got in. And if she didn't get in, I did text her and say if she wanted to come up so she can talk to us while we wait, You said, is everyone on medication now? What do you mean, Janine? You said, I took that sentence as if anyone got pregnant by David. That's how I took it too. And I even brought this up yesterday when we had the discussion, because I said, I feel like the only way we're going to know this is if we read the transcripts, and the transcripts tell us exactly what is going on. Hold up. Let's see. Medication. Let me see. Pregnant. I'm going to see what was the exact quote. Mom told me to ask if it was mine, or something like that. If it was mine. The context of it is so confusing, but I do have the, let's see. Here. I think this is the one that we were at. It's like, well, maybe, but because if you're texting your mom, not even texting your mom, if you're texting Celeste and telling Celeste, my mom wanted me to ask you this, is it mine? I can only imagine that your mom was okay with this arrangement, but then the context of that message change. Hold up. Let's go back a little bit. You said, once again, 2 days. David said, also, my mom always told me to ask. Here it is. There's a difference. Mom told me to ask, or my mom always told me to ask. Those are two different things that we're saying there, and we have to be careful.
Once again, says, when are you going to get it done? Celeste says 2 days. David says, also, my mom always told me to ask this if I was in this situation. Different. It's mine, right? And Celeste says, of course, David. And David says, yeah, I know, baby. I just have to ask so I don't feel like a complete fuck up for her.
Right here.
He's talking about his mom. Now,
right here. And to me, that just makes sense why mom maybe is not showing up to court. Because she's like, maybe that's what it is. But look at this. Okay. This is where I said this is different. Also, mom David says, also, mom always told me to ask if I was in a situation. Here it is.
David says, also, my mom always told me to ask this if I was in this situation. It's mine, right? And Celeste says, of course, David. And David says, yeah.
Okay. Now that message sounds different.
Yes.
Also, my mom always told me to ask this. Does that mean that his mom knew about this? Or was it like, see, the New York Post has a different message. I can't wait till the transcripts, because the context of this message is different than what was posted on Friday.
Yep.
But okay.
Yeah, I know, baby. I just have to ask so I don't feel like a complete fuck up for her. He's talking about his mum. Now, his mum comes up later in a much more damning context. But I just found this very irritating because...
Hey, Lacey, give me one
I'm sorry,
second.
Colleen, but...
Hey, Lacey, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. What do you think about that context of that message? I mean, are we misconstruing, or are we thinking differently, or what?
I actually just left the stream to come onto here, so I missed the first part of the message. So I can't give too much commentary on that part.
No
yet.
worries. No
I'll catch
worries.
up.
No, you're fine. Tell us, I mean, at least tell me what you think about everything so far that we found out. What are your thoughts so far?
So first off, I'm glad that I, even though I fell asleep, I know that's awful to say probably 3 times during Trapmore's reading of this, but if anybody watches YouTube to essentially go to sleep, I'm sure you've all had it happen. But I'm glad that I was able to get the whole thing completed before it came down. The messages are horrific. I think that his addiction or his desensitizing to gore is the least of his problems or our problems or society's problems. I think he had a massive beyond bonding type of addiction. Like, people have weird things they like to do, whatever, and they kind of keep those at bay or, in the closet type of thing and whatever. And that's everybody's personal business. And I have no judgment on it. But I think his was beyond that. I think to a dangerous, I mean, those things that she even just in those messages commented on a little bit, like that we were able to get in terms of like how she felt afterwards, or the fact that they did so many videos, things like that. It's just horrific as a 40-year-old adult. I have been married 20 something years, whatever. Like, I am not like prude or any of that, but that is beyond horrific. I can't even imagine at 13 years old.
Yeah, multiple abortions. And we were talking about this yesterday. Like, abortions can really affect, mental health, but also like hormones. We don't really account, like our thyroid. Depending on whether it's hypo or hyper, that can be a thing for your hormones too. Thyroid, I mean, that's a huge deal. We are really discounting because some people think that just, that decision in itself, it just ends there. I mean, there's repercussions from the time that you're pregnant, right? There is the conception to even the ending of that because of the hormone, plunge from A to B. So that can have a lot. You have Graves' disease, Kadisha? Yeah, I didn't have Graves' disease. My thyroid, thank God, my T cell is great, but I had half of my thyroid removed because there was a growth on my thyroid, and there was some scary cells. And so it was growing pretty rapidly at that time. This was like in 2017. But I had you can't really see it right now, but I have a scar on my neck right here where they had to cut to get half of my thyroid removed. Wow, closest I had Hashimoto. Yeah, I mean, thyroid is a huge deal. And so, yeah, your hormones is just one of many things that could affect you. But yeah.
Something that threw me in those messages, and one, I've noticed that everybody kind of interprets them differently. Like I was watching Strategic Eyes. He took away one thing from him, and without the context or any of us being there, we're all going to kind of read a little more into things differently. But something that was weird to me was when he said about the mom, first off, my kids will do it. So we can't really put too much on the fact that his mom actually said, is it yours or not, or whatever, because my kids will be like, oh, I don't know if I can do that. My mom said blah, 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 that's how that happens. But here nor there, he said, is it mine? And I know this is going to sound weird, and I am fine with getting dragged a little bit for it, but at that point, they already planned on the abortion. It was already set up. What the hell did he care?
So that's an
What the hell
interesting
did he
point.
care?
Yeah.
I mean, and it wasn't like he was brokenhearted, or like torn up or traumatized by, this difficult decision that they were making together. He was whoever, whatever. Like trying to make it like it's a normalized thing is kind of hard, but let's just try. Okay, if it were his, he didn't care if he was ending his or another man's, seems like, but that is just so weird after the fact. It's not like it was before they decided on the abortion. Like, you know what I'm saying? He said, I have the appointment in 2 days. He said, my mom says I have to ask, whatever. Like, did he get off on that?
Gotcha.
What did it matter? It's weird.
You have a lot of people that think that you're making a very good point. What do you think, Tracy?
No, I could definitely understand that, and it does feel very callous. Like it just does.
Yeah, it was just a weird thing. Also, so I was born in Long Beach, California, raised in Shreveport, Louisiana, so right here next to Texas, and then I've been on the West Coast for 15 years anyway. But his parents or his family have some kind of religious foundation that we know of, right? If his mother knew or
Yes.
whatever, and I don't know enough about religion. I'm not a religious scholar, so I will not be putting my 2 cents there as far as facts. But the religious foundation, especially in the South, if his mom knew, not saying she did or didn't, but, and then also knew that they were going along with this, removal of the pregnancy, like that seems kind of different to me for a
Okay.
religious, depending on the religious, how religious they actually were. But it seemed like with David, he said that like they listen to classical music, like they kind of really had that foundation in their household.
I would even say, let me just say this. I don't think that religious necessarily means that you're one way or another. Like we predominantly
Okay.
believe, right? You know what I'm saying? Like we predominantly believe that if you're religious, you don't believe in making this kind of life choice, right? Because of X, Y, and Z. But if you really think about it, both families are religious. David's family, the upbringing that he had, right? He has his own experience because it sounds like he was brought up through the church as well. And it sounds like Celeste might have been as well. You have two very interesting situations for both families, right? So I kind of wonder, I mean, I'm just thinking about maybe there wasn't enough religion to know that this is wrong and this is right. I don't know, man. But
Well,
for me,
I will say, I feel like because my husband's family is very more religious, faith-based or whatever,
yeah.
to quote you quick, when you do something than my family was. But either way, I will say that it's easy to say we should be living this way or to practice living this way until a situation happens to you.
Exactly.
And then all of a sudden, this guidance we may have been following, well, I can see where it's okay for us to do this because, every circumstance until you're in it, you don't know what you would do. But in that situation, unfortunately, that's a traumatizing thing that she had to do, but it was best for her at that time, wishing now that she would have been able to live a full life and some therapy would have helped. But there's no way that that child needed to have a child at 13 years old, regardless of a relationship or not. So, but it was just, that whole situation was just weird to me. Like I said, it kind of seemed like it was like another notch in his weird obsession of whatever fantasy he lived.
Yeah. Trace, did you guys capture? So Lacey, were you able to capture all the messages or not that were read by Trav?
I was. Yes, I was.
And you, Tracy, were you able to capture every message as well?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm kind of curious to know your opinion about this, ladies. Like, what do you think about, because I personally, I went back after I did the live and then I was listening a little bit more to the messages, and it did feel like this is a way that he was trying to keep her happy, keep her appeased by having this money, right? And telling her like, hey, an abortion prize or an abortion present or whatever, something like that. Because I think that ultimately, he wasn't he was stupid in like the stuff that he was doing in between. Don't get me wrong, but I think he had enough sense to know that he would have probably gone to jail if she would have had a baby.
Yeah.
I mean, what do you
Absolutely.
guys say? Mm-hmm. What do you guys make of that? I mean, was there any of the messages that stood out to you? Kind of. Let me hear from Tracy.
Yeah. Oh,
first.
yeah. I didn't know.
Go ahead. Go for it.
So I am of two minds, right? So I am of the mind of I'm a boy mom, and my son is now in college, and so I've had okay, well, you want to make sure that it is yours. You want to, you want to do these things. You want to be there for all aspects of the pregnancy. So a part of me doesn't find that statement to be strange. It definitely feels like a very common thing that I have said to my son, girlfriend, single, he was dating people, so that part of it, that sentence to me doesn't feel odd. But what I think in the messages, what stood out to me is the fact that it didn't seem like she was very interested in money or gifts or how much he spent or what he was doing, more than she was like, I want to be with you. I want to be around you. And it was like he was trying to say, like, when things weren't going his way, or when he wanted her to do something that, she maybe didn't want to do, it was the money, the gifts, the things that I will give for you, the presents for, not having the baby and that type of stuff, which also feels very manipulative to me.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Which I don't. Yeah, it feels very manipulative to me. And maybe that's just me.
Well, and I agree 100% with, and I was thinking the same thing. Like, I don't know which channel. Well, the three main channels I've been watching on this is Rabbit during the day, live, and then Strategic and Trapmore between the two. So I'm not sure which said it, but one of them made a comment that whenever he said the Trump, Vegas at the Trump Towers, she had made a comment. This is obviously in verbatim, but something like, "How much did you pay for that?" Like, and it kind of came across like, yeah, that kind of came across like she was kind of like, why would you spend all that money on that or whatever? But I agree with she didn't seem interested in the money. She wanted him, but in the money sense, and I didn't really think of it the way that Tracy just kind of put it out there, like that he would kind of, most, people that have money will throw money at a problem, right? And then it goes away situation. Seems like maybe he felt like all he had to offer was money. Like it was kind of his identity, and he couldn't, like, it was his problem solving skill. So maybe he lacked a problem solving characteristic, whatever. And he just adapted to, I have money, so that's how I can do it. The critical thinking part of it, which could be how he ended up so sloppy in this horrific act and getting caught, where we're like, why would someone, like, I could never fathom, why would you put the body in your own car? Like, that part I can't get over. But maybe it's because he couldn't pay someone to do it for him, and he didn't know he really could not solve this problem.
Tracy, it's funny you say what you said right there, is that it didn't matter what she was being offered. It was almost like that's not what she wanted from him. You know what I mean? Like, it's almost like she at some point maybe saw him, and like you said, Lacey, with the money, like, why would you spend this? Like, this was so disposable income to him. Drop me this or drop me that kind of money and everything. I do believe that, I think that at some point she realized that this was not someone that was going to have her back at all, no matter what. You know what I mean? Like, she was just as disposable, like the income. Does that make sense?
Oh, it makes perfect sense. So I have a question that is uncomfortable, but it is a question that I've been having.
Ask it. I'm going to get some water real quick, but ask it.
Okay. over the last like 4 days of this preliminary hearing, I'm 100% confirmed sure on that he is a despicable human being who has an issue, and I don't think that's fixable or treatable.
Mhm.
But I am not 100% sure on the unaliving as I am on everything else, right? So it's like when we talk about the unaliving, it's like, was it the car? Was it the garage? Was it Santa Barbara? Was it here? There's still so many unanswered questions and so many things about that is still all up in the air for me,
Mhm.
where everything else is kind of like real black and white. It's like, nope, straight to prison and throw you under the jail. Honestly, just throw you under the jail for that, regardless. Like, do not pass go, do not collect $200. I don't care if you ever see the light of day.
Someone in
You
jail
probably
needs to do
shouldn't.
to him what he did to her in the sexual manner. Just described in those text messages alone would be some type of justice. Oh, I agree on that.
There- I'm like, but when it comes to the actual I still have so many questions, and it's not clear to me, and I don't like that. I don't like that feeling that it doesn't make sense, and I haven't. Normally you're like, okay, I can kind of follow, but here it's still so. I
Yeah.
don't want to say muddy, but it's still so unclear, and you know, and it's not like, oh, you go to different content creators and everyone's kind of still in the same accord. Like we are all like right there, like, oh, he's a despicable person. How dare he do, how dare you take advantage of a child, throw you under the jail. But the actual unaliving itself, it's just unclear to me. And I feel like that's the like main charge. And I don't like
Yeah.
how that is still so unclear.
Mhm.
I don't think you're the only one. And to be clear for the chat, right? I don't think you're necessarily questioning. You're questioning of. We don't know we know that she was murdered, right?
Mhm.
And because the questions from the defense were, can you 1000% confirm X, Y, and Z, yada, yada, yada. And I think that that's okay to say, well, how did this happen? For me, I'm gonna be honest with you. I feel like he did it to her, but other individuals helped after the fact. So they were like accessories after the fact. That's what this says to me. And Chloe even says that's the perfect way to feel at this stage of the proceedings. If you feel he probably did it, that's good enough for the preliminary, right? Because that's all they need. It's the state's job to prove beyond a reasonable doubt at the trial. So it's not that you don't believe, it's just like, how did the act happen? Because I think that is the major question. They have put out the why. I think it's coming today. Well, there you go. There you go. I think it's a okay question to have, because a lot of people still do. I mean, it's the unanswered question that a lot of us have. One of many, I would say. So I don't think you're wrong for that, and I don't think
And what I understood was that, like, the reason there's so many witnesses or whatever, essentially for the prelim, they have to show enough probable cause for each charge, which is why it's kind of going in the order it is. But, we know she was stabbed. Have they said stabbed with what? And he ordered so many chainsaws. I know that there's one missing, but like, so, I mean, how do you get rid of a chainsaw, even if it is in the desert of Santa Barbara? They found a small little passport. So, it's kind of like, how do you getting rid of a cell phone and stuff? I can see how you can do that, but that part, but have they ever stated that they have a pretty good idea of what she was stabbed with?
say that again. What is the question? If they have a pretty good idea of what?
What she was stabbed with, like what type of weapon?
Sharp
Like a knife
object. They did say
Mm.
stab, if I remember correctly. I just, when I hear stab, I'm thinking knife, but they said
Right.
sharp object. Right, Tracy? I could be wrong.
Yeah, they didn't give an actual object that would have done it, just stab. And then I think that's where for me it's like, I don't doubt, but there's something in me that says I don't think he was alone in this.
Right.
And that's also why I feel like there were so many ideas that kind of got started and never finished. because people were just throwing things out, and it was like, oh yeah, let's try that, and then it's like, oh no, and then it's like, oh yeah, and it's like, no. And I'm like, I don't feel like he was alone in this whole process,
And I
and
wonder
I don't
if
like that either.
right, the deterioration of the condition of the body by the time they got it is making it hard for them to be able to determine what type of, because like with the Idaho murders, they knew that it was this type of blade, or like they knew some kind of characteristics of what they were, what it was done with. I wonder if due to the decomp of the body, they were unable to really determine, was it a blade, was it a screwdriver, was it a makeshift shank, whatever.
I'm thinking this was intentional too, guys. Like, I wonder if the reason, okay, like, all right, and not to say how a normal person, but if you think about like crimes, somebody who would have done this, I'm thinking he stayed with the body for so long. He threw out the passport, okay? He didn't have to dismember her. He could have just, left her somewhere, right? Left her somewhere. He didn't have to dismember her, but he kept her for so long. And I also wonder if that was also intentional on his behalf, whether it was to keep her, have her, have the deterioration process, the of her body happen, so that people wouldn't know how she actually died, because we knew she was a runaway, and she was kind of coming and going. It's not like she was a chronic runaway even before all this happened. And to me, it's like, I have to wonder, had he not left her body in that Tesla, and I've asked this question before, I don't know. Would we actually know what actually happened to her? Would she have been found? So to me, I wonder if that was also motive and strategy to keep the body, to allow it to rot. I hate to say it this way, but or melt or decompose. That's the word. Allow the body to decompose, in order to make it less harder for him to have been pinned in any kind of way. We don't have anything else other than that. And I do wonder, what else do we have? I mean, yeah, because he dismembered her, right? He dismembered her for a reason. So then keeping her so the body decomposes and breaks it down makes it very hard to identify what exactly happened to this body. So I thought about this. I was like, well, maybe the reason why he kept it for so long, he could have left her at Santa Barbara. He could have left her where the passport was at. He could have done all kinds of things, but he didn't.
Oh, go ahead.
And I wonder because too, it's like he was leaking information to folks. Those that were closest to him knew what was up. It's a weird, this whole situation is just completely off, but go ahead.
Oh, I would say, because I know there were reports saying that there was dirt and debris, and it's like, okay, well, was she at one point buried and then not? And then I know during the thing, if you keep reading, it was like, oh, it was the hottest thing in California. Like, it was so hot in California during this time. It was super, super hot. And then it was like, I know I don't always believe everything TMZ says, but I could understand saying, if he put her in a freezer in bags during certain times, because let's say other people is going to be in his car or in his house, to try and minimize some of the smell from the decomp. But then it's like, were you just moving her all around with you? Were you like, when you got home, you took her out of the car and put her in the house, and then when you were leaving, you put her back in the car with you? Like, I just can't. I'm like, there's something about this that just doesn't make a easy way for me to logically see, and there's just too many options. Because once they said dirt and debris, I was like, oh, okay. But then also how he ordered everything after the fact, I was like, which for sometimes I feel like maybe he didn't initially plan it. Like, the getting her over there was maybe a thought to just smooth her over and to get her to calm down, and he thought he was going to be able to pacify her. And when she really stood on it and said, like, no, I'm not, it's not going to happen, then he got upset and punctured her? Because I just don't know. I don't know. There's so many unanswered questions in my mind, and I don't like that.
Yeah, and I think the other thing to keep in mind too is that, we're hearing one version of one thing, and I said, shout out to everybody that's reporting now. I think eventually we'll find out everything. Once we get the transcripts, it'll be very, we'll hear those questions directly. I don't think that we're going to hear everything, right? Because it's just not going to go down that way. One can assume that it's going to, I just don't think it's going to take time for us to get there, if that makes sense. I do think that there's more to this in terms of, I don't feel like he acted alone. Not that he didn't, like, to me, it's like the after fact, right? To have thought about this, to have traveled with this body. Who else was out? There had to have been somebody else, unless we're saying that he kept this whole thing to himself. The whole thing to himself. He was able to, like, the bodyguard wasn't going to his Tesla at any point after the fact. The bodyguard, like, nobody is getting near this. I don't know, man.
I think the biggest question for me that I can't or one of the things I can't wrap my head around is, where was she at from the day it happened to the day the dismemberment started? Like, maybe it's that we're overthinking it, one, education wise, like a lot of us, science class and things like that, like my husband was in the military, and he went to Hurricane Katrina and also to Afghanistan or whatever. And one thing he always says is, when the smell of decomp, you never forget, kind of thing. Maybe he didn't realize a body would smell that way, first off. And then second off, my husband always says, it's not easy to dig a hole. Maybe he thought he would dig a hole somewhere, wherever, and then realized it's not easy to dig a 6-foot hole, especially in the desert. But then thought maybe if he put her in smaller pieces, it would be easier he wouldn't have to dig it as deep, And then there's also that last possibility of, he wasn't thinking at all. He's not a kid. He's, over 18 years old, but he's a dumb kid. Like, who orders the chainsaw with Postmates? Like, get your lazy butt up and go to Home Depot and get, I wasn't sure which item it was, but come on, have you never turned on TV and at least seen Dateline or SVU or something that says that, they're going to track your phone? Get your lazy butt up off the couch, put your phone down, and go buy your own dang chainsaw. What is wrong with you?
Don't buy your chainsaw. I'm just thinking about, like, no. First of all, we've seen too many true crime stories where,
don't do that stuff, but
don't do that. But we have to
don't
make
have
true crime stories out there. They don't have it delivered. They go at the Home Depot and you see their fat face up there with their credit card buying the chainsaw and
at least they put the effort in.
Just like, no.
Not to make light of the situation, but the police had to go find that video footage and whatnot. No, this lazy piece of crap sat at home, got on an app, and had someone deliver the murder weapon, or the dismemberment weapon to him. Come on now, like, this has got to be the silliest crap I've ever heard. Not silly, but stupid silly.
Well, I mean, murder is silly. Let's be very, like, this is ridiculous, right? It's a horrible crime in general. But I'm wondering too. I'm thinking, right, that he knew that this was a problem for him. He saw this. Welcome everybody from BJ. Shout out to BJ. That's Price Witness, guys. Thank you. Shout out to the primos, the cousins. Shout out to y'all. I'm thinking that it's sad to me to think that the only way he thought there would be an end to this was to end her, if this is how it happened. And the issue is that I feel like it just doesn't sit well. What did they say? The DNA for 4 individuals, with him included, 3 other individuals to think about. What does that mean? Now, does that mean that they all passed around the same garbage bag and they all touched it? Maybe it was one of those rolling bags, or, somehow it involved one or the other. The security guy has maintained a really, really low profile, which has been very interesting, I think, because we've been able to find everything else but the security guy. And he
Heck,
has
he
been.
put
He's been
himself
very
in
loose.
witness protection. I'm sure he's like,
I'm sure he did.
maybe
I'm sure
he's
he's like,
with
I'm
David's
changing my
parents
name.
and hiding out. Like, I mean, goodness gracious, if I were him, I wouldn't be coming out either.
Yeah, you're right. Tracy, what do you think about that though? Like the individuals with the DNA. I mean, what do you make of that? Oh, Tracy, I don't know if she can.
This is why I think that he did not act alone. And I want to know if Neo is going to testify. I wonder if his DNA is on, because if I'm going by your original logic, which is, everything else has been pretty spot on, before all of this happened, everything else is kind of, we've been able to follow it and all that stuff thing. If we think back to in the beginning, kind of where we were thinking, the things we were looking at, the things that were going on, everyone was like, well, Neo's on this, Neo's in that. He was in these pictures. He was right around this time. He was in here. He was there. He was this, he was that. And I was like, we just stopped talking about him and being an active participant during this time all completely. And I'm like, why did we stop talking about him? Like, where did that go? Because remember in the beginning, we were kind of tracking like, okay, well, during this time, who was with David, who was around, who was there, what was happening, what were their social medias like? If everything else on Discord and Reddit has been coming to light, then shouldn't we go back to our initial thoughts of, wow, Neo was right there, like for all of this. Maybe he was a part of it, or maybe he was a part of the aftermath and included in there. So do I think I think it's David on the bag. I think it's Neo on the bag. I think it might be the security guard on the bag. And
Yeah,
I don't know about the other person. Like,
what did Neo testify to? That's the question.
yeah. Like, but that's the thing. Remember her, was it on your live yesterday or before that? You were like, oh, well, let's go back to the beginning and go back over what we were thinking when this first came out and when all of this started happening. And the thoughts back then was, oh my gosh, all of this. And then there was like, you could see Neo in like the same days, the same times, and all of these pictures and all of these things. And it's like, we just stopped even questioning where his role in this is now. But back then, everyone was like, well, we can see him, on the same days, in the videos, in the posts, in the everything else. So it's like, why did we stop? So maybe his DNA is a part of this.
Yeah.
I'm going to be honest with you. When this first happened, and this is going to sound so bad, but it is.
No,
to me, in the beginning, I was like, oh, Neo helped him because Neo loves him. That's what I thought. And that's honestly what I thought. I was like,
okay, let me say something here. Okay. And I know if this sounds totally off, but I'm going to take a risk because I love my chat. And I know y'all, if y'all gonna correct me in the chat if I'm off for saying this, but I thought that there might have been a relationship between Neo and David. I'm gonna be honest with you guys because of a level of, closeness, but maybe it's just a bromance type of thing, because just because somebody's a guy and a guy are close doesn't necessarily mean that they are together or that one is bisexual or something like that. But I did feel like it gave that to me. I know I'm not the only creator who thought that. Y'all thought that too. Okay, good. I don't feel bad for saying that. All right. Because I'm not here to question. Y'all choose whatever you want in your life. I love y'all, but at the same time, I did wonder, well, what if that was that situation where maybe one of them got jealous over the closeness to Celeste, but I'm not hearing that this is a group chat with Celeste and David and Neo or anybody in between. This is literally a chat between David and Celeste, right? And Neo is nowhere mentioned in these messages. I mean, is it just, unless y'all heard Neo in these messages, I haven't heard. Okay. So yeah, I thought he was, I don't think, I wouldn't say he was gay. I thought he was bisexual. To me, I thought David was, and he could be, I don't know. I don't know, but that's what it gives to me.
I don't know. I'm just going back to what I was initially thinking when this all the information started rolling out originally, where my mind was, what I was thinking, what was going on. Because when you said it, you was like, oh, well, let's go back because all the rest of this stuff has been like pretty spot on. So I'm like, well, if I go back there, then what my thought was this. And it would also include why none of it makes sense outside of that. And I'm like, well, if I add that thought process back into it, well, that would kind of make more sense. And if you can't figure out what you want to do, and you two are kind of throwing things up against the wall to see what you can kind of figure out, but David didn't want to, lose her. And I just don't know. It's like, okay, well, maybe. But then I'm also wondering who got the immunity? Because wasn't there talk of someone getting immunity?
Yeah. And I think
did Neo get immunity? And I'm like, well, if David actually did it, but Neo just helped after the fact, would that be enough to give Neo immunity? And I was like, and would that also include he watched her bleed out? So then it's like, okay, well, he was there and he watched, and I'll say, well, I seen him, like, this what happened, and I just watched. And he was like, if you really love me, you would help me. And Neo was like, okay, let me help. I don't know, but I'm like, there's immunity. So I'm like, if someone got immunity, to me, that means that you were in some way, shape, form
involved or know something.
Like, not just like, because technically, if Rabbit, if you told me like, oh, I hit someone with my car, like technically I don't have to go to the police and say, oh, I know Rabbit hit the person with the car. Like, that's not a crime. I don't have to do that. But if I watch you hit someone with the car, then that's different, right? It's like,
right.
I was there, I watched it. So I'm like, Nia, that's just what I'm thinking. And I'm like, if I add him back to the puzzle pieces, it gets a lot less murky for me if I add someone else in to the actual equation. To the equation of when it actually happened. Like, I do think David might have done the punctures, because they couldn't call it, they didn't call it, they called it punctures. I think David might have did that, but I think someone else was right there with him after.
Yes.
And that's why everything seems so disjointed. And it's like, we go to Santa Barbara, and then it seems like maybe someone tried to bury, and then it's like, okay, well, why not put her in one bag? Why put her in two? Okay, well, if it's two people, then that makes sense. You're taking a bag, I'm taking a bag. So I'm like, I don't know, but maybe that's just me.
No, I get it. And by the way, Sister Wendy, this is a great point. Are we sure that all messages were read? No. And I'm pretty sure there's probably a lot of messages that have not been read, or just the ones that implicate David. Very likely that not everything was read. I was laughing at this Abram comment who said, for the records, the gay ain't claiming that. I don't know why that made me laugh.
Listen, the straights don't want him either, but
the straights don't want him either. What
the straights don't want him either.
We ain't claiming none of that. No, but I mean, I go back to there's a couple things, and I keep circling back. I have to find that video with the teacher too, because I feel like I could see multiple scenarios that have played out here. Number one, that David did this all on his own. And then at the same time, I'm like, well, if he was going to dump her passport, why dismember? I didn't understand the dismemberment of the body. Now, I know that there's like some psychosocial analytical stuff behind that based on the anime and the stuff like that that he's into. But in my like that brain that doesn't want to go there, I think for me, it's like, well, then you would leave the body just somewhere, right? You leave it in California or or where the passport was at or whatever, or you drive the car off somewhere. You detach yourself from that. But it was almost like, and I can't say that this is a, because he's not a serial killer, guys. We know he's only committed one crime. So we can't give him a label of that, where it's like he's got a trophy or this or that. I do believe that there was a level of attachment that he felt. But he was almost like he was trying to erase her, like she did not exist. And doing that by just basically getting rid of everything and everything about her. Everything, the tattoo, erasing it, everything. I don't know. What do you guys think?
I think that, if Neo had any, like, if he brought him in on any of it, David, or allegedly David, got his dismemberment weapons again through Postmates and Amazon. Yeah, but we haven't seen, not that there's not any, but we have not seen any digital footprints in terms of him discussing it with Neo. Why would that change if his behavior is very much to do everything online? Like he essentially just wrote didn't realize he was writing a manifesto for his step-by-steps of how he did this, just about. But what if it were like they were in person and, they both enjoyed whatever that anime that they, interest. And it was one of those like, bro, if you were to like, take someone out, whatever, like, what would you do with the body afterwards? And then Neo's like, allegedly, by the way, this is just hypothetical, my storytelling. And then it's like, Neo's like, bro, I would like, take a limb from, but what would you use? Like, would you use a saw? Not a hand, and they kind of brainstormed. And that's maybe why there's so many different, like, why did he start with this? And then days later, he started chopping up and who, because a lot of these things and I watch a lot of true crime, like all of us or most of us here on the chat, right? And I would have never thought to get a pool like that I mean, bathtub, which is usually why they swab the drains, but that kind of thing. So wonder if there's like a intentional on David's side, but maybe Neo didn't know he was involved in the, brainstorm. Oh, that's awful to say, but of how to, because I don't believe he planned this when she got there. That, unless there's some hardcore proof of that, I can't believe. I think it was very impulsive. Look how mouthy she was with her neighbors, right?
Yeah.
She got there. I mean, let's not even play, like head swinging, going, look here, blah, 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 telling him how the cow ate the cabbage situation. There was no calming her down. And, and so I don't believe that he made whatever he does in his own time kind of thing, but I don't believe that he called her there to do that. I believe it happened. And then now, the oopsie, I have to get rid of this human being kind of thing. So maybe it's all over the place because he's watching the anime, which was, whatever, getting ideas there, maybe brainstorming, because there's no digital footprint, like I said, that we know of. But Neo did say he has receipts, so maybe I'm wrong on that. But anyway, that's kind of my thought there.
No, and I will say, I don't know what his grand jury testimony looked like, but close. I have someone close said to me that that he legitimately that these people, that Neo was taken by surprise by a lot of this as well. That's what I was told. But I'll allow people to make the determination there. Neo's not here to speak for himself, but I did hear this, that he had no idea, and that whatever he testified to was towards whatever it was that might have implicated him in one way or another. Essentially just saying like what he saw, but he had no idea that he had done this to Celeste. I don't even know if he knew whether she was or wasn't a man. I just don't know how close they were. I don't know too much about that. What I do know is that the person that I talked to vehemently denied that he had any involvement with this. So I'm like, well, what did he testify to? That's my question. I don't know. And I'm not here to defend him because I don't know him.
He is walking around, and if he was a danger to society in a sense of like his involvement, I would think that they would hold him on something, even if they couldn't, but, to think, and it's not that it couldn't happen, so who am I to say, but to think that the LAPD or the prosecutor's office is letting not just a co-conspirator, but another possible murder, walk around the streets of LA or Montana or wherever the heck he's at, being a danger to society is kind of scary if we want to look at it like that. Like, if he did it once, they say like sharks get a taste of blood situation kind of thing. They're like, what if he were to, enjoyed it and now anybody could be a victim? That would be kind of crazy. I'm not saying it can't happen, but it'd be crazy to think he's roaming around if he had some major involvement in the dismemberment or even like there when it happened.
Yeah. And I'm more inclined to believe Neo over Asia. Believe it or not, guys. I know that sounds, I don't know why. I personally feel like there's more, even though there is a level of like arrogance. I get it. The guy smiled at the mugshot. I wasn't a fan of it. Please note that. But I'm more inclined to believe him over her. Just because I don't think he knew that. I don't even think he even asked if she was a minor. Let's be very real. Like, I don't think he was sent anything from anybody. I could be wrong, but correct me in the chat. Let me know, guys. If you think back of all the videos, we've done 90 plus videos on this. Not any on other creators. I've never seen a receipt that shows that Neo was told that Celeste was a minor or that Celeste was missing.
So, okay, I have a question. Was Neo ever with Celeste? Like, confirmed in the same room at the same events around each other?
I've never seen a picture with them together. Could anybody in the chat answer? Kadisha, have you seen anything out there? Because I know she's done a lot of content on this.
The reason that I ask is because if I look at her and I see a minor, then I don't see how anyone else in that same room can't look at her and see a minor. Like, and I'm not saying like, okay, at best you maybe would have thought she was 15, like at best, like, so I'm like, I don't know how much, if the thought process is to say that David's parents who lived in a different state and maybe seen her at a show or two should have known that she was a minor, then if you're hanging out with her in a house in LA with everyone else, why would they not have the same thoughts and feelings, right? Because my thing is, if I look at her and I see a minor, I'm like, why would they not have that same responsibility to look at? Because if you look at her, she don't look super old. So I'm like, I don't know. Something about this just says I put them all on the same level, right? If I say his parents should have been able to look at her and see, the brothers and sisters should have been able to look at her and see, then Neo and everyone else should have been able to look at her and see, right? Like,
the thing is, though, Tracy, okay, let me ask you a question. I'll be honest with you. I look at David and I don't even think he looks 21. Does that make sense? Like, I'm looking at David. I just, and I know we said, well, I'm not trying to make an excuse or anything like that. David does not look like he's 21 to me. When I first heard this story, I was like, oh, he's 17 or something like that, 16. So this, like, I really thought he was a minor. And then it doesn't help that the man wears Hello Kitty too, so he kind of like infantilizes himself as well. And then he goes to these high schools and he promotes his music to minors. Yeah, and he acts like a child too. Let's be very, very strange like behavior, right? But to me, it's he doesn't give me 21. So that's why I'm like, I have a hard time, because it's like, well, not only are you not looking 21, but you're also not, interested in women your age. And also the people that you're hanging around with, they're also very childlike. There's something very childlike about that. And that could very well be the case, because Kadisha's like, well, he does it on purpose. Very well. Could very well be the case.
But could it also be because his frame, his body type also doesn't look very old? Because if I looked at him, I was like, oh, he's what, like 5'6"? I was like, he got to be like 120, 130. Like, he didn't look like
4'11", I heard.
Yeah, like he didn't look like a fully developed, like he didn't look like, you know what I mean? So I'm like, could that also be why he plays into the I look, younger thing? But even him, if I looked at him, I was like, oh, he's like 17. He's like 16, 17, right? 17, 18. Like, I'm looking at him and I'm not thinking 21, but I'm not thinking 12 either. You see what I mean? I don't
Yes,
look
I'm
at
not
him and
thinking 12.
I don't see 12. I look at him and I'm like, oh, he's 16, maybe 17. And I was like, and then like my son has facial hair, but if he shaves it off, and he's in college, he's 22. If he shaved off his facial hair, he looks 16. So I'm like, I can understand that. But there is not one picture that I've seen of Celeste that I looked at her and was like, oh, she has a driver's license.
Oh yeah, that wouldn't have
You know
given
what I mean?
me.
I'm like,
Yeah, no. Her
there's not
voice
one
though.
picture that I look at her and be like, oh, she looks like she has a driver's license.
Her voice, yeah, I got you. Her voice is very she dresses very young, I would agree. And then like even when she's walking behind stage I was looking to see like her shoes, it's a very young, she kind of gives me middle school vibes. But
Mhm.
When she's crying in these messages, and then when she dyes her hair a little red, she does look a little bit older. It does make her features pop out a little bit more. I also think that, when you go through medical procedures, like, and then you've been pregnant, hormones, your body changes, right?
Mhm.
So there's going to be more development. Your hips are going to be a little bit more rounder. There's going to be different parts of you that'll make you look a little bit older. But ultimately, she wasn't. And the environment that she was in, for me, it's like she was expected to grow up quicker.
Yeah.
Unfortunately,
Yeah.
that's just how it's set up. Like, when you have a girl that's running her mouth to neighbors like that, I mean, she's expected to grow up. She's expected to get it together and defend herself and have her own back type of situation. So yeah,
And you know
I
what?
don't know.
And when I now that I'm thinking about it out loud, I'm like, you know what? It makes sense to me because I'm 38. So I'm like, I can see someone and look at them and be like, oh, they look, like 12, 13, 15, 16, 18, 20. That makes sense to me. But you know what? If I ask my son who's younger, or if I ask anyone else, they probably wouldn't be able to pinpoint someone age in that same manner. Maybe. So I'm like, maybe it's also that I'm looking at it with my fully developed grown eyes, and I'm looking at a situation, that I can see it and look at someone and be like, oh, well, they look really young.
Yeah.
But either way it goes.
Yeah.
If she couldn't drive a car, why are y'all even? Because to me, I kind of look at things like, like, can you drive? Can you drink? Like, and then try and like go by someone's age, kind of by the things that you can legally do, not necessarily how you look, right? Because it's like if I'm 17, 18, I know for me, I got my permit on my 16th birthday. They was like, oh, what do you want for your birthday? I want a permit. Like, I don't need like, yeah, let me go to school late so I can drive. Like, that was my thing. So I immediately wanted to get one. So I'm like, maybe I look at it and be like, I don't know anybody who's, that age who isn't like, oh, let me go get my permit. Let me get my thing. And it's like, but then again, I don't look at children. So, I mean, I guess it wouldn't bother me. I guess I wouldn't think to look at it like that. But for me, I 100% in this whole hearing, he did disgusting, horrible things to a child, and he deserves to be in jail. Period. Hard stop. Like, we don't need to go no further.
Yeah, and let me say this for the record too, Tracy. Hold up. I'm kind of curious to know your thoughts about this. Isn't it a red flag that adults are using things that children are into to attract children, such as music, such as Hello Kitty, such as little things like that? That's one thing that was prevalent to me, that it's like, oh man, and I know, like, I'm 40 and I like Hello Kitty too. Sure, why not? But it is not my like entire attire. It's like, well, I might wear Hello Kitty at home because I'm not going to like an important meeting or meeting somebody, right?
Yeah.
But I do feel like there's a lot of material that's being used that's meant for kids, that's being used that adults are using. But yes. We also have up here Jess. Hi, Jess. Oh, Jess, is your mic working? There you go.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes. What do you have to say about the topic?
Oh, yes, I really feel like this is very, at the same time, very overwhelming. and with this case, to tell you the truth. And I'm very surprised that all this came out, like the messages and the text message between David and Celeste, and it's truly just very saddening. Can you guys hear me? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yes, I can hear you. You guys hear Jess?
Yes.
Yeah.
You
All
know,
the
I-
messages.
Oh, sorry. I was just going to say, I was thinking, you know, what we seen just in those messages, and we know that there's 40 terabytes of additional stuff out there. Can you imagine the things that we don't like are not in writing?
Exactly.
I think that's probably actually kind of scarier because, you know, there were in-person conversations, obviously, that weren't. I mean, but if this is what we see, yeah, by text or by video, you know, whatever, like that's documented, can you imagine what happened? Like not to be a fly on the wall, that's kind of creepy. But anyway, you get what I'm saying. Like, just, I can't even, I don't know, it's hard to even think of what more could have been done or said behind closed doors.
Right. We only know of one
Right.
iCloud account. We're assuming they're communicating. There probably was communication through other formats that we don't even know, guys. What about this Discord? Like, and that was the part that if you go back and yeah, we could review this Discord because I'm still in there. I mean, I'm sure the people don't want me in there. But if you go back to this Discord, you're literally seeing play this video when you get a chance. Oh, okay, hold up 1 minute. Give me 1 second. What is this? I'm a little worried about playing this, Flojo, because of the music. But let me see. D4vd reveals his most used emoji. What's on his FYP, his famous contacts? Hold up 1 minute. Let's see what this is. Somebody sent me this, or Flojo sent it to me.
This is the anti-theft lock screen. Yeah, I
Anti-theft watch.
checked my location on my other phone this morning. It's in China right now, getting dismembered. So tragic.
Whoa! What? What? Hold up. It's in China right now, getting dismembered. What's in China?
Lock screen. Yeah, I checked my location on my other phone this morning. It's in China right now, getting dismembered. So tragic.
Not
year ago.
dismantled, dismembered.
Yeah, not dismantled,
Not
dismembered.
destroyed. Yeah.
There you go.
Not, you know, recycled.
Yeah, not put. Yeah.
I'm
literally.
David. This is what's in my phone with Complex. The crying emoji. That's what I use for laughing. I use that to literally cry. I use that for literally any scenario. David's Secret Ninjas.
Well, and what happened to that group chat? Is that also part of anything? Did anything get leaked there? That is interesting.
Did
I
he?
remember that video. That was way back.
What was that?
I remember
saw this video.
Oh, go ahead.
Yes, I remember this video. It was like way back. It was like I think it was trying to remember when did it came out, but yeah, he was talking about his phone, and he's talking about dismemberment. It was just, I just remember that one. It's just so creepy.
It's quite the word to use.
Is this the phone that they can't find?
It's in China being dismembered.
Oh, is this the phone they can't find? I've never heard of a phone being dismembered. I had not seen this video. Who says that their electronic is being dismembered? Lord have mercy. Let me keep playing.
Maybe he
y'all.
had a personal attachment to it and he felt like it was a human. Like him and Siri were really close. And so
Lord have mercy.
he got that confused.
This was June 26, 2025, guys.
Yeah, I remember that
Oh,
one.
no.
Way back.
That's after she was dismembered
Yes.
or was being dismembered. Oh, that's creepy.
All right, let me.
Group chat. Last text I sent was to Andrew Luce, my GOAT, one of my producers. And I was like, yes, hit, y'all snapped. WTF? Crying emoji. See? Crying emoji. Again, you see it live and direct. Emoji.
Oh my gosh.
Use app. Let me check my screen time. Probably TikTok, man. I gotta stay up to date. I'm an internet kid at heart. So let's see what we got. Justin Bieber.
Yeah, don't we know? Because everything's on the internet.
And Benny Blanco, some models, or that's makeup tutorials, I guess. Some dance videos. Hey, Uzi and Mark Jacobs. Shout out Uzi. City.
I mean, thoughts? You said cringe. I'm having to stop it She mentioned this. I'd never seen this before. Oh my gosh. He was trying to say it without really saying it. How has Robbie not seen this before? Because I haven't seen it before, love. I mean, he's an internet kid. There's a lot out in the internet. His last trip to Santa Barbara was May 31st. Where did you find this out? Today, right now? Did we find out some news? Yes, we will be, guys. We'll be getting the documentation. Make sure you guys are hitting the like button of this live, guys, and supporting and everything. We are going to be ordering everything in bulk. And we will be reviewing it for the rest of the week. Actually, that will be the goal. Whether I'm up here reading it myself or I got some other readers to help me out. And, we are going to make sure everybody, gets to hear everything that happened, as well as transformatively. And I use that in a very legal sense. Transformatively, we're able to pull apart and process what these documentation from the court, the transcripts say. Let me hit play.
Winnie, Drake. I'm gonna take y'all down the line real quick. Woody, classic man. This one I use on daily when I'm disgusted or like confused by something or somebody talking crazy. This is what they get hit with. And I got Mario flipping you off. I use this one on the daily too. Last song I listened to, probably something like Cardi album. Not gonna lie, I've been blasting.
So this is all his music. Hold up, let me see. I'm over this.
Most famous contact, probably Billie Eilish, SZA.
So I wonder what Billie Eilish has to say about all this too. No comment?
Average 10 hours a day. Is that good? Is that average? I'm gonna try to get it to like at least 24 by this month.
Anyways, so thank you, Flojo, for sharing that. He said when you get a chance, make sure you play this, and that's what I did. I want us to go to the Discord real quick. I mean, and I think it's important to kind of show you guys, because I wonder about the adults in this Discord, honestly. But you guys,
quick
let me
question
know.
for you, Robert.
Go
because
for
you
it.
were
Ask
really
me.
into the Diddy charges with the RICO and things like that, right?
Yes.
Okay, so the Discord knows this much. There's a lot of people in there. Then we've got the management team. Anyway, a whole bunch of people. Could they hit him with RICO? Like, I mean, because isn't RICO an enterprise? Like, I'm just kind of being like, hypothetically, I mean, they put it on Diddy because he was running an enterprise. David's got people in the Discord deleting things for. I mean, they're all kind of moving to support him. The driver, Anyway, I wouldn't be surprised if that's going to come next.
They'd have to show. I think that with RICO, and I'm going to pull. I mean, this has been the question. They would have to show. Hold up 1 minute. We have. I don't think he's going to be charged with the RICO. I don't think.
Like, yeah, it's kind of a far-fetched idea.
No, but I mean, if you think about, right, so what's the it's a racketeering, there's an enterprise, right? So a prosecutor would have to prove elements that go beyond just the one single act, right? So right now we only know of Celeste. Of course, it's been alleged that there might be other minor victims, okay? That's been the thing. And then there also has to be the pattern, right? So at least, I think my understanding is that there has to be at least 2 predicated crimes, like rug trafficking, maybe extortion, bribery, systemic fraud, something to that effect. And it all has to be linked to the enterprise. So it all have to be linked back to David. So if it's David LLC, D4vd LLC, or say even Vision Mogul, to me, it's like, I wonder about the Vision Mogul part or the Interscope part, because it's like, well, you guys have this artist, right? And I think Vision Mogul, I don't think it was the first artist, but at the very least, it seemed like they knew. And there was a muscle, which was a security guard. Now, was there more than one minor? That's the question. If there was, it's got to be at least more elements to that to have been something like a RICO,
2
right?
crimes be the minor in state and taking the minor over? I mean, like I said, it's a reach, but I was just thinking because, everyone's like, the people in the Discord need to be charged about, just essentially. And there's so many people. I'm like, at this point, they could have a whole web of like, the head of the snake being David at some point, and then all these people below him. But he took her over state lines, he took her out of the country,
Yes.
and somebody had to help facilitate that. If he did this all by himself, when was he writing music? Because I mean, all these things, little tasks. I mean, being a mom trying to multitask, I couldn't do all this in a day, like in my days without sleeping. Like you would essentially not sleep or play Fortnite or whatever. And I have a kid that plays Fortnite, and that's not a let me get on here for 30 minutes kind of task.
Yeah. So what you're asking when he would have time to do the music?
When he would have time to do anything if he were single-handedly booking the tickets, you know, talking with her, dismembering a body.
That where I would like to ask, like, he has to have help. He can't do all this.
Right. Which is kind of what I was thinking, like if they were to start building out who helps support him, even if it's in the most minute thing in terms of delete that video, that was a supporting of this crime. And then, you know, so-and-so. Anyway, but like I said, that's a fit thing and a far-fetched idea. I was just saying, like, when you start thinking about all the people involved, Discord and blah, 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 goodness gracious.
But it's a lot, though. If you think, I mean, when I saw this Discord, well, how many members did he have? This was a while ago. He had a lot of members in here. And the problem is that this Discord is like men, women, minors, and adults were all here. I mean, when you look at this, and these are just people posting pictures. I'm not saying that these are all D4vd fans, right? You see pictures like this. This is from D4vd's thing. Like, look at D4vd Snoopy, feel it. Like, this is all May. Okay. And all these people that are fans, some of them have left. They literally have deleted their username. Some of them are still around. You can still see it there. But it's like, we do realize, like, this is all in May. These people, I don't know if they realize that Celeste was in the trunk of that car in Tesla while this man was being, they're anticipating this album, and these fans are just sharing different things and whatnot. Like, I'm just like, Lord have mercy. But it's astounding because you don't know who you follow. You don't know who you follow and what the person's into. And this Discord is interesting. I will say, I mean, you have all kinds of, you got fans that are international. There were people all over the place. All over.
Discord had so many people in there, including like you said, like men, women, adults, in there, and they do have people like chat like every day in there. But the one thing is that nobody could just stop and say, "Hey, this is a weird chat. Let me call the authorities or let me call the cops." And she was in there and they were chatting all the way and nobody said anything. They just kept going and going and going with it.
Yeah. There was no safeguard or anything like that, I think. And I hear what you're saying. It would be it's a hard thing to police. I will say that, right? Because it's like, well, if this is all international and kids are joining, and like Kadisha, when we were talking about this yesterday, I said, how did they determine? Because some of these messages, you see adults saying, well, that's a minor. Like, you see it here, but then how do they stay away from each other? For me, it's like, it's a weird little blend, but how much can you actually police? And if you go back to the article, some of these moderators did an interview, and they said that for the first time, some of them felt like they were part of something, right? So these moderators, well, like, they were professionals. One of them, I think, was like a dental assistant. The other one was like in law school. Like, you had these professionals in here moderating, and then all this news hits, and then they had to disappear because they were like, we out of here, because people were trying to find out who they were and they were attacking them and whatnot. So this was impactful to a lot of people in here, but you still have a lot of people in here. There's people in here that have stayed. So I don't know, man. I think it's a great question.
Right. Yeah. And I think it's hard because when you think about it, like, even you have mods on your chat. Not every mod is going to be in everything or see everything or be a part of it, because the people that have like lives too, right? So it's like, just because it's going on, you could, like, I have literally group chats where it'll go and I'm like, there's no way possible for me to get back into this to see what's going on. Like, just give me the recap. What's going on? Because I work a full-time job. I got stuff. I'm like, yeah, I'm here doing this, but there's no way for you to keep up with some of these things if you have like a life outside of it and you're not just sitting there modding for it, reading it, doing it every day. But So some of it is that thought process of saying, like, there's no way possible for you to catch everything. And because his thing was so unique from the thing where he had people, it wasn't just people who liked his music. It was people from Fortnite. It was people from Discord. It was people from all over, kind of just lumped into a giant group, right? So it's like, if I like your music, but I don't play Fortnite, some of the things would go over my head because they're just all kind of together. And because he was like that internet kid where he started on the internet and had all these things, and Discord literally just became a place for everyone to kind of
commingled
collide.
group. Yeah, of like essentially adults that listened to his music had no idea about Fortnite, but you got these kids that met him on Fortnite, and rather than two separate Discords, you got one massive Discord.
Yeah, it's just one massive Discord. And I mean, yeah, you could have like sub channels and sub things in there, but it's just one massive thing. So that part will be a little harder to moderate and kind of go through unless you like were just made that your full-time job.
Also, the idea of building a new community around music and whatever, it's not even a time thing. The fear of like losing those followers, because when you see a group of 100,000, 200,000 million people, and then you break those down into smaller groups, it may not be as enticing to people going, dang, look at him, whatever.
Yeah.
The other thing is, I think the music paid, but I think his real passion was Fortnite. So, people that were in there for the music, if they were for the music in the Fortnite, then those were really his people. But if you were just for the music, I think his real passion was always like gaming.
But this is marketing genius, guys. I realize that, like, this is marketing genius. If you guys remember, I mean, I'm a millennial, right? So on the Columbine, I'm thinking about like when there would be scares in society, like the Columbine shooting happened, right? Don't listen to this kind of music. I think the person that was mostly targeted was Marilyn Manson. Don't listen to Marilyn Manson. Don't listen to Black Sabbath. Don't listen to these people because this is, it's going to do X, Y, and Z, right? However you feel about that, I don't know. Or, there was always like this campaign of don't X, Y, and Z. But now here it's like with the internet, now being an adult millennial, I feel like we have it a little bit weirder because it's like, whoa. So I remember that the internet was in its infancy back in the day. Now, it's not in its infancy. It's like you're expected that your child's going to be out there and they're going to be encountering these kinds of adults and stuff like that might introduce your child into some other things that you don't want them to be introduced to quite yet, right? Whether it's music or whatever it may be. But every generation goes through it.
Yeah,
so
it
I
used
wonder
to be
if
like
you look at
the AOL chat room,
right?
Yes.
Like,
Yeah,
and it used to
AOL.
be, like when we were younger, it was one of those like type of kid that knew too much. Their parents
Yes.
let them watch things you didn't, whatever, and like your parents could kind of like, school that a little better or keep an eye on it better. But now you've got an entire world of like, by the time you realize Roblox is over here allowing pedophiles in or whatever. Sorry, I shouldn't have said that. Sorry. But either way, your child's so deep into it, for you to get caught up is overwhelming and time consuming and scary.
Yeah, for sure. And shout out to my baby boomers, by the way. Shout out to everybody and my zillennials. I consider myself a zillennial. But like, look at this picture, guys. So this was posted. I don't know who this person is, and maybe Kadisha, if you're in the chat, you can probably tell me. April 27th, 2025. This is April 27th, 2025. Okay. This was before. No, Celeste had already allegedly have been gone, right? She was already murdered by this time. This is April 27, 2025. And it's David's mom, dad's sister. Okay. And I don't know who the other individual is there, but they were posting photos of his family up here around that time frame, right? So this is all from the Discord. There's David right there. Jimmy Fallon. Yeah. I mean, he was just signing autographs and stuff like that. And did you guys ever watch the teacher video? You guys saw that video, right? Where the teacher went viral and he was being filmed. That was I mean, to me, I think about that video and the things that he said that really stood out to me, especially on the blackmail part. Because to me, it's like, well, maybe not that Celeste was blackmailing, but other individuals were probably trying to get money from him or extort him because they knew this, situation that was happening with Celeste.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
When the police went to his house the first time to say, like, hey, do you know this girl? We see you've been talking, this, that, and the third. Someone gave them his information, and I think they said the brother or something. Well, they got his information. I was like, and then she made it back home, and the parents took her phone. Do you think at that time, if the parents would have turned her phone over to the police, he could have been stopped? Or do you think that because she wasn't a runaway anymore, the police wouldn't have cared?
I personally don't, because in order to extract the phone, you have to do celebrate, things like that, whatever. And I think that I don't think they would have invested the time. We hear that law enforcement and things are, because they didn't really take the runaway part serious or the missing person part very serious. I don't know that they would have invested the time unless the parents would have been calling like every single day, all day. Like, I'm sure you guys have seen that documentary, Scamanda or whatever it is on Hulu. And it took, like, they kept kind of overlooking it or whatever reports that were coming in. But there was this one detective, and he said that they had merged two departments together or something. But essentially, it wasn't until he decided to personally take an interest and dig into like the records and things like that they were really able to uncover it. But prior to that, it was overlooked and things like that. So I personally don't know. They may have taken the phone, may have been like, I'll get to it. But unless the parents were like on them, like Nancy Grace was on Casey Anthony's situation, I don't know if it would have been caught or as quickly as we would like to think.
Okay. So you think that because it's not so much I keep going back to what they were there for, right? And that how the detective answered that question. And I have to go back to day one transcripts on that. What they were there for. And I think they explicitly said that they were only there for this, which is, to me, it's a cop-out, honestly, because it's like, wait a minute, this is a minor. You know what I mean? Why wouldn't you take devices? But, sometimes it's my experience, too, with some of these police officers. You really have to get on them. Like, they won't always take a report, even though it may seem as the most obvious thing to do, to take a report and whatnot. I just don't know if they would have what they would have done with that information anyways to do what, an arrest. And although I agree it would make sense because you're talking about a minor, this could have been prevented. This didn't have to go this. He should have been, held accountable back then. If they had enough.
Thing would be if they did go down that route, if you got, if the parents would have turned the phone in and they would have looked into it, they would have needed a complaining victim. And at that time, could you have gotten Celeste to really be like, yes, this is happening to me? Because one, she may not have seen herself as a victim because she felt like a willing participant and things like that or whatever. So could that, also have stalled had they done that until she was ready to come forward and say, you know what, these are the things we were doing, blah, blah, blah. Like, unless they allow the parents to be the complaining witness or, complaining victim.
Well, you don't always need a victim to cooperate in order for you to proceed with a criminal complaint or a charge, right? I mean, the state can pursue the charges. And for me, it's like, thank you so much for reminding me to stay hydrated. For me, I got to shout out some people in a little bit. For me, I feel like they didn't need Celeste to cooperate. She was a minor. She can't consent. Therefore, even if the parents were like, no, we don't want to proceed. Like there should be a non-negotiable when it comes to that. But this is the part where I feel like we're not we're not doing a good job in protecting our kids overall. And this is the biggest, I think, red flag for a lot of us, is that if you have individuals, whether it's the Discord or gaming or whatever, that they are, for example, David growing a social media following the way that he did through Fortnite, regardless of what age you are, right? That, they get into this kind of stuff. They get into the Hello Kitty. You're thinking Hello Kitty is for kids. Well, no, not really. I mean, I've seen a lot of adults in it or others. So we have to be very mindful that what you think is for a child isn't always being marketed by the person who's a child or for children, if that makes sense. So yeah, I think that there should have been something could have been prevented earlier on. That's just my opinion though, but I don't know what you guys think.
I think that it is always best to monitor your kids, what they're doing online. Because being online, you could go anywhere, and there's always strangers on there that will lurk and prey on little children, kids, and it's pretty sad. And I never want to have my kids go on there. And you would think like somebody said Roblox, Minecraft, PS3, 4. I don't know what's the latest one, but yeah, there are people that lurking on kids games, and sadly Celeste was on there.
Definitely. What do you think, Lacey?
Oh, did we lose someone?
Oh, yeah, we lost Tracy.
No, I think that as a mother, I like to think that I would be able to stay on top of that, but I will admit I'm lazy with it. And then by the time I'm like, see something about Roblox, things like that, then I'm like, crap, I need to check, this and that. And then it's so overwhelming at that point. So, I wish in the beginning I would have been better at it. I think that teaching myself like the apps that are using and the new things that are coming out and Snapchat and different things like that, I can see how, yes, we need to monitor our kids, and I think we all do the best we can. But I think it's really hard to stay one step ahead, I think is the best way to explain that. But I know I'm guilty of letting it, turning, going, oh, well, okay, I turn the chat off on Roblox, and I try, but yeah, and then I'll see something online and I'm like, oh crap, I should have done better at that. And, and then I kind of try to go back and fix it. But I agree. Before it was just finding notes that you passed in class, trying to keep them from your parents. Now you're looking at Telegram. Like, I remember getting in trouble because I stuck it in my top drawer and, and it had an inappropriate word in it, just things like that. Like, but your parents could just go in and clean your room and find those things because you're kids and whatever. Now it's like trying to find, all these apps. And then one of my daughters, I have a daughter that she tested every boundary known to man. And, like the cover icon would say, let's say, tic-tac-toe, right?
Yeah.
Clicking on tic-tac-toe, go to find out it's an encrypted app, like, and set up a VPN inside, it's just kind of crazy the things that can be done that you easily overlook and hard to stay one step ahead.
I would agree with that. Or you wrote on your diary. If you had a diary, I thought a diary was like, nah. I had a journal. I would journal a lot, but I would, because the journal for me, it was like you could do different things. I couldn't always verbalize what I thought or put things into writing, but I could draw things of what I thought. So a journal was huge for me.
That's what YouTuber Bruce would call self-snitching. Those diaries and journals were self-snitching on ourselves.
Right, they were. But it was like, if you couldn't really talk to anybody, that's the thing. Yeah, you're damn if you do and damn if you don't. And that's the biggest thing. Is like, we got to stay ahead, but it's so hard to stay ahead. So I don't blame people that, especially when you have parents that are working to support and sustain, because things are getting expensive out here. It's getting really hard. And that's why I'm like, we don't always know what's going on in someone's household until you're living it, till you're living that situation. And I'm a little like, I don't know what the timeline is of when they first got in contact, because we've heard 2020 and then we've heard 2022 based on iCloud. So I'm kind of curious how all of this came about. Now I have to refill my water bottle. Lacey, are you okay talking for just talking to the chat? And
Yeah.
Okay, because I could play a video while I go refill my water bottle, but let me know.
Yeah, I think Jess and I can
okay.
Do that.
Yeah, we could try.
Yeah. My chat side, the comments are kind of small. So if you want to read it out, then I'm happy to kind of give feedback on it.
So
if you see
I'm
any
not
that
gonna
catch
lie,
you.
I cannot read. I can't even expand it, so I don't know how to use this live very well.
Oh, okay. I see it right here. Okay. So did they know that it was David that she was with a grown man? I believe, as far as the grown man part, I believe they did know that he was, I guess they had to have known he was, I guess I'll say I believe they knew he was older. I don't know if they knew how much older, but I do know that they believed he was older.
I think so too. Like, well, I wouldn't. I'm not trying to be like maybe. I guess I'm old fashioned, but I wouldn't let my daughter date somebody way older than her. Like maybe she's 13, maybe 14, 15, but like, let alone like, okay, what are you doing? You're 18. What are you doing with my 13-year-old daughter? Is
Well,
that
we
kind of
never
bad to say?
heard. No, because first off, if that's old fashioned, well, then I'm going to sound really old fashioned. At 13 years old, my kids aren't dating anybody, boy or girl. So dating's not even a
Right?
thing. Like you might have a boyfriend at school, but we're not talking about going to movies. And I don't know, but that's just, I have 4 girls and a boy. So, I mean, yeah, to me, 11, 12, 13 to even be dating seems, crazy to even say out loud. But I will say, we haven't heard of her ever introducing him to her parents. He took her to Texas, but it hasn't come out anywhere yet anyway that she brought David to her house.
Yeah.
So that is a, interesting kind of thought there. And I did want to I don't want to forget this. My ADHD will kick in. So I just wanted to put it out there for a later conversation. But how things keep getting leaked, like music and his Discord stuff, little things like that. When Caleb made a statement on one of the social media platforms, and he essentially was speaking out against his brother, like he does not support people with children, whatever. I don't know exactly what he said, but essentially it sounded like he was like speaking against his brother, right? Is it possible that he's the one that's leaking some of this stuff? Allegation 100%, by the way. Speculation.
May?
Ooh, you mean like the music? Sorry, I'm back. The music, you think that he might be like the brother is the one?
Well, he was part of the team, as far
Yeah.
as I know, or because his sister was helping make shirts and things like that. So they had involvement. And so, when he came out, like I said, I don't know exactly what the wording was, but essentially, trying to separate himself from and go, I don't support this kind of
Yeah.
relationship. Is it possible that he's kind of starting to leak some behind the scenes stuff or music that he wrote that wasn't released that may start reading more into? Because Flojo on Twitter, I seen his a tweet yesterday, I believe, and if he's in the
Right.
chat, he can get me better. But essentially, like a song that came out, something like "I Did It" or something like that, and Flojo
Oh,
had said,
yes.
is he being hacked or whatever? So you don't. It's hard to hack somebody if you've got their passwords because you were helping run their social media. Anyway, pure speculation, conspiracy theory there. But anyway,
Well, here's the question that I have. So another question that came to me, and it just occurred to me. Y'all, chat. Remember when? I can't remember. Was it Trapmore who said this yesterday too? That when she went to London, was it for? She was gone for 2 weeks international, or am I making this up? I feel like that's what was
I do
said.
believe it was said a 2-week trip.
2-week trip to London, and so that means that she was not in contact with anybody in this. I mean, I'm assuming she's not calling her family. Apple said
And
it
you're
was hacked.
wondering,
Interesting.
and you're wondering the same thing I was wondering. Did anybody wonder where she was for 2 weeks
Yeah,
if she had no
2
contact?
weeks, that's a long time. If a person was gone for at least like 1 or 2 days, I'd be like, okay, you need to call me. What's going on? But 2 weeks?
2 weeks.
Right. Even if they couldn't keep her home, or whatever, and was like, okay, she's gone for a few days, I would think they'd at least text and be like, you alive? Oh gosh, that's awful to say now, but yeah, like some kind of, so 2 weeks and nobody knew she not only wasn't home, but we don't know that they didn't know or didn't know, but she was out of the country.
2 weeks out of the country. Yeah. So I didn't make this up. So we did review. This was at the hour and 10. So it's when Trapp talks about it, actually. He talks about it, and we're up on panel 4 hours and 41 minutes. Hold up. Let's go to that real quick.
Minor in London, having his way, doing whatever he wants for 2 weeks. Disgraceful that was allowed to happen. I don't know what else.
Yep. He said she was there for 2 weeks. Hold up. Let me go back a little bit.
Ed, I haven't got pregnant in a minute, and we fuck a lot. So, and then David replies, because we have sex when you're least likely to get pregnant. And she replies, oh, okay, I was scared. And so while this is all going on, David kind of just got his head down. He's writing in his notebook. I don't know if he's doodling, writing notes, just scribbling, writing songs. Who fucking knows? But on September the 22nd, 2024, she messages him again. So am I going to get pregnant? And David says, that's why we sex on days that you're not ovulating. No. So the detective points out that on September the 28th is when they fly to London. They fly out there for a period of time, 2 weeks, I believe, from September 28th into October. So he is over there with this unaccompanied minor in London, having his way, doing whatever he wants for 2 weeks.
No, okay. 2 weeks. Nobody gets a wiser. Nobody. I'm like, what's insane?
So something is off. Either she said to her friend, I'm just saying allegedly, maybe she called her friend and say, hey, can you like tell somebody so and so that I'm here and here and here, probably, or something, because 2 weeks, that's long.
How does that happen? I mean, the parents didn't know that she was in London. They're thinking that she's still a runaway. For 2 weeks, she leaves the country. I'm just like, listen, I don't know, man. I'm wondering about this too. Yeah, runaway, maybe not regular contact, right? But it's like she was able to get over. Like she flew internationally, guys. 2 weeks being missing, unaccompanied minor through Unite, that airline. 2 weeks. And it's not even just the airline and their processes, but also like you guys, anybody can, if it's one thing for a runaway to lead to a different state, it's another thing for her to go to a different country. So I have to wonder about this.
Yeah, I mean, because also he couldn't keep her like locked in a closet the whole time that nobody ever seen her. So someone had to have seen her. So, yeah, I mean, that's the part that it was kind of like he had her in plain sight, but didn't have her in plain sight in some situations. Like maybe there's no images like really of her because of the press and social media, things like that. And he knew somebody would clock it. But in terms of in real life, like interactions, he didn't hide her the way he hid her online.
I'm
but
just
also,
like,
how famous could he have been outside of how much money he made that the paparazzi didn't track him in any of these places and accidentally get a photo of her? I mean, he hadn't actually made it yet if the paparazzi weren't chasing him.
Well, and that's the thing is like, that's how I see it too. It's like, oh, they're following you everywhere and everything. Look at this, guys. So this is Trapp. He did post a decision here on whatchamacallit, on X. Absolutely appalled that YouTube's decision to take down my video reporting on the text between D4vd and Celeste, and to give me a strike for content that sexualizes minors and calling it pediatory content, when it's clear that I have attended courthouse proceedings to carry out responsible. This is what I read earlier. So content and allowed under YouTube guidelines, there was no images or descriptions. He has to say this. This is the thing, is you have to say, anybody that's a content creator, you have to, I learned this the hard way last year. You have to say that you're doing educational content for educational, documentary, scientific, and artistic content that is not meant to shock, but to educate the masses. There's no images or graphic descriptions. I see those kinds of, catch a Pedialites videos, and then she put he put this up here. Wow. And yeah, I mean, you could try to appeal it as much as you want, but you know, you're dealing with bots. You're not dealing with somebody that's really helping anything. And then here's D4vd performs this song Afterlife, All Over You in the Afterlife, live in Houston during a special appearance. He's notably emotional. Yeah, no. While a child is in the back of your Tesla or in the front of your Tesla. It's just fake. Hold up. Let me see who's up. Oh my God. Hold up, girl. Let me move some of these things. Hi, BJ.
Oh my God, I'm covered up. Hey.
How are you? Let me move you. We're like playing musical chairs here. How you doing, love?
Oh my God, I'm doing okay. I had a dental oral surgery last week.
Oh my God, I'm sorry.
So I'm recovering. Oh my God, it was so traumatic. Anyway, I don't
anything
even know
with
what
mouth
y'all have
is
going on
traumatic.
over here. I've been so out of the loop, and then I was like running around crazy this morning. I'm like, let me check in with Rabbit and see what's going on over there. And then I checked my Instagram and saw you DM'd me, and I'm like, let me just go over there.
Yeah. What do you think? Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I hear you fine. Can you hear me? I was actually just about to ask, like, I could adjust my volume. Is it like too loud or too quiet?
I think can you guys hear BJ? Everybody hear BJ? Yeah, I think everybody hears you.
Okay.
Yeah, sounds good.
Great. Fantastic.
Everything so far, everything, lady.
What's the question? Sorry.
What do you think about everything so far? Everything that we've learned. What about the number 4?
Girl, yeah, I wasn't even gonna go there yet. Yeah, the number 4 thing was crazy, right? Because I've just been seeing this like 4 or 5. I'm like, I know my subscribers are going to diagnose me with schizophrenia or something, but I like see these like visions in my mind of like certain things about this case. And one of the things that I like saw in my mind about this case was like this meat locker with pigs hanging up. Like I still like every time I think about the case, I see this like meat locker with pigs hanging up and these giant hooks, like these huge hooks, like hang pigs on. And then another one is like, I feel like either the act itself or maybe like a practice run of the act of, you know, I'm trying to be respectful of the terminology and stuff I'm using here, but like, you know, the where Celeste met her untimely end, either like maybe a practice of it or maybe this was like another like thing like that gone wrong. But in my mind, in my vision, in my mind, I see like people standing around and she's like tied up or tied down or something to like a bed or something. There's someone in the middle, but I always see like 4 people in the corners, and I'm like, I guess it could be 5 people, like one person like with Celeste and like one person in each corner. It could also be like one person is like actually a camera. Like in my mind, I see it's like video recorded. Like I have this very specific conspiracy theory. It's just based on just feelings, but that it's possible that the whole thing was filmed or streamed for someone and for some reason, and they got Celeste to participate to some degree by calling it a music video. And I know that's like a very like a very specific conspiracy theory based on no facts at all, but I do. And so when I saw there was possibly 4 DNA samples, that actually blew my mind. But I also, y'all can't diagnose me with schizophrenia yet, not so fast, because I might be onto something.
You're funny. I might be onto something. What do you think about the details so far? I mean, everything that's come out, man, it's like, I don't know I mean, everything's bad, but what do you think?
You know, I started thinking the other day, excuse me. I started thinking the other day, it kind of like pulled me all the way back to the very beginning of this case. Because a lot of us, especially people like you're covering it like wall to wall all day. It's like we get so into the details that we have a different perspective on the case than a lot of people would. So sometimes it's good just back out and go back into like what the whole case started with, a minor in the condition that, as we all know, you know, I'm not going to go into the, you know, details. I heard they're getting rid of videos off of here lately, so I'm trying to be
Did you hear about that with Trap, that he had his text message? I'm not surprised at all, because I said, guys, I wonder if this is more so media motivated, because he was able to get a lot more than your, you know, New York Times and all these other, you know, mainstream people.
I think I even commented that on your coverage of it, and I think you pinned the comment.
I did.
It's like there are people in there,
You did.
excuse me, typing and, typing up a storm, and they have their special laptop privileges. And it happens to be some of the same people who had special privileges at the Diddy trial all the way across the country in a federal court. So it's just very interesting to me that there's certain people who seem to be straddling the line of like online social media content creator and like journalist. And that's not in any way to diminish. Like, I don't call myself a journalist. I don't want to be held to a journalist standard. I am a girl on the internet. I happen to have a specific set of skills. I will love to share them with people so they don't have to pay for tuition to learn it. But that's about it. I always am giving all these disclaimers, and I kind of have all this silly stuff in the background because I don't want anybody to confuse what I'm doing with news. I'm not the news. But there are some people who seem to kind of like get these special news privileges, but then they're out here kind of acting like they're content creators. And some of those people did have laptop privileges in this David trial. And still somehow Trap Lord Ross, whose penmanship, bless his heart, looks like he could have been a doctor. You know what I mean? And girl, how is he even reading that? Bless his heart.
BJ, turn up your volume a little bit. Sorry to interrupt you because people can't hear you. They're saying you're a little low.
My thing on here is like in the yellow, so I'm kind
Oh,
of
I do
concerned.
apologize, guys. I had to
It's
for some
okay.
reason, I can't hear anybody, so I might have to come
Oh
back.
no. Okay.
It's okay.
Do apologize.
Thank you.
Okay,
Lacey,
I've
let me
turned
drop
it
you a
off.
little bit because I think it has to do with everybody up here. Give me 1 second. Okay, Lacey? I'm going to drop you
Okay.
and then I'll have you guys come back later. Here we go. Okay, I think that might fix it. Can you guys say something, BJ?
I'm in the I can't turn it up anymore. I'm gonna be in the red. It's gonna blow out my speaker.
Don't blow up. Don't blow up your speaker.
I guess I could talk louder, but it's loud in my ear. Okay, let me turn me down in my own ear. Maybe that'll
Okay.
force me to talk louder. I'm still getting used to talking with these headphones. I'd never wore headphones. I hated it. I'm far from an audio engineer. What about now?
I hear
Better?
you fine. Everybody hear
same?
BJ? You put a one in the chat if you hear BJ, please and thank you. Is their volume better? I mean, we're waiting for the chat. It's okay. You
They're
lower
saying it's
yours.
the same way on the lives. I need to start
Okay.
yelling. I don't want to. Okay, I'm gonna turn it up a little more. But
All right,
then
I
I'm
turned
like
mine
all
down.
ASMR in my own ear. It's like sounds nasty.
I don't like ASMR either.
I hate hearing my own voice, believe it or not.
I'll be like, ugh, I don't want to hear anybody smacking their lips and ASMR.
I know. It's so undignified.
Anyways, I think we're fine now. Everybody's good. So you were
Okay.
saying, I'm sorry, major media trap.
Yeah, so they got people in there that have their, they have their laptops and they're just typing up a storm. And I mean, really, anybody in our generation, especially millennials, they had us taking typing classes. Like, we can all type fast enough to like pretty much almost transcribe a court hearing. Not quite, but like, the general average millennial, we could type very fast. And that's all the people that are out here. And so it's like, how is Trap Lord Ross giving us more details and more important details than some of these people who got laptop privileges? And now his stuff gets taken down. And it's like, it makes me kind of wonder, who has pull to get stuff taken down versus, sometimes you'll get a little complaint or this or that. They'll give you 24 hours to fix it. Then they'll come back and look at it. Sometimes you don't get that. Sometimes you'll get your video removed, but there's no strike. And then sometimes you get a strike. And it's just, you never really know which one's going to be which one. It's always so scary, especially if you get a strike over trying to report on something. And I mean, to Trap Lord Ross's credit, he is out there. He is reporting what he saw and he heard. Like, that is news. Like, whether, I don't know if he wants to be referred to as a journalist or whatever, but like, from the way that he's going in there, I think it's very important for the public. I mean, we've talked about this a little bit offline. There's no video, which is, this not federal court. So sometimes they do have video in these courtrooms. It just didn't this time. Or she denied it. The judge denied it this time. There's no overflow room. Plus, there's only going to be 10. There are only, as we've heard so many times, 10 seats available to the public, which some media ends up putting their name in there for that and getting that too, which is fine for the media to be in the courtroom. But why do they need to have like 70% of the seats? And family and everything else has, 25%. And then just like a very small percent is actual members of the public. It's just, it's weird. It's not transparent at all. There's no live streaming. There's no live tweeting. They don't even let somebody in there on the New York Times or something. Like, there's no inner city press type. So there's very limited seats for the public, if the public can even make it over there anyway. This is a very, very, very high public interest and concern case. David was the #1 most searched person last year in 3 freaking months for the whole year. So like the public interest is there, the transparency is not there, then they're only going to allow a few seats for the non-traditional, non-mainstream media. They're only going to let a few people type. Anybody does something wrong, the only people get held responsible for it are YouTubers, even though why in the hell would one YouTuber be held more responsible for the next YouTuber than some quasi-journalist there? And then these freaking fake journalists, that's what I like to call them, because they're out here LARPing like it's Halloween came early and typing away, typing up a storm, but then they don't put those notes out, and it just makes me have to ask the question, who are those notes for? They weren't for the public. So why is it that Miss Thing gets to be in there typing and clicking and clacking with her acrylics or whatever, her gel mani, and Trap Lord Ross got to get arthritis in his hands? And then when he does report what actually was said in the courtroom to the best of his ability, somehow somebody got the pull to get that video taken down. And all the while, now the transcripts get snatched.
Girl, that's... I don't know,
how are
man.
we supposed to know what in the heck is even going on in this courtroom, Rabbit?
We don't.
How are we supposed to know? Do they care if we know? Because, I mean, every single one of them swore an oath to the Constitution, which requires, like, you know, due process, fair trial, all that stuff. I mean, even David has a literal constitutional right for us to know what's going on in that courtroom. Like, it's not up to me. I'm just messenger. Like, how are you going to get justice? Nobody knows what's going on in there. It's scary.
No, I agree. I'm just in shock that it's just not going the way that, I mean, there's no transparency, right? And I think that's what the medical examiner was even talking about, right? He's like, well, I'm independent. I can't, why am I being silenced here? What is this? Which, you know, I'm like, whose courthouse is this? What are we doing? And also why with the transcripts was another thing too, that it's like, it's important for, you know, I'm not disputing, the court reporter needs to make her money. That's not what this is about or anything like that. But for some of us that are doing things the right way, that we're not trying to break any rules, then you have individuals that do. And, you know, it's like, I get very discouraged, right? Because I guess we should have gone to journalism school. Maybe it would have been different. I don't know. But I'm like, I'm not going to school for something that...
Go to journalism school? I'm just so sorry. Excuse me. No. The First Amendment does not say if you went to journalism school. The First Amendment does not say that. It does not say if you went to journalism school. It actually, in fact, and indeed, just gives all of us the right to freely express our opinions. It gives all of us the right to freely enjoy access and association to these places that are supposed to be public. The Bill of Rights in general and the Constitution in general affords all of us, whether you went to journalism school, pre-K school, or otherwise, due process, equal protection. Like the 14th Amendment is all about that. This Constitution does not apply more to white people or more to black people or more to people who are a certain gender, certain religion, certain national origin. Does not. The 14th Amendment literally says, no, you're not allowed to treat the people who went to journalism school differently than the people
than anybody else. You're right. You're right. No, and the thing is someone says YouTubers have don't have ethics. Well, I could say the same about judges. I could say about, like, that's such a bold statement to make. It's, what do you mean?
What they said? YouTubers what?
Don't have ethics. I'm like, don't have ethics.
Well, girl, they lost because they not been on our channels anytime recent. Like,
I mean,
I know plenty of YouTubers with ethics. Plenty.
Well, and it's interesting because I had this very, it's always, no shade, but if you're sending me an email from a Proton, I used to use Proton. I don't anymore. I stopped using it a couple years ago because I said, first of all, people know who I am, whatever. Okay. But if you're complaining to me through a Proton account, I can't take you serious. Not that I don't take you serious. I have a hard time with that because it's like, so are you coming to church or are you coming to YouTube? Are we coming to talk about true crime? You're mad about what exactly? Pick a lane. I don't know. But
I just always tell people pretty much the same thing. Like, if you don't like the videos I'm making, go make a video.
There you go.
Where's your video? I'll watch yours. I'll put yours out if you got so many problems with how I'm doing mine, because I'm just literally sitting in my house with a camera.
Yeah.
Anybody can make a YouTube video and put it up. So I don't work for them. I don't know what they're
And I
talking
can
about.
agree. One person can ruin it for all, right? Like if, you know,
Sure.
people don't get it together, right? But I could tell you that it doesn't matter how much schooling you've had, you know, ethics and morality, that's one thing. I mean, people do all kinds of things on YouTube. So there is that. I don't know.
And
What do you think about?
Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, there's people that would say, you know, YouTubers should follow like the codes of journalistic ethics. And like, you know, to those people, I would say, okay, go do it on your own channel. But, you know, there's certain things that I think are just like common decency, like not saying something that's untrue and you know for sure it's not true. You know,
Right.
like how about don't lie? And yeah, there's defamation and all that, but even without it going to court or whatever, just like ethics, probably for the best not to just like lie. But like, you know, we're allowed to say people are, you know, stupid and ugly also, by the way. We're allowed to say, oh, I don't like the way she looks. I don't like the way she dresses. Like even offensive speech, even speech that is crass, that is offensive, that is hurtful, even speech that hurts people's feelings is still allowed. That's actually not only allowed, it's protected. We have the right to it. And so that's why I kind of like, it is kind of getting like weird out here with like new media, old media, this media, that media. We got Anderson Cooper sitting in his house on a Shure mic. We got Don Lemon storming churches in DC and then going to sit down and he's got his cat in his lap. And I'm just confused as hell. Is this supposed to be the news? Are these supposed to be activists? I'm not just picking on left wing either. Nobody get mad at me. I go like this on the right too. You know, I don't
all over the place.
my mind. But yeah, Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens. It's like, are these folks the news now? Or journalists now? Because I don't know, like, I don't know if I'm trying to sign up to be following journalist rules. I'm trying to gossip. I'm trying to gossip and explain lawsuits. And if somebody, you know, looks like they stink or they smell bad, I want to be able to say it. And so I don't want to be following no journalism ethics. But at the same time, when you're reading the news, you should be able to know that you're also not watching me. You know what I mean? Like the news should also not be so opinionated. And it's kind of like the lines are so blurred and crossed right now. I don't even think you could really even tell one person or one news organization from the next on this like weird spectrum we're all on. So I think it's exceptionally unfair at a time like this to hold every YouTuber or independent journalist to the exact same standard as each other, when really could be very far apart. Some people do audits. Some people do truly journalism. Some people are drama channels. Some people do tarot card readings. These are not in the same universe. Some people go undercover. Some people make up fake identities and they do lie and they do deceive. Some people would never. Some people go real life. I mean, that's just so ridiculous to hold us. Okay, one psychotic lunatic who probably is an agent provocateur or an agent of chaos anyway. Let's clock it.
Yep.
Gets to hold all of us accountable, but who's still in there with their gel manny clicking and clacking? The girl that works for Mark freaking Garrigo, excuse me. You know, I get riled up. Blocked.
Oh, BJ, come on.
Y'all can play patty cake with the plants all day long. I'm not.
Look at you.
Y'all can. I'm not stopping you. I ain't saying nobody's name. Bless her heart. Bless her heart. Amen, Lord.
Oh, man.
Okay, so what was you were about to ask another question?
I can't with you, girl. Okay, moving along. Girl. Hey, what was I going to tell you?
Kadisha Lynn just said Asia was mentioned, Rabbit.
In court?
I don't know.
In court?
She just said Asia's mentioned. Get back up here. Get back up here, Kadisha Lynn.
Come on, Kadisha. I gave you the link already.
I knew it. Celeste was mad about Asia. She was jealous of Asia. That was one of my psychic visions, that this all started with Coachella. I have a feeling Celeste wasn't invited to Coachella. And Asia was there. And she was probably posting, you know, bestie, friends, whatever. And I think Celeste was like, what the hell? I want to go to Coachella. But it was like, girl, you 14. You can't.
Ooh, so where was Celeste through David was having S? What?
Celeste thought David was hooking up with Asia. Remember Asia?
Why did I see an R? That's right. Celeste. Oh.
She was jealous, having jealous feelings about Asia, saying like, you're hanging out with Asia, you're doing stuff with Asia. And I bet they really weren't. I bet Asia, I don't know. I think Asia probably thought David was a little bit lame and weird, actually. I think he probably gave her the ick. Like, she was like a, you know, as Celeste started to get closer to even 14, she started to realize David was kind of cringe. Like, ew, like, why are we doing? Like, all we ever do is this and this. Why? Like, so if you think of somebody even 1 or 2 years, especially 4 years older than Celeste, they would have probably thought David was weird. Like, girls his age probably thought he was weird his whole life. That, I mean, I'm not going to say that's why he went after younger. I don't think that's why. I think it had more to do with like control. But like, children are obviously easier to control than adults. And I think Asia probably wasn't. Like, maybe they hooked up a time or two or something when they were drunk or something. But I don't think, that's my feeling. I don't think they were.
You don't think so?
But I think Celeste would have good reason to be, you know, suspicious of that, because she was probably kept out when Asia could come to stuff.
Interesting. Did you read this comment? Did you see the comment? Her parents signed a release for her to fly to London. They showed the release in court.
I didn't see that.
There's.
Wow, we're missing all the news.
We're missing. I'm looking. Nobody's on break yet.
Somebody said True Light. Who do you know who that is? True Light.
Yeah, I don't know who's True Light, guys.
I don't know who that is.
Oh, okay. Here she is. Hey, lady.
Here she is. Hey.
Look at Mark the Shark. He's posting it in his YouTube that the text said that Celeste was upset about David and Asia. I can't even speak.
That's crazy.
So I'm wondering if that's the last message, that because I said they have to show the argument. It's gonna. I think it's gonna end on that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. You're gonna hear four-wheelers in the background. My bad. So if it's loud, let me know.
Gonna hear what?
No, you're fine.
Four-wheeler.
You so country.
This is what it says. Only 6-minute break. He says, over 100K. Okay, here it is.
You can take
over
me off the
100K.
screen.
No, you're no. Hold up. We're gonna fix this here in a minute. I see it. It's on his chat.
His chat.
Over 100K text messages between Celeste Rivas and David Anthony.
100.
He says Uber over 100K.
Whoa.
Over 100K.
Scroll up.
Uber.
Scroll up, she said.
Scroll up.
Yeah,
Only
the
6
Asia
minute
stuff
break.
is before that.
It's gone. Hold
It's
up.
gone?
She don't see it.
It's gone. I don't see it. Hold up. Unless I go this way. Let me see. No, it doesn't even. It doesn't move forward the chat. Hold up. It says Uber driver has no memory of Celeste.
Okay.
Be right back. Tweeting. Cross.
He's on
Defense
Twitter.
is. Yeah. No. It says be right back. Tweeting. We'll go on Twitter here in a minute. Defense is arguing that Celeste was the aggressor, and DV against David by Celeste was struck. Defense saying family and friends knew of Celeste Rivas' relationship. It's effing wild in here, he says. Hold up.
It's confirmed Celeste family knew, is what
Knew
he just
what?
said. I don't know.
Let me go to his I'm watching
it live. I don't know.
let's get it together. Mark the Shark. I'm laughing at Khadijah. She's about to have a heart attack.
Oh my god.
Hold up. Let
I
me
want
see
you
this.
guys to see the Asia part. What the heck?
Where did the Asia part go?
It was before the 100K. I have Mark the Shark always left up on my TV while I'm on my phone.
Can you go back to it? Do you see it on your TV?
No, I don't know even how to work the chat on my TV, but the chat's
you know what it is.
Here it is. There's more. Hold up. It's confirmed Celeste family knew. Hold up. And then it goes, notarized per fam for Celeste to travel to London. Notarized per fam for Celeste to travel to London. There you go. It's insane. I have to go. Hold up. Now let me see. Let me see if I'm getting messages. Hold up.
This is so bad. And I was just sticking up for them too.
She says, I'll go live for lunch. This is Cross. Oh, wow.
Oh, no.
I think I know what David's going to say to defend it. And honestly, the parents could use this as a defense as well. I've always kind of felt like one of the ways they cover this stuff up is giving people internships. Remember Jayoma, that weirdo? He came and did like, well, how do you get an internship? You could do an internship. maybe not an internship per se, but like talent. Like, oh, we're gonna sign her as talent.
Yeah.
And then there was like this stuff that came out recently at this hearing where it was like David was texting Celeste and saying, I can pay you. I have a new business card, and then also like I should be able to pay you. Like, I feel like they could say they thought she was going on tour as an artist or opening act or to learn. Like, now, I've always said since literally the first day I ever covered this, if the parents did know and they had something to do with it, shame on them and they need to go to jail too. So
they enticed her with the job, you think? That they enticed her with the job?
I don't know if they did or didn't, but I think it's possible that we might expect to see that be said in court. You know, like, oh, she was an intern, or she was learning how to be a music artist, or she was whatever, and her parents signed the agreement, and the parents could then say the same thing, like, you know, we thought maybe they knew, you know what I mean? Like, maybe they knew. I don't know what's in these people's heads or whatever. I feel bad for them and stuff. That's the other thing too. Like, well, let's say they did know. The fact that's their daughter, and now they have been kind of like, I think in some ways justifiably, like kind of put into the spotlight of like, you know, this is kind of what happens if you don't watch your kids and stuff. I do feel a lot of sympathy for them, and I do understand it's not that black and white, because what are they really supposed to do? I've tried to call before the LAPD and report some bad stuff going on with a child before, and guess what? They did not care. They did not care. So, I mean, we don't know the full story at all about the parents for sure. But I do want to just be very clear that anything that I say that sounds like I'm defending them or anything like that, just be very clear. If they knew for sure, like this was a boyfriend-girlfriend thing, and they were letting their little girl go and sign and notarize stuff, she could go to London, like, I'm judging them. Sorry. I am a little bit judging them.
Yeah, at that point, it's over.
It's over? It's over.
Yeah, if they signed and, like, if they really did it. The only thing I'm confused of is why those fake aliases were on that receipt. Why was the Victoria Mendez? I don't think I can hear y'all. I'll be back.
I'm muted. No, I'm muted.
So, I'm muted.
Oh, there you go. Oh, okay. Okay, I saw Rabbit's mouth moving, and I was like,
I'm thinking, okay, here's the question that I have. All right.
Go ahead.
Here's the question. All right. If the parents signed and knew, then why would he watch a video about unaccompanied minors?
Yeah, exactly. And why would Victoria Mendez be on there?
Yeah, why would he need to buy a fake ticket? I'm confused.
What if they forged their names, though? We don't know. We need more information. But also, I seen Asia. I know it said in the text message, Asia. I seen that. That's in text message.
I think
Here it is.
There you go.
Asia mentioned in text messages from Celeste asking David if he had a sec with her.
Yeah. Like
not
X.
Okay,
not
it's just autocorrect or whatever. I think that's supposed to be a
He
X.
spelled it like I did in the chat because I was freaking out when he wrote it. And that's what mine said.
So Asia's asking if David and Celeste have had relations.
No, Celeste was asking David if he was sleeping with Asia. Remember, Celeste was upset because she thought David was sleeping with somebody in their last text messages in April, right before this happened.
Celeste was remember they said in the 9-page thing that the prosecutors, that evidence hearing brief or whatever, they said in it that Celeste had started to become, quote, jealous or whatever of David's relations with other girls or other women or whatever. She was calling him to the carpet. She was saying, are you cheating on me with this person? Are you cheating on me with that person? And so what Mark the Shark is saying is apparently Celeste, in the last, I don't know if it's going to be necessarily the last text unless you heard that, Kadisha, but in like some of the last conversations they were having, she was being jealous. And one of the things she was jealous of was he was hanging out with Asia. And so she's like, are you having beep, 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 beep with Asia? And that, like, can you even imagine being Asia? Oh my God.
Abram, what do you think? What's Abram's over here? Shout out to Abram. What do you think, Abram?
I don't know. I think I would need to know more because I don't know how legitimate this is. And even if the parents gave permission, that doesn't mean that that they gave him the okay to go ahead and unalive her. That doesn't mean that. If anything, that shows that they're trusting him, and look how he betrayed their trust with their daughter. Probably it was a way to keep the peace in the house. If she was going to keep running away and putting herself in harm's way, then let me just keep an eye on her by allowing her to do this and and try to better manage it. So I think we need to know more.
So does allowing her, here's my question to you guys. Does allowing her to signing a notarized permission slip, I don't know if that's what you call it, for her to travel outside of the country, does that mean that the parents can completely say that they are blind of the fact that he was grooming her? Because I'm not talking about the unaliving part. Of course, I'm sure that that's not what they signed up for, right? But ultimately, that's the question that I have. It's like, wait a minute. So did you want him near your daughter or did you not want him near your daughter? Because you can't just say, I didn't know how old he was. I mean, he's Googleable. Guys, you could Google his ass and his age is there. So I don't know.
They knew, though. They called the cops the very first time. That's the problem.
There you
I
go.
now have. And
so now I'm signing a notarized letter for you to travel.
But like I said, there might be more to this. I don't know if this is like Cross trying to say, like, you guys knew, you signed this, and really it was forged. Because I seen Victoria Mendez on there, and that's the only reason I'm confused. Who the heck? That's his alias. Why is that on there?
And
so
I don't think that
acting like her mom or something. I don't know. I would need more. I'm watching Taylor Price because she's sending in for Lauren Collin, and they usually have the most information when it comes to that. You get what I mean?
Yeah. We might play that for a little bit, but I'm wondering, because I think that we're supposed to do it live, right? But I'm wondering too, okay, that's the part that is so confusing to me. Why lie unless Victoria Mendez, which we know is not a real name. She made an update?
I haven't read it yet, but yeah, 3 minutes ago.
Okay, let me look at it. Lauren, what did you say was her Taylor Price?
Yeah, Taylor Price.
That is insane. I am that's not what I wanted to pull. Hold up, y'all.
And who were they giving the authority to David or to David's parents? Because he was still a kid then. Oh, I think I lost.
That's a great question. No, you're here. I hear you. Y'all hear him? Okay, he dropped. Sorry, guys. I'm pulling the tweet right now as we speak. Asia mentioned in text. Wow. I just like. Let me pull it. Let me pull what she wrote. Give me 1 sec, y'all. I'm pulling up the Twitters. But I have to be careful. I don't know about you guys, but Twitter's becoming just so crazy that you have to be careful what you just review what you post before it goes up there. Here it is. I found it. Here it is. Okay. Oh, man. Lengthy. Okay. I'm here for it. D4vd hearing update. David Anthony Burke entered the courtroom appearing relaxed and in good spirits. He smiled and whispered with defense attorney Blair Burke. At one point, seemingly joked with the courtroom clerk about water. The deputy district attorney Beth Silverman resumed Detective Farrell's testimony by establishing that Burke and Celeste Rivas Hernandez remained in regular contact through mid-March 2025 and exchanged between 8,000 and 9,000 text messages before her death. Silverman focused on conversations from April 22nd to the 26th, 2025, the time period leading up to Celeste's death, including messages about Burke's friendship with Aisha. Is it Aisha or Asia? Correct me, man. I got to get this right.
I don't know. I call her Asia. I have no idea. I don't really care. I don't like her. Either way, I don't think she did nothing. But after that video, no, girl. Forget you.
She's like, we ain't having it.
Don't know, don't care.
Don't care. You're Aisha. Y'all are me. I cannot with you guys. Hold up. Man, give me 1 second. So the time period leading up to Celeste's death, including messages about Burke, okay. About Burke friendship with Aisha Collins. Silverman then walked through the April 23rd conversation in which Burke and Celeste coordinated an Uber ride to his home. The messages showed Burke ordering the ride at Celeste's request, confirming the pickup location and tracking the driver's arrival. Okay, so at about 5:07 p.m., D, why do I have to show up everything I get? Why do I have to show
you everything?
Excuse me, I can't even read. Thank you. Why do I have to show you everything I get? So I'm assuming that's David that's asking that.
Mm-hmm.
C is Celeste. Because I had your embryo in me. C, Celeste says, get Uber, Queen. Celeste says 33070. D says, getting it. C says, Jamison Street. Silverman asks if that's the same street her family lived on at the time. Farrell says, yes. Okay, D, which is David, says 4 minutes. D says 1 minute. D says he's there at 8:39 p.m. C says, okay, girly pop, I'm almost there. Open your door if you're home. D says, got you. No movement, no emotion from David here. So is that a direct quote or what is that? Oh, they're watching David.
She calls him girly pop?
She calls him girly pop.
And Queen?
Yeah,
yes.
This is kind of, I have questions.
Is he open? Maybe he's
it gets really bad, guys. I'm reading it faster and it gets worse. It's his defense who's doing this, but just wait, it kind of gets bad.
Okay. Got you, no movement. So David doesn't make an emotion. 10 p.m. D says, gate open, door unlock. 10:31 p.m. D says, Uber said you're here. WYA. Is that what it, isn't that like, what do you mean or something like that? Or what does that mean? WYA.
Where are you at?
Where you at? Okay,
Uber
see, I don't know.
You're here. It's like Uber said you're here. Where are you kind of thing.
Gotcha. After this, Burke repeatedly texted Celeste asking where she was. His final message was sent around 11:41 p.m. The prosecutor then shifted to digital evidence. Detective Farrell testified Uber records show the ride arrived around 10 p.m. Prosecutors also introduced evidence regarding cell phone movement, Burke's Tesla, and a photograph of Tesla navigation screen showing Santa Barbara destination, including Lake Cachuma, a Tesla supercharger in Santa Ynez. Defense questions investigation and age presentation. On cross-examination, Blair Burke challenged Detective Farrell. Recollection of early communication between Burke and Celeste. Farrell repeatedly testified that he reviewed thousands of messages and could not remember individual conversations without reviewing Celebrite reports. Burke also established that investigators found Celeste had represented herself as both 16 and 18 years old at different times, and noted the defense had prepared its own compilation of raw iCloud message data, to which Farrell said he did review this in their messages. Burke introduced additional portions of April 22nd through the 23rd conversations that were not discussed during direct examination. She pointed to messages in Celeste's threatened to mutilate Burke, kill him, and ruin his career, contact his mother, leak damaging info, and spread information to people in his personal life. Detective Farrell agreed those messages existed and testified he did not recall Celeste threatened to report Burke to police or reference participating in a criminal prosecution. Let me stop right here. This is Cross, right? And in Cross, Celeste, there's messages where Celeste is threatening to mutilate David, ruin his life or his career, contact his mother, leak damaging information, and spread information to people in his professional life. Detective, which all she can do, by the way, right? Not that she can mutilate him. She can't do that.
That's what they're harping on, though, and they're trying to use that as, oh, he came at her first. That's what that means.
Ooh, could they maybe use it as self-defense?
Like, he's not gone, but that's that part that we saw Mark the Shark say. And this isn't the first. Yeah, you get what I mean?
Yeah, let's keep going. I'm a processor, y'all. I'm a slow. All right. Blair Burke questioned Farrell about the extent to which Burke and Celeste's relationship was known before April 2025. Farrell testified that Celeste's parents, relatives, friends, and Burke's mother were aware of the relationship. Okay. He also confirmed Burke attended church with Celeste's family. There you go. Spend time with them at malls and amusement parks, and that Celeste's parents signed a notarized travel consent form allowing Burke to take her to London. There you go. to take her to London in September 2024. This was all found through text message evidence. Farrell also testified Celeste attended Coachella and Burke's performance with people in Burke's circle. Burke attempted to question Farrell about allegations that Celeste had previously committed DV against Burke. Stop it. Stop. And made references to Celeste allegedly bringing up bipolar disorder, which Silverman objected to. Oh, so we're giving her a diagnosis when she's not here. That's cute. The judge ruled those topics were not relevant to the probable cause issues being considered at the preliminary hearing. This would be evidence used by a defense in trial. There you go. Burke seemed to be insinuating that Celeste was abusive towards David. Oh, poor guy. Pointing to the message sent to her. Pointing to this message sent by her, Celeste says, "Oh my effing God, I swear to God, I will K you. She was in my damn seat. I will strangle you to effing death, bro. I will tell my dad so many effing lies about you. Dead ass. I will end your career and your life. I will damage anything." Ooh. All right, sound off. I'm on mute because I got to think about this.
I don't even know. Well, we know his mom knows. Now it was confirmed, which I mean, I already knew that. Celeste's family definitely knew because he was going to church and everything. And that's just disappointing to me. So to me, now it seems like at the beginning they weren't okay with it. And then, like Rom said, maybe after time they just had to be, but I don't care. Like, you signed a trip to, I have a daughter the same age, and I'm sorry, I couldn't do that. I couldn't. I don't give a crap how many times she ran away. Each time I'm coming to find you. You know what I mean? I'm not signing no notary, letting you go out of the country for 2 weeks with a grown man anywhere. I have a lot of thoughts, and I don't even know. I don't even know how to gather myself, and it makes me mad that now they're trying to flip it into, like, he was protecting himself, because that's exactly what is going to happen. And I had a feeling when we heard them insinuating different things about the way she acts in the medical examiner thing. But I didn't know it was that bad. And they're definitely going to harp on that for sure.
They could get on this and say that he was using self-defense, right?
I don't know. BJ, what do you think, girl? Sound off.
I have so many thoughts. Okay, so, sorry, so your name is Abraham. Is that what you go by? It sounds like people are saying other things.
Abraham, yeah.
Abraham. Okay, hi, hey. So, yeah, so I think you just said, like, can he then plead self-defense? Yeah, I guess he could try, but I was thinking that too, and that reminds me of the other 2 charges that he's also charged with, which have nothing to do really with unaliving her. It's 2 separate standalone charges. So even if he's like, okay, somehow he gets out of this, the actual unalive charge, right? And that has the 3 special circumstances attached to it, the lying in wait and doing it for a financial motive and doing it so that he wouldn't be investigated by the police. I mean, all of this other stuff is basically him admitting to a lot of those special circumstances, right? Like admitting that she did threaten to ruin his career. So that's kind of that whole special circumstance right there in a bow, right? One of the circumstances is he did it because she threatened his career. So now we have his lawyer saying, yes, she threatened his career. It's going to be very hard if you're arguing from one side of your mouth in front of a jury. Now, in front of this judge, the judges can suspend reality, but juries have a harder time doing that. But let's say somehow he's able to like get completely out of the unalive charges and all the special circumstances and the unalive charge. There's still the inappropriate relations with a minor. And if he wouldn't have done those inappropriate relations, including the GROOMing behaviors, etc., she would have never been able to have the opportunity to get this worked up and mad. It's still his fault, because when he met this 11-year-old and he was 17, there was already a big dynamic difference between them because they were already 5 years apart, and even if they both were underage. And at many times throughout their relationship over several years, he had the opportunity to be the adult and say, look, no, this is going to mess up my career. How is it that her at 14 years old understood it could mess up his career, but he didn't? Probably not. He knew. And there's all this other stuff, that I'm considering, right? Like, did his parents know? Did her parents know? How much did the police know and not do anything? There's a lot of blame to go around. But when I'm talking about that stuff, I'm only talking about it insofar as like, a child is no longer among the living, and it's because of a lot of things. Like, there were many things that could have stopped it and didn't. And that doesn't mean that because it happened, everyone who could have stopped it and didn't deserves it, or it should be blamed on them. Signing a permission slip is not the same thing as unaliving someone.
Exactly.
There are definitely differences, but certain people are in our lives, and we have these relationships. We have duties to people. When you're a parent, you have duties. And not just legal, moral, ethical. And, it's very difficult for me to fully put myself in the parent's position because, first of all, I don't have kids. I want to be very clear. It's very easy for me, who has no kids, to sit here and say what parents need to be doing with their kids. And number two, I grew up in a very specific type of culture and a specific time frame and a specific world. We didn't have all this discord. We really didn't have all this. So I don't know. I really don't know. I can't say. But it does just kind of, my gut reaction is like, my parents would have never freaking signed for me to get on a plane and go to damn Bible camp. Like, they would have never let me go on a plane. Nowhere.
I wasn't even allowed to spend the night, like sleepovers with friends' house. I mean, barely with cousins, because it was always a thing. But it's interesting because
even if it's boy cousins, no, you don't spend the night if there's boys.
You don't
if there's younger boys, maybe.
Guys, this is it. They rested.
That's it? Wow.
Mark the Shark said they rested after this. So, I mean, I already know this is going to go to trial.
This has got to go to trial.
Yeah, this is sure. There's no question in my mind that this isn't going. But yeah, they rested. So this is it. I had a feeling it was going to end with this, though.
So the judge is now going to make a decision, right? Based on...
Yeah.
Do we expect that decision today?
They're going back in, so I would assume, yeah. And I'd assume it would come back. I think there's a plenty here. Like, I think that they put on more than they really had to, in my opinion. But I get what they're doing. They're showing it from literally beginning to end. And I knew that they were going to end with this because this explains the why or their motive.
But it's a horrible self-defense. And First Liberties podcast says it's a terrible argument for self-defense if the texts show that he's the one that invited her over on April 23rd of 2025. It doesn't show a fear of Celeste if he called her over and was lying in wait.
Yep.
Like,
Agree. Good job. Yeah, that makes sense.
And he paid this
the
girl
Uber?
He was so scared of. I was thinking that too. Like, maybe they were saying like he wasn't scared of her when he called her over because he thought they would be having a civil conversation. But when she showed up, that's possibly what he could possibly argue. It's hard to think like these people, like to get in their minds. But if I had to anticipate, I'll be like, yeah, no, he wasn't scared of her on the way. It was as soon as she got there, she didn't come in at first. Then she started acting crazy and psycho and manic, and she had been diagnosed with a blah, 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 this, that. You know what else I was thinking about too? The pregnancy thing. Didn't the autopsy say she had not been pregnant in the last 1 year?
Then it switched to unknown.
Well, I think that regarding that,
switched.
I
I
think
still have it, yeah. Because we were all like, what the heck? Like, why?
we know that she was pregnant based on the
And that's why a
text
lot of
messages
people are
stuff.
confused on that. Like, I see a lot of people, even my lawyer friend, because he doesn't do like, he's from South Carolina, and he was like, that's the one thing I like am trying to figure out. Like, will we hear more like the cops, like, because they're mandated reporters? But I'm like, in California, that's not the law. Like, actually, unless they are told that there's abuse, any minor can go have an abortion, and they will not tell their parents unless they have consent from that minor. It doesn't matter.
The state will fund it because it won't even charge the insurance. And wouldn't he have to take that? If he's going to have to take the stand for this, if he's saying that this is what happened, right?
If he's claiming self-defense, yeah.
No, BJ? Oh, Khadijah dropped. She'll be back.
He does not have to. He doesn't have to. Just like Diddy didn't take the stand, but we still got his arguments through Mark Agnifilo, because the questions they would ask, isn't it possible that Dr. So-and-so, how long had you been seeing Celeste? And is it safe to say she was a violent individual? So what you're doing is kind of planting the idea in the jury's mind so that it creates reasonable doubt. And the jury, if they go for death penalty, which I don't think they are going to, the prosecutors, but if they do, it's going to make the jury very aware. They are on a death penalty trial, and people don't really like to send people away on death penalty cases. They really don't. Like, in general, especially in California, like the death penalty has a bad, sorry, I'm messing with my wire, has a bad like reputation. So you never know. You never know how a jury is going to react. Nobody ever knows how a jury is going to react. And that's why they spend millions of dollars on these jury consultants. Remember, Mark Garagos was in there in the Diddy trial, like helping pick jurors out. They're doing these very complex, like profilings. They're like, what color is the person? They're not supposed to choose based on color, on race, but they do. And I'm not saying Mark Garagos did specifically. I'm just saying some people absolutely will. If you have a black client, of course you're not going to try to pick an all-white jury. That's obvious. But you're not supposed to exclude anyone specifically because of race, or there's a certain few things. But then there'll be other stuff like the age of the person. Like, oh, this person's more likely to see this person as a son, or this person's more likely to not like, or what, try to figure it out, like political orient. Like, you just never know what a jury's going to do. And I think that's why we have these very different charges, right? We have the inappropriate relations, we have the unaliving itself with these special circumstances, and those kind of help to explain the motive, and then the mutilation aspect. So even if it's self-defense, even if somebody else unalived Celeste, if they could still get him for the mutilation and the improper relations, I think they've kind of like hedged their, put different eggs in different baskets or whatever. On the
Doreen says,
charges.
Cousin, I think this is to you, is it jury or bench, do you think? As far as
jury, I'm sure.
Jury? You think so?
Yeah.
So Lauren got some more direct messages, guys. We got more. So one exchange centered on Burke's friendship with Aisha Collins, which appeared to create an argument. Celeste tested, bro, I said I didn't want to be friends with you if you want to be friends with her. After Burke explained Collins had been at his...
Give me my credit right now.
There
Who brought up Coachella? Who brought up Coachella before anybody said Coachella? I knew it.
You did.
Coachella's the devil.
I think it had to do with Coachella. And people were saying Coachella's all ages. Yeah, I know that. But not artist pass in the back and thing and that and this and that. And he was about to go on the tour and he was doing all this stuff. His career was really kicking off right then. He was at Coachella. His friends were there and it was probably so fun. And Celeste was having FOMO and she was like, that bitch Asia. Like, and she's 14. Of course she's going to be jealous. I would have been jealous, if I was 14 and somehow found myself in that situation. But I think it started to dawn on her, like she is still years and years and years away from even being 18. And he was acting weird. I think she was becoming more mature as we do, as we go through life as young girls and becoming young women and stuff. And she never got the chance to arrive there. But I think she was maturing and starting to realize, like, this dude is a buster. Like, he is you know what? Like, he is just not... He's a D-bag, as some might say. Like, this guy's like a loser. And look, he's hanging out with this girl, and she's always with him. And probably Asia thought David was so cool or whatever. It's crazy she hasn't spoken out more.
Is this a thing, though? Is this a thing? Like, maybe, I don't know. I feel like you guys are both
Celeste
younger
was
than
jealous.
I am.
I think David gave her good reason to be jealous. And if I were her, I would be pissed off too. Like, I would be like, why do all y'all get to go to Coachella and have fun? I want to come over there. What am I just for the nighttime and the dark time and the getting pregnant
in the secret?
And covering my face with an emoji. Meanwhile, Asia and Neo are sitting on your lap. Like, this is ridiculous. I understand if she was mad.
So it says after Burke
she did go to Coachella.
Celeste went to 2025 Coachella.
I don't know 25 because I think she was probably on a live by then, but 24 she did because they said it in the texts. Yeah.
I thought it was she got on a live after Coachella in 2025.
Oh wait, Coachella's when? April what?
April. I don't have the date on me. I thought it was
Chat,
like
do you guys know the
19th.
date? I think it's like
Well,
the week.
they said that she did go to Coachella and that she had told people at some point that she was 16 and 18. Now,
Okay.
now could his parents thought she was 16 or 18? Because what was she said, I'm gonna tell your mom. What was she referring there? I'm gonna tell your mom her real
That
age.
too. That stood out to me too.
So that stood out too. Let me finish this part,
Let's
guys, because it
finish,
says
yeah.
right here. Celeste responded with this. Okay. So after Burke explained Collins had been at his 804 Doheny Drive home to pick up a Coachella guest wristband, Celeste responded with a series of increasingly angry messages, including, "Oh my fiend, God, I swear, God, I will kill you. I will strangle you to fiend death, bro." She also wrote, "I will tell my dad so many effing lies about you. I will end your career and your life." Prosecutors then shifted to April 23rd, 2025, when Farrell testified Burke arranged an Uber to pick up Celeste up from her family street in Lake Elsinore. The messages included, okay, we read this. This is when she was picked up. Farrell testified that the address corresponded to the street where Celeste lived. Okay, we got that. Later that night, prosecutors showed that what they characterized as the final communication between the two. So at 10:10, Burke texted, "Gate open, door unlock." Minutes later, Uber said, "You're here, YWA," or where you said what it was, BJ. Hello, then, bro, Celeste. So he planted this. "Hello, bro, Celeste." Farrell testified there was no additional messages from Celeste after that point. Burke continued sending messages. "Bro, blocking me? Hello? I'm called Jen, bro. You're scaring me." Then later, Jen is the sister. Then later, WTF? Where are you? Please. Farrell testified investigators reviewed Uber records showing that the Uber arrived at 10:10 p.m. Silverman then presented Tesla and cellular evidence they say showed Burke's Tesla and phone left his Hollywood Hills residence around 11:30 p.m. with navigation data later reflecting destinations including Lake Cachuma and a Tesla supercharger in Santa Ynez. So then they go to cross. We might have already reviewed this, but this is suggesting that Celeste represented herself at 16 years and 16 years old, and Burke as 18. I think she copied and pasted this over. It says Burke introduced 90-page exhibit containing text messages exchanged between David and Celeste between April 22nd and April 23rd, 2025. Burke told the court the defense prepared the exhibits using raw iCloud message data, arguing it had not previously had the benefit of Cellubrite extractions. They were having a hard time getting that. I remember that was said earlier on. Prosecutor Beth Silverman immediately argued that, of course she did, stating for the record that the defense had been provided the complete raw data and could analyze it however it wished. The exhibit was admitted as Exhibit Q. Could not clearly see the messages on the court monitor during this portion of testimony, so the following is based on what was read out loud in court. Burke then revisited messages prosecutors introduced during the direct examination. She had Detective Corey Farrell confirm that Celeste texted Burke, "Oh my effing God, I swear I'll kill you." Okay, we read this part. And then, Farrell responded as the exchange was read aloud. Burke looked down. Burke then directed Farrell to the messages she said immediately preceded that exchange, asking him to confirm that Celeste had also texted, "I will straight up mutilate your..."
Beep, beep, beep.
Beep. She was going to Lorena Bobbitt him. That's what she said. Oh my... Where's my coffee? I need my coffee. If somebody is threatening you, child, adult, why would you pay an Uber to bring her over? Yeah, she was going to bob him. She was going to bob at him.
Why wouldn't you call the police? Oh, yeah, it's because she's 14 and you're an adult.
Yeah.
And you probably shouldn't have been doing any of that in the first place. Maybe that's one of the reasons you should have stayed away from that.
Yeah, why didn't you call Jen, the sister, and say, "Hey, Jen, get your sister. She's acting up." Or Jen, your sister.
Or your bodyguard.
or her, oh my God, or the bodyguard.
Little Miss
Right.
Queen David over there is, see, because all these are just, I think, random text messages. I want to see them in order because I'm sure something led up to this and where he then called her over to do what he did.
Yeah.
And I know that this is not, it may not be a popular opinion, but just to put a little bit into context things, because a lot of people say that she probably acted, like a young child. And yes, in some aspect, yes. But look at the words and the dialogue she's having here. That's not that's very mature. I'm gonna do this to you and I'm gonna do that to you, and those are not words little kids use.
Yeah.
So if she
Unless they're
portrays
beyond
herself to
control.
be,
Unless they're beyond control, the parent, unless they're beyond control.
Yeah.
I mean, I've seen this too, where they're like so out of control that this is the kind of language that you get.
Yeah. Not that any of it is, not that she was at fault for any of the things, but just to put into context how other people could have perceived her to be, what age they could have thought she was,
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's like there's definitely something to be said for was she acting older, younger, on par, whatever. I mean, I could see arguments. I could see arguments being made, but in this particular, situation, like if Celeste would have been 21 years old, it still like wouldn't have made any of this any different as far as like did she become unalive at the hands of somebody else, yes or no? And the circumstances leading up to this just don't lend itself to self-defense at all.
Exactly.
So I'm wondering if David is going to now possibly throw that bodyguard under the bus. Because think of it this way. Let's say David, being completely used to like not taking any accountability, responsibility. What if he says, she was attacking me? And my bodyguard, who was there to keep me safe, because that's his whole job, is live in my house and keep me safe. He rolled up on Celeste and he took care of it. And I just stood by. Because, Steve Fisher keeps harping and harping on this stood by and watched, which I believe he just misread. It doesn't say watched. I pulled up that 9-page thing the other day. It says he did stand by while she bled out, but it didn't say watched. But maybe Steve has that in his mind because he knows David stood by and watched. Because maybe David didn't pull the actual full,
You think he's going to throw the bodyguard under the bus and say that the bodyguard might have been?
Not for sure, but it's something that the door of that defense is not closed.
Clearly.
Because that DNA is on the bag. And then that could just lead him to, get a plea deal on the mutilation, which we heard is just a misdemeanor, and possibly get put on a registry for the first crime. And then he's off scot-free because now the bodyguard's on trial, or Morgan Roth or whatever.
You're right.
Now, here's the thing too, though, Rabbit. All of this creative lawyering takes money. And we just heard David is maybe worth up to what? Maybe 10 million, maybe 20 million. I don't think he's actually ever been worth that. He owes the record company still $300,000. Like, he has a lot of money out on the table. And he hasn't made nothing this year, we heard. So what is Blake Lively asking for attorney's fees? $8 million and that thing versus Justin Baldoni. Okay, fine.
Mm-hmm.
So now we're talking about Blair Burke fees. How much money is David even going to have left at the end of this preliminary hearing?
That's a great question.
And what's he all paying for? I mean, they were talking about moving around $2 million for his bail too, and he's only worth 11. Now, I know if you Google it, he's worth 70 million or something, but like, that ain't what we heard testified, right? How much did he actually make? Not how much is he worth? I could be worth $1 billion because maybe next year I'm going to get 1 million views. But like, do I have $1 billion? No.
Girl, in this YouTube economy, I don't know about that, man. You already know we're scraping for
What's
pennies.
in my bank, girl? It's negative.
She's right. Because your net worth is based the amount that you have minus what you owe. Oh, right. So it has to. So if he has a mortgage, that's still a negative because he owes some of that mortgage. So we know for sure that he made about 4 million because they attested
And Mom's
to.
taking her salary, just so you know. Mom's taking a salary.
Yes, and they're also paying all these folks $75,000 to do some QuickBooks stuff. It's
And
crazy.
what about the $20,000 a month on one of his 2 houses?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
How much was
That's
that a year?
insane.
I mean, hundreds of thousands.
Yep. So we know that he made about 4 million because the mother, I mean, they said that he got paid 900,000, I believe, the first year, and then between the next 2 years it was like 4 point something million. So we know for sure those were payments to him. The other remainder could be a foreseeable income based on his endorsements from Bose, Halston was it,
All
or
of it.
Hollister?
Hollister
And
Croc.
Hollister Croc
And
and
that's why I'm not clicking on any
Hello
of
Kitty.
these hacked iCloud account, whatever. How many millions of views did that crap get to his official account, which is undoubtedly
That's
hooked
true.
up to financial people connected to him? I mean, how many $1,000? I don't know, maybe not, maybe none, but we got Fox News writing about it. What on earth? Have you ever even heard of the most Googled person in the world having their account hacked?
I don't get that, but apparently a lot of hacking happened. I'm confused. There's more messages. It says, so after she says, I will straight up mutilate your that was a direct quote. Farrell answered correct. Burke next highlighted Burke's response. Which Farrell also confirmed, you have turned it into a bigger thing than this conversation right now. That's how it goes with you. The only way shit makes sense is when I don't tell you until after the fact. You don't listen to me. That's a direct quote. According to Burke, after the messages threatening to lie to her father, ruin Burke's career and kill him, Celeste sent another message about a minute later stating, no, I don't even play like that. I'll be knocking the door crying on some crazy shit. You guys been dating? It's not a question, it's a statement. Burke also asked Farrell whether more than 1,200 text messages were exchanged between Burke and Celeste during the April 22nd to the 23rd timeframe. Wow, that's a lot of
That's
messages.
what I want to see. Those are the
I don't
messages.
even 1,200 messages in 2 days.
1,200. Wait, I need somebody to do the math. How many texts per minute is this? How many texts per hour? Do 1,200 text messages on a day.
That's insane. I can't do that.
22nd to 23rd. That's like one day.
That's one day. That's 24 hours.
They were fighting. What was going on in April 22nd to 23rd, 2025?
I think that's 50 per minute and 50 per day.
See,
Probably
it has to be
something.
Coachella. I'm telling y'all, this is some Coachella drama.
Yeah. So then it further goes. Farrell testified he did not know the exact number, but said it would not surprise him. Burke then moved to another series of messages dated April 23rd to 2025, reading additional portions aloud. According to the exhibit, Burke stated, "Why do you think you just proved my exact point?" Celeste responded, "You have one more chance, bro, to tell me the truth." She followed with, "Bro, tell me the truth, David. And bro, I won't say anything. Tell me the truth, David." Burke also highlighted another exchange in which Burke wrote, "How are you going to say you feel distant when you've been pushing me away since the beginning of the year?" Celeste replied, "If I see you with Asia one more time, I will make anonymous accounts. You won't be able to avoid me leaking all that shit I got about you." Burke then moved to another portion of the exhibit, directing Detective Farrell to page 83, where she read additional messages aloud. According to Burke, Celeste texted, "Next minute also. And I have all the old numbers from my old phone printed so I can find your mom's number to text her anytime. So don't test me." Burke responded simply, "Okay," followed by a laughing emoji. Celeste then allegedly wrote, "I also have Nathan's fiance on my phone as well. So word will spread to your work girl." Who is Nathan's fiance?
I want to know. Who is
Chat,
Nathan?
anybody? Chat, anybody? Who's Nathan's fiance? Well, who's Nathan and who's Nathan's fiance?
Who's Nathan, right?
Because I don't know. The new person unlocked here. What
and
did
the thing about it is too, like, I know we got more to read. I'll try to keep this part brief, but
No,
I'm
you're fine.
seeing Blair Burke obviously using this information to try and make it seem like Celeste what? Maybe David didn't do it, or he's not guilty or something. But all I'm seeing is of a
Guilt.
justified young young woman who's not a woman yet, and she's standing up for herself, and she's actually not threatening to do anything wrong. I should tell everybody, and I might. You sicko, you pervert, you freak. You're dangling me and dragging me along like this and like that. What if I just start telling everybody you work with what you've been up to, you sicko? Actually, what's freaking wrong with this? Thank you, Blair Burke, for letting us know that Celeste did, in fact and indeed, start to figure out that she was being abused by this grown man, and she started to call him on it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
100%.
She was exposing. Now, do I agree with the cutting of the bobbity?
She should not have threatened. She should not have threatened bodily harm.
No.
I agree. She should not have threatened bodily harm. Completely agree on that one.
No, we don't.
I do think she was old enough and mature enough to at the very least know you probably shouldn't threaten to chop somebody's this, that, and the other. But you know what? She probably thought the same thing that we think. Who was he going to go and tell? He got himself up, you know what, creek without a paddle. That's him. He was the adult the whole time.
Look at this name in the chat or in the comments. Somebody got to write that down, because apparently he's with Nathan, with Mogul Vision, Nathan Evans. Does he have a fiance? That's insane, man. All of this interconnection. So I also have Nathan's fiance on my phone as well. So word will spread to your work girl. Burke then shifted to what appeared to be a theme of cross. She asked Farrell whether throughout the messages in which Celeste threatened Burke, she ever said she intended to report him to the police or participate in criminal prosecution. Farrell testified she didn't use those words, though he added that the messages did reference making information public. Burke confirmed with Farrell that the messages included threats involving telling Burke's mother, yes, okay, as she should. Killing Burke, she should not, says yes. Leaking information, yes. She then asked whether Farrell ever saw Celeste write that she intended to go to law enforcement. Farrell answered no. The defense next highlighted another April 23rd exchange. Burke tested, I know you ended the friendship like 10 times. Burke, who had stared at the courtroom monitors throughout direct examination, was now looking down as the messages were read. Seconds later, according to Burke, the other David, changed the subject, asking.
You would think whoever's typing these notes might just use the name David for easy.
Yeah, David, Burke and Burke. I know. David.
Kind of very confusing. Like
it is.
Like the other one we saw has C and B.
Yeah, C and B. That was kind of easier. When you come, are you going to want food? Because I'm going to be starving. So David changed his subject from that. And Celeste replied, sure, what kind? David answered, I'm feeling in and out. Only in Cali. Burke then focused on what investigators learned about David and Celeste's relationship prior to April 2025. Farrell testified investigators determined Celeste's family knew about the relationship before April 2025. He also agreed investigators learned that before she was reported missing in 2024, Celeste's parents permitted her to live in Los Angeles with her aunt, where David also lived. There you go. There's that. Farrell further testified investigators learned that Celeste's aunt and cousins were aware of the relationship and that the text messages indicated David attended church with Celeste's family. There's that. He also agreed David had picked up Celeste to go to the mall. David asked whether investigators determined Celeste's adult sister knew about the relationship and went with them to Las Vegas. Farrell clarified that the sister traveled separately and stayed at a different hotel, but confirmed investigators were aware of those circumstances. Caesar's Palace, the photo, there's that. There it is. So he was performing with SZA, I think. Burke then brought up who knew of David and Celeste's relationship before the homicide investigation began. She first asked whether investigators determined Celeste's school friends knew about the relationship prior to the initial missing persons report in April of 2024. Farrell answered yes. He also confirmed David's mom was aware of the relationship. There you go. Everybody knew. Everybody knew.
But I think it was you who asked the other day, but
But
knowing about the relationship is not knowing how old she is. And we can
thank
talk
you.
about whether or not she looks 13, looks 14. We can do
We
that
can go back
whole
and forth on
analysis
that.
like all our country ass aunts and uncles and mamas and daddies and grandmas used to do. She looks grown. We could do that. But we do not know for sure what David's mom knew about her age. All we're being told here
Yeah.
is she knew about the relationship. And this also circles back to David's parents. Did they know about the relationship at some point, but maybe not know how old she was? Could they have possibly not known how old she was? I don't know. I never was around Celeste. I really don't know. I've only seen pictures. I don't know when they were around her. But there's also this, tendency to infantilize your son. Maybe they didn't even realize he's a grown man at this point, like stuff like that. And possibly they found out at some point and did say, you can't be doing that anymore. And that might be what Celeste is saying. I will tell your mom, not how old I am, but that you're still talking to me, that you still
if she was of age, if she was of age, what would there be to tell? Right?
Exactly.
If she's of age, if mom knows, what would you have to tell? Why would Celeste say something like that?
Yeah.
Why would Celeste have to say, I'm going to tell your mom? Well, okay, like what is there to tell?
Exactly.
Either how old she is or that David never actually stopped talking to her. Because like they could have found out she was younger before, right? Like they could have found that out months before and said no more talking to her. Yeah. And then, or else, they got the purse strings over there. The mom probably got the power of attorney. She's the one moving the money for bail. She's the one working with the finance manager. She's the one learning QuickBooks. So
Absolutely.
we got the momager who's probably telling David, you can't be with a 14-year-old. Now, did she just find it out like way after? That's harder for me to imagine. But it's easier for me to imagine she did find out at one of those times where she was just too close for too long to Celeste, where she was kind of like, look, how old did you say? And then maybe it was like, all right, we're cutting that off, but David didn't. So it could be that, or it could be the mom just somehow truly never knew. And then Celeste is threatening to tell her. I don't know. I find it hard to believe the mom never figured it out and wised up until after the case, after the fact. I find that hard to believe, me personally. I don't know about y'all.
But because it says right here, he also confirmed Burke's mother was aware of the relationship. But again, you can be aware of the relationship. Do you know her age? And I don't know if that's a follow-up question. Doesn't look like it is, but that would have been my follow-up question. Celeste's family entered the courtroom during this portion of the testimony. The defense next introduced a 4-page notarized child travel consent. 4-page notarized child travel consent form dated September 23rd, 2024. Burke asked whether investigators confirmed Celeste's parents signed the document authorizing Burke to take her to London. Farrell responded, correct. Let me pause right here.
4
pages. You sent the cops. You sent the cops over to go and see if he's at her house. Excuse me, if she's there at his house, right? In February of 2024. So then somehow between February to September, there was an acceptance of this. So much so that a notarized document was signed so that she can travel. So we can stop second guessing whether who broke the law and trafficking. No, the parents allowed this to happen, guys. That's it. There's nothing else to it but that.
The travel, you mean?
The travel. They allowed it. They knew that she was in a relationship with this guy. No, not a relationship. In a grooming situation, in an abusive, in an SA situation. And that's the part, because remember, they were cleared by CPS. This is the stuff that would make CPS flip the table. So some ain't right about this either.
I think we need to know a little more, because under what pretense, if any, did they give their consent for her to travel? Were they under the impression his parents were also going to go? I feel like we need to know that.
And if she's not going to school, though, I mean, the teacher knew about the relationship, y'all, and he's not even in the household.
Yeah. And people are saying, that the parents not knowing about the ages, or when did they know about the ages, is the same defense as the Harvey Weinstein trial. It's not actually, but this is a defense in all criminal trials, because one of the things that you have to prove when you're proving any crime is the mental requisite. It's called the mens rea. The person committing the crime has to know they were, certain things. That not necessarily that they were committing a crime, but they have to know certain things. Like they have to know. For example, it does come up a lot in SA type of cases. Would a reasonable person in the assailant's position know that this victim didn't consent? And it's terrible because a lot of times that's used against victims, and it's like anybody would know. It's obvious, but there are cases that are close. And so in these situations, it can sometimes sound like when we're doing legal analysis, like we're making a defense for someone. We're not making a defense. I think we're all on the same page that Celeste needs justice, and whoever did the crimes needs to pay, whether it's her own parents or not. But I'm not going to be like throwing the book at all the parents, including David's, if we really don't know. It's not responsible. It's also not truthful or honest to act like we know what's inside these people's heads or when. Yeah. It's so easy for all of us, including, obviously me, to sit here and do this, Monday morning quarterbacking. But we really don't know. Like, this is like, a lot of times these things, people don't think they're going to blow up. Then they just are. They're just viral and they're huge and everybody in the world knows about it. And then they're, we're all kind of looking back on their decisions. But I don't want anything I'm saying, again, to be taken as I'm defending anybody in this case. I think that the parents, it sucks to say, I feel bad for them, but there were ways they could have stopped this from happening. Now, does that mean it's their fault? Absolutely not. Anything could have stopped it. A brick falling out of the sky could have stopped it from happening. Does that mean a brick needs to fall out the sky? No, of course not. And I'm not saying they deserve it, but what I am saying is, could this bodyguard have stepped in and stopped it? Seems like maybe. Mm-hmm. Could one of these friends have could Asia have stepped in and stopped it? Could anybody at any time who wasn't the child stepped in and stopped this situation from happening? It seems like a lot of people could have, but that doesn't mean all of them are equally as guilty as the person who did the crime. And I'm looking like it's probably David who did the crime at this point.
Yeah.
Hindsight is 20/20 for all of us, and we don't know enough about the intricacy of these relationships that got us here. We also need to consider, some people say, oh, they should have made sure she was going to school. Now we know that she moved to her aunt from Elsinore to LA. That's almost 2-hour drive. Did they transfer her school? Was she now going to school in LA and maybe not stop going to school, and the aunt thought that she was,
she would have to be disenrolled.
Yeah, she was probably, oh, I'm going to this new school. And then all of a sudden she just doesn't go, because I know when I used to cut class, my parents thought I was, sitting in class, and no, I wasn't. I was in downtown shopping or, doing something.
Well, and this is a good point. This is a good point, though. Chloe says, well, ultimately it does matter if the parents go for wrongful death suit, right, against David and his family. It's relevant. So, because it's been discussed with the finances that have been revealed and the concealing and But anyways, let me keep reading this. So the defense also displayed what Burke described as a photograph from an online Discord gaming room. Farrell testified that he did not remember that particular image and explained that he could not authenticate it because investigators had reviewed such a large volume of photographs during the investigation. Burke next suggested that David's coworker knew he and Celeste were in a relationship. Farrell disagreed with that characterization. He testified he would not describe it that way, explaining that while some coworkers knew who Celeste was, they were not aware of the relationship to the extent he had previously testified. Burke then asked whether David's coworkers attended Coachella with David and Celeste. Farrell answered correct. Doesn't say which Coachella. Okay. Burke asked whether producer Gray Toomey, who is that? Toomey, had socialized with David and Celeste together. Farrell testified, I did not know this. Burke continued by questioning Detective Farrell about the additional aspects of the investigation, and she argued demonstrated David and Celeste's relationship was not hidden. She asked whether investigators confirmed Celeste attended one of David's performances at the Fonda Theater with members of David's family. Farrell responded correct. Oh shit. Burke told the court investigators had learned through the April 22nd through the 23rd text messages that Celeste had previously committed domestic violence against Burke. I hate that they call it that, but Silverman immediately objected. Good for you, Silverman, arguing that the line of questioning was irrelevant. Burke responded that it went directly to the issue of intent, malice, and the special circumstance allegation, arguing it was relevant to whether the prosecutors could establish planning. Judge Charlene Olimendo disagreed. All right, let me stop. What do you guys think so far? It's a lengthy one.
Can I clarify something about the notary thing? Because a lot of people put emphasis on the notary. I was a notary for the state of Florida until my stamp expired. The duty of a notary is not to assess the validity of a document, is to make sure that the person signing the document is the person signing it. So you will need to ID them and swear them in, making sure that they, under the penalties of perjury, what you are saying this document is true and valid or whatever, and then they sign. That is what their duty is. You don't sit there and assess to see if what you're saying in that is true. You get what I'm saying? So a notary doesn't matter. You can bring a notary whatever, and you sign it in front of them. You show their ID, and you move on. That's it.
And I don't
So you're not
wanna
evaluating
make
the document.
I don't want to make any allegations. I really don't even want to speculate here, but I am recalling that David's dad worked in a law office. I'm also
I think his mom is a
recalling
notary.
that his mom might have been. So, I mean, do we have two parents with notary stamps? I don't know. The thing though is that based on these tweets that we're getting from, inside of court, they are saying that the cops confirmed that that is an accurate document. It's not a forged document or whatever. Like, that's kind of what it seems to be like implying to me. Like, investigators determined this isn't authentic. They signed it. So maybe they did agree, maybe they really did agree. I would still say agreeing to let your child go on a trip is not the same as unaliving them. But it definitely raises eyebrows, it raises questions.
She reminded counsel that the proceeding was a preliminary hearing, not a trial, and it was limited to determining probable cause. The judge ruled that the proposed testimony was not relevant because Celeste is not the person charged in the case. Judge added that if the defense intended to pursue a theory such as self-defense at trial, it would need to present evidence supporting that defense at the appropriate time. Let me see. Oh, did I drop? There it is. All right, hold up. Appropriate time. Burke next attempted to question Farrell about text messages in which, according to the defense, Celeste frequently referenced BPD, bipolar disorder. I'm assuming that's what they're talking about. Before Farrell could elaborate, Silverman again objected on relevance and ground.
I think BPD can mean borderline.
Borderline?
Borderline personality disorder. It used to be called something else scarier.
Multiple thing personality.
No,
I
that's
thought they
the
said
ID.
bipolar disorder on the other message.
They might have said
didn't they?
they might have said bipolar. Sometimes BPD means
Yes, it could be
borderline personality
borderline too.
disorder.
Very true.
But I have seen people abbreviate them both as BPD, so we can't know
which
what
one they're referring to.
Talking about, I think.
Yeah, I agree. So the judge sustained the objection, ruling that the line of questioning was not relevant to the issues before the court at the preliminary hearing, still unsure of what BPD means. Okay. And it's weird that they would use acronyms in court, like just say what it is. And Burke then told the court that Celeste referred on multiple occasions about wanting to K herself, and then asked Detective Farrell whether he recalled seeing those messages during the investigation. Farrell responded, "I did see that, yes. I don't know about multiple occasions, though." Burke then returned to the prosecution's earlier testimony regarding the Uber ride to David's home on April 23rd, 2025. She suggested that when looking at the context of the text conversation, it was Celeste who initiated discussion about seeing David and insisted on coming to his house. Farrell testified he remembered Celeste asking to see David, but said he did not recall the specific number of times. Oh my God, I already know where this is going to go. Burke asserted that Celeste had asked to see David at least 7 times during those exchanges. Farrell replied that he could not remember the exact number. Reading from the defense Exhibit Q, Burke highlighted one exchange from 6:08 p.m. on April 22nd in which Celeste texted, "Am I able to see you on Thursday at all?" David responded, "No." Burke referenced another message sent on 6:29 p.m. in which Celeste wrote, "I can't be effing friends with you anymore. Find the quickest date for me to see you." The defense appeared to use these exchanges to argue that the communication reflected Celeste repeatedly initiating contact and seeking to spend time with Burke, possibly insinuating that he did not lure her. That's what I figured. Celeste then texted, "Bro, there's no possible way I cannot see you at all this week. Like I can't even see you at midnight?" David replied, "I think it's love because you're the only one to ever show me that, but it's never happiness." Celeste responded, "Explain why I can't see you before Singapore." David answered, "Because my parents are here and I want to have an in-person conversation. Why do I have to see you before Singapore?" The
Well, there's
exchange
him.
continued.
He wanted to talk
There
in
it is.
person. He wanted to talk in person. And so she's like, all right, when?
Without
Yeah.
the parents.
He was hiding from his parents and he wanted to talk in person. So, I mean, he did lure her.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah. "Why do I have to see you before Singapore?" The exchange continued with Celeste writing, proof of your parents being there. Prove your parents of being there. I don't trust you. Flights or something. I don't trust you." David responded, "I'm busy tomorrow." He later added, "I see a need to talk in person. Why do we have to see each other before I'm back?" According to Burke, Celeste continued asking to meet, sending messages including, "Let me see you Wednesday night," and "I can see you tomorrow. I can dead go to Riverside too." Okay. Burke then moved to another exchange from 10:25 p.m. on April 22nd, in which Celeste texted, "Well, we need to talk in person, please, man." David replied, "No." Burke also pointed to another message from April 23rd of 10:09, arguing Celeste again pressured David to see her, continuing what the defense characterized as a repeated request by Celeste to meet with him in the days leading up to April 23rd. Before the line of questioning continued, prosecutor Beth Silverman objected. It was overruled. Let me stop right there. What do you guys think? Is a lot.
I think the way it's being written, it kind of is like leading the person reading it to like have a certain impression that the actual texts just don't support. Like the actual texts are clear that David wants to talk to Celeste in person. He said, "I see a need to have an in-person conversation." He just doesn't want to talk to her before Singapore. He has stuff going on. He probably is surrounded by people and handlers. He might even be, chilling with another girl or whatever too. He might actually be like, hanging out with some other girl or woman or whatever. But the way it's written is like, oh yeah, like it's clear Celeste was, look right here. The defense went back to the Uber trip. Oh, look, Burke finally agrees to see Celeste per the texts. But like he agreed to see her before he left. He was always in agreement to see her. Actually, he requested to see her. So I don't even think that these defenses are actually going to get them anywhere with a jury. But even with the assistance of whoever is writing this in this kind of like biased way that doesn't seem supported by the evidence we're actually reading. But that's why I always like to just see the transcripts myself. Hopefully we can get those eventually.
Yeah, me too. What do you think, Abraham?
Okay, so these are messages from the 22nd and 23rd, and he is saying that his parents are there, and she wants to see him, but he doesn't want his parents to be there when they actually meet in person. That's suspicious, because why don't you want your parents to be there unless you're going to be committing a horrific act?
Or unless you're not supposed to be seeing her and they know how old she is too.
Exactly.
But definitely not up to any good. Why, like in general, why wouldn't you want your parents to see her?
Yeah.
You either
and what's the issue
embarrassed, you
now?
either shame, or you're going to be doing a horrific act.
Yeah.
Mhm.
What's the
Like
issue now?
unaliving somebody by surprise.
Yeah, like they've seen her before. What's the issue? Like, what are you talking about? Anyways,
But that does make me wonder, right? What day was she supposedly unalived? The 24th?
They said the 20. She left on the 23rd.
I think she was unalived
It was the
on
23rd.
So
the 23rd.
David's
yeah.
parents were at his house the day Celeste was unalived in that house?
Let me
That's
see.
what I'm questioning, because I'm like, that's what he's saying, or was he lying? Because she said, "Bro, you're lying. Send me proof."
Yeah, I mean, he could be
Let
lying
me go up a
or
little
not.
bit.
They weren't
Is the
together anymore.
22nd. So it says right here, I can see you tomorrow. I can dead go to Riverside too. Burke then moved to another exchange at 10:25 p.m. on April 22nd, in which
So they
Celeste
skipping
texted.
around. Like
They're
Abraham
skipping
said, we
around.
don't know what happened between here and stuff. They're just little excerpts.
That's what it is. So, and it says Burke finally agreed to see Celeste per text. The defense went back to the Uber trip that prosecutors emphasized during direct examination. Burke pointed out that according to the text messages, it was Celeste who suggested David order the Uber at 8:30 p.m. Detective Farrell agreed that the message originated from Celeste. Okay, Burke noted that at 10:02 p.m., Celeste sent David another message stating that she was almost there, asking him to open the door if he was home. Farrell again agreed that those messages were sent by Celeste. Burke then questioned whether investigators could actually determine that David himself was home when those messages were sent. Farrell testified that David's cell phone consistently appeared to be at the residence based on the available location data. Burke then went back to reconstruct David's activities before Celeste arrived at home at April 23rd, 2025. On April 23rd, 2025, she asked Detective Farrell whether investigators attempted to determine what David was doing during the hours before the Uber dropped Celeste off. Farrell initially said he did not understand the question. Burke rephrased, asking whether, as part of the investigation, detectives sought to determine David's activities in the hour leading up to the drop-off. Farrell replied that he did not specifically remember investigating that. Burke then asked whether they learned David had been playing a virtual reality game with two other
Girl,
people.
was it Aura? Was he in the Aura headset?
Aura has entered the chat. BJ.
Let me find out they put David in the life skills with the Aura. Let me find out they had David in the Desert Hope. Not a free David movement. Don't worry. I wouldn't participate in a free David.
Not
I'd let
Princess
him sit.
David.
I'd let him sit. I'd let Lima use Aura on him and never even say a word about it.
I was not expecting that. Burke then asked whether they learned that David had been playing a virtual reality game with two other people. After a brief pause, Farrell responded, "Oh, yes." Burke continued, confirming that David had been using a VR headset, playing a game and browsing movies.
It was a Tyrannosaurus Rex in one and a kitten in the other eye.
Oh my God. That's insane. While interacting with the two other individuals, she then suggested that those activities occurred during the time Celeste was traveling to Burke's home, David's home in the Uber. Farrell agreed with the timeline presented, and then they revisited the prosecutor's timeline. Burke confirmed with Farrell that investigators determined that Uber dropped Celeste off at approximately 10:10 p.m. on April 23rd. So they say she died on the 23rd. Correct, Farrell testified. She then confirmed that Burke texted Celeste asking, David texted Celeste asking where she was at approximately at 10:31 p.m. Again, Farrell responded correct. Burke then summarized the prosecution's timeline, asking whether investigators concluded Celeste died sometime between 10:10 p.m. and 10:31 p.m. Farrell agreed that the investigative timeline placed the relevant events within approximately a 20-minute window, which is what we were saying when that brief was released. That's my goodness.
I remember that the first deputies kept mentioning this 20-minute gap or 20-minute timeline or something.
About it. Because it was in the brief. It was like, wait a minute, she arrived at dinner and then she died in 20 minutes. Like, they're saying that all of this happened, which is what they're going to then, I guess that's going to be the defense. So is the defense going to be that it was self-defense, that they were fighting with each other? They're not disputing that she didn't arrive, right?
Yeah, well, I don't think they would here. They would do it in the trial.
Right. But they're actually confirming the timeline. If you're going, because they're going through the prosecution's timeline, I'm also hearing that, she's asking questions relevant to, his arrival, the communication leading up to the event. So she's not saying that it wasn't David. And also, I don't even know where it says that the Uber driver doesn't remember her. So I guess his testimony is not going to be relevant here if you don't remember her.
Well, he's going to probably be able to confirm that he dropped somebody off there. Whether he remembers it was her or not, it's probably dark at that time. You're not really, there's not a lot of light outside. She could be probably concealing herself with the hoodie, as we've seen her in other pictures and stuff. But yeah.
Lord have mercy. What do you think, BJ? Oh my God.
What do I think? So I guess I kind of like said pretty much everything I think. Like, I think that they're probably trying to set up a few shots in the dark defenses. Like, they've really not closed the door on very much as far as David's defense. It looks like they are kind of going to try and attack the victim, blame the victim. They have seemingly left it open to possibly argue that maybe she still self-inflicted this unalive, that maybe someone else did it. They have, I think kind of unfortunately for David's parents, they've now been dragged into this because either they were there that day or David's lying. And if David's lying, that doesn't help him at all, because lying in one situation means you could be lying in another situation. And the very last thing that you want when you're facing a death penalty case is for the jury to know out the gate you just lie. Because if you can lie on one thing, you can lie on this impeachment. So why would David's lawyer bring up the parents being there if they weren't? Because now that's just opening a can of worms to be like, so you lied to Celeste, so you did lure her over there or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, I know they are saying that Celeste was initiating the going over there and seeing him, but that is not what it looks like to me. It looks like to me David wanted to see Celeste in person. He said at least twice in these little excerpts that we got, he wanted to see her. He said he wanted to talk in person. And so she's like, then let's talk in person. I don't know why I have to sit here and wait. Like, think about that. Like, you're 14 years old, you're dating anybody of any age, and they're about to go out of the country, and they just hit you with the let's talk in person, and now they're about to go on tour and this and that. I mean, you can imagine she was probably like, no, you're going to talk to me before you go to Singapore if you need to talk to me so bad. Like, I don't understand how these messages are getting, interpreted as she somehow is the like one that wants to see him. Now, I will say it doesn't make her look particularly, kind and sweet and polite and innocent little girl that she's talking about chopping somebody's what off and stuff.
Vomiting.
She's not. If she was like a sweet, not that she wasn't sweet. She probably appears to have been very sweet, but she had like a way of like taking care of herself, like she could handle herself, as it were. And, sometimes me and you, Rabbit, even get kind of criticized because we're not going to take stuff off of anybody just because, you think we should or whatever. So I think that, the whole thing in which we would never do, say what she's saying.
I would never say I'm a bob at you.
Of
I mean,
course.
as you know.
And I truly don't believe that she would have. I think it was a little girl.
It's just not my style,
Not in control of anything in her life at all whatsoever. Nothing was in her control. Nothing was in her control.
Not even her body.
Sleep at night. Not her body.
Not her body.
Her reproductive decisions. It's so ironic because in California they have those laws to where it's like, and a lot of states have this, where it's like basically once you turn 12 years old, you can do whatever you want. Go to show up to the doctor. They can't tell your parents and all that. And it's like the whole reason they supposedly have those laws are to make it safer for girls to access whatever health care they need without some imposing figure telling them what to do. And yet still, here we had David coercing her, according to what we saw this week be introduced, with Birkin bags and Hermes. What was she want to get? A Hermes bag or a
Balenciaga?
Jesus, the child ficking brand. Like the weird photo shoot. I mean, of course she wants that brand anyway. It just reminds me of that Epstein video where he was like, delete the VOD. Like, he knew he was playing with fire the whole time. And as a little kid, like a literal child, Celeste probably thought it was cool for some time. But there had to have been moments of like, she was forced to be in adult situations. She was forced to make adult decisions because adults were treating her as an adult. And so in some ways she had to grow up fast in some ways. Now, that doesn't mean she was an adult. That doesn't mean she deserved it. It doesn't mean that she was asking for it. At all times, the adults are the most responsible and should have been.
Yeah.
However, the fact that Celeste was being forced into these adult situations and to make adult decisions as if she were an adult when she wasn't, probably did make her wise up to how creepy and weird David was and how wrong it actually all was at some point. I think she did start talking back to him and saying, I could get you arrested. Do you know I could get you in trouble? And you're still you're playing around. You think this is a game. You've taken my childhood. You've taken my innocence. You've gotten pregnant with your kids twice. And I don't even now have all this guilt. She even expressed guilt. And so what's wrong with her saying, I'm going to expose your nasty, creepy ass? What's wrong with that? What's bad about that? Good for her in that way. It's about time somebody said it.
It's interesting.
That is very true. You can tell, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
You can tell through all these text messages that have come out that she was constantly looking for some sort of acknowledgement from him. And I'm sure that all these pictures that he put out and the text or whatever, the tweets or whatever he made public, it was always to appease her because she felt he was not recognizing her the way that she wanted. And at some point she did get annoyed. She wisened up and she had enough and she was calling him out on it. Now, I am no legal scholar, but I don't see how any of this looks good on him, because it just even bigger of a motive for him to have done this, in my opinion, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. I could be wrong, but this all telling me you had all of this is the result of you losing what she was, jeopardizing for you.
And let's say
it was right.
Sorry, go ahead, Rabbit. Sorry.
No, go ahead, BJ. I was just saying she would be in a right. She would be in a right, correct?
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
And the thing with let's say, obviously David's defense is leaving the door open for the possibility or the possible defense that she attacked him and she was violent or manic or something and she attacked him. First of all, that's a weak argument for many reasons. Even though he was small, she was much smaller. She was shorter, she was smaller. Maybe she had a weapon. Okay, fine. Maybe she had a weapon. That doesn't explain how she got stabbed in the back. But anyway, it shows that David, the fact that he's still after the fact of that, he didn't call the cops, he didn't call for help or whatever that we know of. And what he did was started to hide. He started to order chainsaws and fire cages and shovels and mops and what about all the amputations in his videos? Let's not forget all the Celeste lookalikes that are getting their limbs chopped. Let's not forget of his specific references and his specific dressing up as characters that eat fingers. Let's remember all of that. The songs, the hit breakout song was Romantic Homicide, The Red String, the fact that there's a voice in his album that sounds just like Celeste. These are things that show that he was obviously contemplating on this all the time. In my opinion, this is my opinion, he was not, oh my God, I can't believe I had to do that, let me move on. It's like he was doing whole cover-ups. He tweeted DK a week later.
That's insane. That part I'll never get. Even Lily says David had no injuries. She didn't use a chainsaw on herself. Also, she threatened him and he felt like he had to silence her. Thank you so much, Lily, for the super chat. Yeah, I agree. I
think there's more tweets we didn't read.
Yes. From her? From Taylor?
Did we read update?
We read everything.
Another 15-minute? Oh, girl, I must have been reading the comments.
No, we were reading this right here, all the C and Ds, and then we read that. Then she says, we now have 15-minute break. Oh, that was 59 minutes ago. But the prosecution and defense have rested. Beth Silverman
asked. David's reaction? We got that one?
Yeah.
Also, we will have final arguments.
They do have final. Oh, here it is. During Detective Farrell's testimony, Burke stared straight ahead while texts were read, looking at the screen in that notable casual manner. Strangely, while defense was cross-examining Farrell, Burke remained looking down through most of Blair Burke's questions to Farrell. And then Burke had no more questions. When given the opportunity to respond, Silverman established why no video evidence existed. Hold up. Let me go up a little bit. What is this part? Okay, so they rested, right? They took a 15-minute recess. Yeah. And in the final moments, the attorney, Blair Burke, cross-examination, she pushed that there's not video evidence of data showing that Celeste and David were doing between 10 p.m.
This is
and
the
10:31.
Jayoma. This is the Jayoma.
This is the Jayoma argument.
This is what he said. What?
The
20
Jayoma
minutes
defense
is a long time. 20 minutes? What?
That's
a high crime area. Oh my God, literally, it's like cartoonish that they literally have to go all the way to that.
Because we all know how every murder is recorded every single time. That's rarely the case. We never have a recording of these crimes happen. So who cares if there's no video?
Okay, so I'm just laughing because I'm thinking about what he said. Anyway, so in the time Celeste is believed to be killed, Burke asked whether investigators found any text messages or other digital evidence showing that Celeste and David, finally she says David, were doing afterwards at 10:11 p.m. After confirming that the drop-off time, Farrell responded correct, indicating there was no such evidence. Burke then said there was not any I'm making up words, any electronic communication or text message, between 10:11 p.m. and 10:31 p.m. confirming what the pair were doing. Farrell again said correct. Burke also asked whether investigators determined that David was away from the phone during the day on April 23rd. Farrell replied, I don't know. When Burke followed up by asking whether David's activities that day had been investigated, Farrell again said he did not know. Okay. Burke then noted that investigators were aware of text messages between Celeste and David indicating David was away from the home during that day, attending an Interscope meeting. Farrell confirmed, saying yes, saying he was aware of the meeting. Burke said no more questions. When given the opportunity to respond, Silverman established why no video evidence existed. She asked Farrell to clarify this, and Farrell said because of the amount of time that passed while the body had been concealed, video evidence was not available when the investigation began. Silverman had nothing further to add. Explain that to me. Wait. Let me go back. So Silverman said that there was here it is.
So basically, Silverman said that for whatever reason, the specific camera that would have caught what Celeste was doing and David was doing at this exact time, the reason there's no video evidence of that is because there could have been, but the specific reason there wasn't was because of the time that had passed. Now, that does raise questions to me, though, because there's evidence of other stuff. Like in July, for example, we have the evidence of him walking back into the house for after parking his Tesla. But that was like 3-4 months later, right? So they're saying basically any surveillance footage that could have possibly shown what David was doing, maybe he did come out. Maybe Celeste went in. Maybe he came meet her. Maybe she got snatched up by the, Los Angeles wildebeest. I mean, I don't know. We don't know, but we could know if David didn't wait so damn long with a trunk in his body. And I think that's what Beth Silverman is going back and putting it back on David again. Like, yeah, there's no video because of your criminal client being a criminal.
Not the wildebeest.
Wait, what are you laughing about?
The infamous, notorious Los Angeles wildebeest.
Oh my God.
Y'all are crazy.
I don't know. It could have been aliens.
It could have been. You know what? I think there maybe was. But another thing. I just lost my train of thought. No, I really want to know. So I think he disconnected. If anything, it couldn't have been that he disconnected the cameras. Why there's so much time elapsed? That doesn't matter. I mean,
I
he
think
probably
they're just
disconnected
saying,
the
like,
camera.
how cameras, like, they'll keep like 6 months of footage or whatever. It's like, within the footage that needed to be gotten of him moving all around the neighborhood and last day before tour, that was still in that time frame. But like the April one had just fallen outside of the time frame.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In the video for the with the car, I think that was the camera of the neighbor that caught that.
Right. The neighborhood, the neighbor's like ring or nest or whatever cam.
Mm-hmm.
Where was the bodyguard when all of this was going down?
That's the question. He was supposed to be the live-in, huh?
Yeah.
What if the wildebeest would have got in the house and got David? Then he would have been in trouble. He wasn't guarding David's body.
I know. I mean, like, if your client is receiving threatening, bobbit chopping text messages, you would think that you'd be there to protect him from
Seriously,
a
he was
13,
so scared. He should have
14-year-old
been sitting
child.
on that bodyguard's lap.
I would have called. I mean, if I can't call the police, the bodyguard got to protect
The
me.
scary 14-year-old from Riverside might come over here
That's
with
right.
no money and no job. Somehow she might be able to get all the way over here and get me.
That's right.
And where's
We
my
gotta
bodyguard that I'm paying? I mean,
protect Princess David.
There
David
you
should
go.
sue the bodyguard.
I can't wait till Mr. Eyes reviews this as her referring to him as queen and princess.
Well, okay. So
And
how
he
many
calls her bro.
is that okay? I've never.
I don't know. That's kind of weird.
I gotta guess. I mean, I call everybody girl, I guess, but like
I call everybody girl too.
not
Even the
as
boys, I
much.
call them girls.
My fiance, not as much. And you know, like someone
I
I'm in
don't
like a
either.
romantic relationship with, I don't like be calling him
No, we don't do
girl
that.
And
or
girl is one thing. She called him queen.
girly
Girly
pop.
pop. Girly
Queen.
pop.
Girly pop and queen.
Open the door, queen. And
But
then there's
it's
the
a
Hello
different
Kitty,
generation.
and there's the yeah, that's the thing. I think it's
Girl.
like
I
are
gotta
these
text my younger sister. Do you
It
call
may
your
be a
significant other
generational
girly
thing.
pop?
Mark
I
is
really
out?
want
Old
to
is
know.
old.
They saying
Who is
Mark
it?
is out and
All
talking.
right. All right. Ooh, let me go over there and check out Mark, guys. Let me see. Mark the Shark. Oh my God.
Let's see what Mark got to say about this.
I know, because
Because I'm sure this caught everybody by surprise. Like, wait a minute, read that again?
I think so too. I think
Girly
so. I
pop?
think so. Hold up, y'all. By the way, yeah, I
Some
got
of
a
the stuff.
text message too. People are out.
Turn them
Hey,
on
just-
like
Yeah,
1.25.
Sure. But turn that mic. So they're doing closing arguments right now. The prosecution needs like 10 more minutes, so we're going to go to lunch. We're going to come back, and the prosecution's. So pretty much the closing arguments for the defense is they're saying that, for my opinion, they're saying that David is the one that was that had no history of violence, that he loved Celeste, that he was supporting her even in time of breakups. And so the defense's closing arguments pretty much were, look, David is innocent here. David loved her. And it was just hard to hear that this guy loved a minor. That's their defense. The closing arguments were his defense, and then the closing arguments too for the defense was saying that that they are moving for the evidence that there's not sufficient evidence here for all 4 counts, and so they're saying that David wasn't lying in wait. That's their argument, that there's no proof. They're pretty much saying that there is no proof, and that the prosecution has the burden of the proof, and that the defense feels like there isn't sufficient evidence for any of these counts, and that there is no malice with David, that there's no intent. There was no intent to kill her. There's no hiding the body. There was no intent for any of that. That's the defense's position in this, and that's the defense's position of David's innocence. It's really hard to watch and listen when the defense's closing arguments is that David loved her, David supported her, and that David was pretty much the victim here in all of this, and that David was the yeah, I know, right? It's like laughable that there's no proof. It's like there's tons of proof, but there was also the defense was saying that David was the one that had domestic violence against him per Celeste Rivas, but they struck that from the record because they were saying that they just struck it. So I don't know. It's pretty hard to watch, man. It was pretty hard to watch, and they were also saying too that in the text messages that on April 23rd, 2025, that there was no intent for, and again, this is from the defense's closing arguments, okay, that there is no text messages that David intentionally was lying in, and that David ever threatened Celeste Rivas with her life, that it was the opposite, that Celeste Rivas was the one threatening David's life and dismembering him and mutilating him and, mutilating his penis. That was the text message that was presented, that she wanted to mutilate his penis, and that she was going to kill him, that she was going to expose him, and that she was going to tell lies to her Celeste Rivas' dad, her dad. So the defense is saying that there's no evidence that David that day was planning to kill her, that there was no malice there. There's no proof of that. And that also that he was live streaming, game playing an hour before Celeste Rivas arrived from Lake Elsinore. And that their argument is that they don't know whether David was inside or outside the home at that time of the text messages, when they were texting, when she was, when David was at the house, one of their defense was saying that, asking the witness was saying that, do they know whether or not he was inside or outside the house? So that was that they brought that up again too, that we're unsure, we're unclear if was he in the house, was he outside of the house? And the detective's like, well, we have information that is, kind of shows that he's in that area. Right. Why would it matter exactly? It's like they're just grasping at straws. And I don't know, man. It's hard to watch, man. It is hard to watch the defense's closing arguments, man. It is just unbelievable, man. And, when you think they're going to do something good, they fall flat. It just always falls flat. And that happened right now. And let me see what else. I wrote a ton of notes, man. I wrote a ton of notes because it was quick and a lot of legal jargon too that it just goes over my head. But the gist of it is that they're painting David as the victim here. They're painting David as the one that had domestic violence against him. They're painting David as this like savior, as this guy that supported Celeste and that he loved Celeste and he would never do something like this. They're really grasping. They're really grasping the defense. And they're saying there's no surveillance of that day, of that night. How come there's no surveillance? And the detective's like, well, everything's been overwritten. It's been so much time with the body decomposing that everything's been overwritten.
I'm confused. Are they saying he didn't do it, or he did do it and it was self-defense?
I think there's maybe both.
I'm confused too. Well,
they're saying
both.
Well, because they're saying that it's overwritten, like they can't confirm her death. So therefore it's, and by the way, just so you guys know, I did ask my Gen Z sister about the girly pop thing, and I guess it is a thing. Like this is a thing. People
they say it's a grown men they're talking to.
Yeah, they say it's a grown men that they're talking to. Like, huh?
Okay.
Yeah. So
what is that referring to though? What is like?
She says it's when it's when girls are friends with a straight guy and think he's cool. They say he's a girly pop. LOL. It must be a Gen Z thing. I don't know.
It is.
Friends, but not boyfriend.
No, that's what I said. Well, like, do you say it to your boyfriend?
But
and she says,
maybe it was kind of like, because once you broke up with somebody and you're in high school or whatever, and you're like
a friend.
Hey, let me come over here, best friend, since I'm not your girlfriend anymore. Like maybe that, like it was like, okay, you've been designated to girly popping queen now because you're not boyfriend no more. Which she never obviously should have been dating him. Like
it sounds very emasculating though. I'm gonna be honest. I'm like,
totally.
You've been demoted.
Yeah.
All right, hold up. Let me keep playing. I had to ask.
Oh, and also the defense was also saying that Celeste Rivas is the one doing the threats, not David. They said Celeste Rivas is the one saying, "I'm going to kill you." The defense is saying, that Celeste Rivas is saying, "I will strangle you." They're saying that Celeste Rivas is the one provocating these text messages, that she's the aggressor, that she's the one that has these issues of suicide and bipolar. They brought that up too, that they have, that she has this bipolar disorder. Let's see. Oh, the other closing
By
argument.
the way, I'm more inclined to believe he meant bipolar, like he said, instead of borderline, because they, at her age, I don't even think they'd be able to. I don't know what California looks like. I don't know if they'd be able to diagnose her with that quite yet. So I'm more inclined, if she was bipolar, that would be different, right? Just letting you know. Side note.
Yeah, I don't even think it's necessary that she got a. I don't even think it's necessary she got a diagnosis. This like online.
How's that relevant?
People be diagnosing themselves with stuff all the time, and I'm not saying that she is or isn't. I'm not saying she did diagnose herself with something or didn't. I'm just saying it is possible that she has no diagnoses at all, and they're just bringing that up, and that might be why Beth Silverman objected, and the judge was like, "Yeah, we're not getting into that right now."
Rightfully so, I think.
Oh, there's going to be a DA press conference after the hearing, according to Keenan.
So now everybody that gets upset and says a couple of things, they have a mental illness or are bipolar. I mean, they're just upset.
They deserve to get slaughtered, I guess. I mean,
exactly, and put into the trunk of a car.
I don't get it, right? Let me hit play.
Was that their argument was that the medical examiner couldn't say what instrument was used to kill her. They said that the medical examiners don't know between the time of one stab wound to the next, that they don't know what happened. The defense was saying that the medical examiner is unsure or is unclear of what their expertise is with whether or not she bled internally or externally. These are their arguments. I'm just reporting.
Okay, but is she dead?
They were asking about the chest penetration.
Say that again.
Okay, but is she not dead?
Exactly.
Like, she bleeding internal, she bleeding external, she's bleeding none. She's in the ground. She's gone. Why are we talking about internal, external?
And David can say all he wants. She's dead. He's not.
He can talk. He can speak. He has a voice.
Well, we don't know where the bodyguard was at. That's the thing. Because I'm thinking it was only two people in a house. Where's the other guy?
You know what I remember too? How like it was being reported at some time that there were supposedly different markings on like how much pressure would be needing to be used. So where's that? When's is that one of them's David, one's Tommy, or should we be circling back around to this bodyguard?
That's a good point.
And he said that David was not violent. Let's see his videos. They're kind of gruesome.
They're pretty gruesome.
I mean, let's keep playing.
The penetration wound on her chest. That was in their closing arguments. And whether or not that would make it difficult to breathe. I mean, it's just like common sense stuff that you're like, are you kidding me? Like, are you really saying that? Let's see. They're saying the lying in wait too. The lying in wait, that there's no evidence of that. That they need proof of that he was in a position of advantage for that to be that there was no evidence of that. That if anything, that Celeste Rivas was the one wanting to go to his place that night on the 23rd of April 2025. That Celeste was the one begging to go to his house, and that David kept saying no, or David was wanting to make up excuses that his parents were going to be there, that he had to leave, and let's meet after the tour. And so they were pushing that too in the closing arguments, that the defense was saying, look, Celeste Rivas was the one demanding to be there with David, demanding that he'd answer, and demanding to come over. The other closing argument, was that he was online gaming an hour before Celeste Rivas came over, and that wasn't lying in wait.
Interesting.
So they're saying that they.
Hey, if he was online gaming, you know, out of everything that the Reddit has been able to capture, was this something that they were able to capture on that date? Because they've even been able to tell when he's online, or like the time frame, especially now leading up to now that we know a potential date.
You know what all of this is proving? I'm sorry.
Yeah. No, go ahead. Let me know.
All of this is proving that David he wanted to do something. He planned it, but just not for that night, because she kept wanting to meet with him that night and he kept saying no. But he still wanted to meet with her in person, just not that time. So he finally gave in, and this caught him by surprise, and he did it anyway. You know, that's why he was so erratic afterwards, with traveling here, spending all night in Santa Barbara, making a whole bunch of trips, ordering shovels. He just wasn't ready to do it, but he ended up doing it anyway. That's what that's proven to me, I think.
Yeah. What do you think, BJ? You look like you're thinking.
I think so the weird thing that Blair Burke, like David's lawyers, have done here is kind of left the door open to like a possible whole bunch of defenses, but some of them kind of don't agree with each other. So I'm just kind of confused, like exactly what is their theory of the case? Is it that she was this crazy, wild, aggressive, violent maniac who insisted to come over to his house, and she started some type of fight? She tried to unalive him, and then he, in self-defense, unalived her, and then what? Like, he still is supposed to be going forward for a trial on mutilating a body, so they don't really seem to even attempt to go after I call them charges 1, 2, and 3. So number 1 is what happened before, right? The dating, the inappropriate relations. The number 2 crime is the unaliving, which does have special circumstances attached. So you'll have 2A, 2B, 2C. And then 3 is the mutilating, right? The aftermath, the after effect. So it almost seems like 1 and 3 are a lost cause. Yep. He did the inappropriate relations. He loved her. And everybody knew about it, and everybody loved and thought it was all right. And so a jury should be all right with it too. And number 3, yeah, you know, they're not really saying like who did what. Like, they're saying, okay, we don't have video evidence for the exact moment of the unalive. So I was taking some notes. It almost looks like even David's defenses all kind of just like pre-admit that he did do the stuff, you know, number 1, and he did do the stuff, number 3, but we just can't even possibly know what possibly happened on the unalive moment. It's like maybe this whole preliminary hearing goal was just to kind of knock down some of the seriousness of the unalive charge, and knowing that David's probably going down for some of this stuff no matter what. That seems... Even though they're coming at this really aggressively, even though they're coming at this like Celeste is the worst problem child of all time, which we've seen victims be attacked like this in court cases before. It's nothing new. Yeah. But that's all they got. They're not even saying he didn't do the inappropriate relations. Well, I guess they are kind of saying he didn't know she was not 18, but that's not
they
gonna
put
fly.
That out there.
That's not going to fly.
So put that out there. So say that they leave all possible defense theories open, right? Because why would you want to hone into something when it's just a prelim right now? Right. Leave every possibility open, every possibility. And then essentially, like, you know, once all of this kind of, the chips may land, we're at the trial, then you kind of go from there and you start peeling the onion that way. Now, the other thing first everybody said is, but he still ordered the tools on the 23rd, right? So like, all of this is all up. I mean, there's a lot of, not the best defense, I would say, you know, but it's all possibilities. Because I could think, okay, say that she went over there and it got physical. Even though I'm like, I don't know if I believe that. It got physical. He freaked out. He didn't know what to do. So instead of calling 911 when he had injured her, okay, he decides so he's going to, you know, Uber, Postmates or whatever, a shovel, and or you know, Amazon delivery, all these things, because that's what he thought would be the best way to handle this, instead of just, because not only did you have the crime that you committed against the child, now you have a dead child in your home, right? So it's like buying himself some time. I don't know. It's a lot to kind of think about. I think they're just leaving every defense possible. But let me hit play.
That the prosecution failed to show that he was in line and waiting. They also said that that the prosecution failed to show proof of economic benefit. And then I wrote right here too that David looks relaxed and confident. When the defense was speaking, he looked real confident. He looked sure of himself. So I made sure to write a note on that. The defense also was saying that there's no proof that he killed a witness to silence a witness. But there's no evidence of that. They're saying that there was no open case on David as a witness, and therefore that charge is not right. That there was no open case, no open investigation into David in regards to Celeste Rivas, or that she went to the police in order for that charge to stick, because they're saying she's not a witness to these crimes because she didn't go and report it.
Stop. So the child didn't go to the police, and that's why that's not a crime? What?
I think that might be why in previous days of this, we've heard them say, like, David supposedly sent text messages that said, but no posters this time or whatever. Like Operation Runaway, Operation Awesome, whatever it was. But as long as there's no posters, to me, that kind of does lean back in the direction of like, you knew there was cops at your house in 2024 asking about that same exact girl.
And they told him her age.
And they at least showed him he had the poster on his phone. Okay, so this is a poster for the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. They do run, the person's correct name is like a legal adjacent organization. So, I mean, a government adjacent organization, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children might be like fully government funded actually. And so they have her age 13 on there. It's going to be really hard for him to deny, like, knowing that was her age at that point. However, he said some other stuff in text messages, like, I can't wait to do this without the cops bothering us, or without the cops BS getting involved, whatever he said. Like, so he was aware that if word got out about this relationship, the cops could get involved. And in fact, and indeed, they already had. It wasn't like a maybe one day. 2 different police departments, LAPD and Riverside both, had been in contact with him. And in the time after that, he did say things that indicated he knew he could get in trouble. Why was it that David was posting pictures of Celeste with an emoji over her face? Because he knew how freaking old she was. Why is it that Celeste said, I'm going to tell my dad all kind of lies about you? Because that dad probably already didn't like David. The dad probably already knew he was a grown man trying to mess with this little girl or whatever. Now that dad, again, he has, there's blame to go around for him and stuff. Don't get me wrong, but none of the parents had full disclosure of everything going on. David's didn't and Celeste didn't. Now, what they had disclosure of and what they had knowledge of, I don't know. But David definitely seems to have been very aware, not only that Celeste of her age, but also that the cops could come, and in fact and indeed did come to his house, to his residence, and called his phone in 2024. Then in 2025, she's dead. So this whole thing about there wasn't technically an open case, and he was trying to keep it that way. There had already been an open case, and she was at the time a missing child at the time. An active missing child at the time. So anytime there's an active missing child, the case is the case not open somewhat? Like enough at least to be like, he's aware there's a missing child or has been in the past, and she's at his house. Operation Awesome. I'm going to come with another grown man to pick you up.
Jesus Christ. Let me hit play. Oh my gosh.
Okay. Again, this is the defense's closing arguments. And they're saying that that Celeste was only going to expose him socially to his friends, family, to his dad, to ruin him financially, but never to the police. Right. And then I wrote another note. This is when the mom was shaking her head at the defense. She just kept going like this, like, shaking her head. We were all shaking our heads, but they also brought up Celeste Rivas' mental state, and also brought up David's mental state too. That there's no proof of malice here.
Oh.
And then the people came back. The people.
Interesting. Hold up. Go for it. What do you
No
think about
proof of
that?
malice. I mean, she's
Mhm.
dead. She took an Uber to your house, and she ends up dead in your trunk, and there's no malice there.
I wonder if they mean, or they cite a malice aforethought. Because malice aforethought is different than just, malice or whatever. You know how in
Okay.
defamation,
Yeah,
there's
yeah.
like actual malice? That's not
Mhm.
really
Mhm.
malice. Like you could be malicious. That's not malice. Like there's just like a certain like legal definition.
Legal, yeah. Mhm.
Malice aforethought is how you go from like manslaughter or negligent homicide or whatever to murder. You know what I mean? Like
Mhm.
it's like
Mhm.
you thought about it before. Not only did you lie in wait, right? Like that's a special circumstance, but like for first degree murder, you know what, on a live, it's gotta be thought about like before. You had, and not can't be heat of passion. It can't be like, oh, I'm defending myself. Like it has to be something you thought about before and put in a plan into action. And I wonder
Yeah.
if that's what he means when he says That's what I thought when he said
That you could be
malice.
right. That's probably it.
But I wouldn't put it past this crazy psycho lawyer to say there was no malice. He just loved her. Modern day love story.
Romeo and Juliet.
I was thinking the same
Oh my God, Jinx. Now both of y'all can't talk till I say. No, just kidding.
All right, go for it. Let me hit play.
Having closing arguments, and actually, you know what? The closing arguments from the prosecution. We're going to go back after lunch, but they said that they have 10 more minutes. But the closing arguments from the prosecution were fire, man. They were just on point. They were sticking to the facts. They were sticking to They were citing other cases, Supreme cases. They were just on fire, man. Beth Silverman was just rapid firing these bullet points, these points that were that the defense was saying. And so, I mean, everybody was paying attention, man. She was just bullet point after bullet point after bullet point. Yeah, no proof of I mean, it's ridiculous, man. But so I'm just looking at my notes. Give me 1 second.
Shout out to Mark, guys. Make sure you guys check him out. Hold up.
So, Beth Silverman was saying that 20 minutes of arrival of Celeste Rivas' arrival, he's already like trying to create his own defense. And then Beth Silverman was saying, look, she was likely stabbed twice, and that's the cause of death. Destroyed and concealed the body for 5 months. There was 2 penetrating wounds to the torso, and it took seconds to minutes to bleed out. So her argument is that there is evidence to show that she bled out. Right? So when you cut yourself, you bleed out. And so the defense was saying, well, there's no proof of that. And Beth Silverman's like, look, a little bit of common sense goes a long way when someone gets stabbed. Beth Silverman also said that when this happened, if this was a case of self-defense, or if this was a case of Celeste Rivas harming herself, David didn't call the police. He didn't call friends. He didn't call the police. And this was kind of interesting what Beth Silverman said. She said maybe David called his family, which was interesting. So I'm wondering if maybe there was some communication with David and his family, because Beth Silverman, that kind of surprised me when she said maybe David didn't call friends, didn't call the police, but maybe David called his family after the stabbing.
Oh, let me pause that right there. What in the...
Does he mean Blair or Beth?
Because they were okay. So let's go back a little bit, because there's some confusion, and just to make it clear, they're talking about specifically that one last paragraph. So they're saying that there is no video evidence, right? So no one really knows what happens in that time frame. BJ, correct me if I'm wrong. So basically, that just leaves rooms for various theories to happen in between that time frame. when they
there's
talked
like
about
20
that.
minutes. This is the J. Omen defense. There's 20 minutes of time between when Celeste got out of that Uber and she walked into the or when she got out of the Uber and when David can be seen somehow texting or leaving or something. Like there's some type of evidence forensically at 10:31. I don't know exactly what it is, but at 10:31 there's some type of evidence of where Celeste is or something about Celeste being in a spot. Maybe her phone pinged. I don't exactly know. I don't remember what the evidence was, but there's like pretty much no accounting for her at all walking into the house. It just has to be inferred. Like there's no evidence, like recorded evidence of like from the Uber or from the doorbell cam or from a Snapchat of her walking or a FaceTime and there's video. There's no evidence of her actually walking into that house on that night at that exact time of like between 10:10 and 10:30. But the prosecutors are saying in that exact 20 minutes is when she died. That's when it happened. So Beth, I don't think is necessarily wrong to hone in on that point in time, but it's like once you add everything else up, the chainsaws and the texts and the fact that David is acting all like he can't find her on the 23rd and then he just stops texting her forever on the 25th. But it does raise questions to me. Like, did she get out of the car and did maybe that bodyguard snatch her up? Did they throw her in the, remember there's something else we haven't had a chance to talk about. I haven't talked about it on my channel at all. Isn't there Celeste biological material on the back of the Tesla too?
Yes, there is.
Did he put her alive in that car? How do we know for sure she died at 11:30? I've always said this. I'm not convinced he didn't bring her somewhere else.
But the 20-minute window too. Well, here's the question that I have. Okay, devil's advocate. Because this is where I kept going. Wait a minute. Now that we know that he was gaming before all of this went down, so to me that doesn't really give like you're premeditating a crime. You're not lying and you're gaming and then you're lying in wait. Does that make sense? That's what I'm like. I don't know if it's just him or if there's more individuals involved.
Well, the lying in wait is also just like an add-on thing. Like if they can't prove lying in wait, they can still prove for like unalive. Like the crime is there, and then there's these other three are like tag-ons. They're like special circumstances that make the penalties for David harder, higher, and worse. But like maybe they won't be able to prove lying in wait. It does seem like a pretty specific technical thing, but like it's going to be very difficult not to prove that he did it to avoid Celeste telling and his musical career getting destroyed, because these are the three lying in waits. It's like if the defense can attack one or two of them, there's still going to be another one standing. Like why, if they can prove that David killed Celeste, there has to have been some motive. So what's the motive? Money? Or, he was gay?
Oh, but Sylvia's in the court, by the way. The prosecutors pointed out that he was gay.
He was watching out for her. Stop it. Aren't there all kind of CSAM images of them? How are we going to explain that? He was gay, but he was doing those activities and recording them and keeping them on his phone?
And talking about keeping it tight with having a whole bunch of kids? No, come on.
Please.
And lying in wait doesn't mean you're like waiting behind the door and you're gonna jump at them, boom, stab. No, that is not what lying in wait means. That means you lower them with the intent of doing this.
There's nothing there's nothing in the statute that says you can't be lying. Like the example they always give for lying in wait is somebody like literally hiding in a bush. So like what if, John Doe is walking by and Jim Doe is hiding in a bush and waiting for John to walk by so he could jump out the bush. So does it make a difference if he's waiting in that bush with a VR helmet on or not?
No.
He's still lying in the same bush, is he not? He's still waiting for the John Doe to walk up, is he not? I mean, everything is still the same, but now he has a VR helmet on.
Maybe that's supposed to be the alibi.
I think the alibi is him sending that text message or trying to start something by saying, hey, where are you?
Yeah.
I think that was his initial. But then in the first day transcript, we saw something about him starting to move with the car at 11, which is why we then increased that gap from 20 to like 45 minutes or something. So how do they get to this narrow? I'm thinking that you know, they were constantly, I mean, there was no movement after that from her phone probably, and it was probably put into airplane mode or something. That's why they're getting that exact time, I think. And then this is a girl that you're texting 50 times an hour. All of a sudden, after the 23rd, you completely stop messaging her.
Right.
You know, it's like, what happened? Did you forget that you were dating somebody that, you know, was pressing you for acknowledgement all this time? That still
Yeah.
doesn't work for his benefit, I think.
Oh man.
People are making some good points. He's gay, but they're arguing over another woman. No, he could be bi. He could be, something else. But
yeah.
I believe he liked women and likes women as well as part of the things
Yeah.
he likes. And
Thank you.
and
Sylvia's like,
apparently
I'll be
children.
out.
Apparently children as well.
She makes apparently minors.
Exactly.
And very particular ones with, that had a very specific aesthetic.
He did
Oh my
wear the
God.
sounds gay I'm in. I mean, he did lean into that.
Yeah. Well, what
The
is
gays are not
is
claiming
the
that for the
term,
record.
no, but what is the term? I'm sorry, I don't want to not to make this about that, but isn't it asexual where you don't really
Pansexual?
have
Something like that?
something like that? Yeah, where it's like
It ain't
you
a
don't really
girl.
have,
A means you don't like nobody like that.
right. So what is the opposite? Anyways, let me stop.
Well, there's there's
Listen.
a lot of different names
Yeah.
and things that people identify as these days. I don't want to offend anybody, say the wrong things, but there's a lot of stuff you could pansexual,
Pansexual. Thank you.
polysexual,
That's what it is.
all kind of stuff. They got all kind
Thank you.
of identities now, and I ain't trying to be offensive, but yeah, it
This
could,
is-
be, it could be a
fluid.
lot. But gay, I don't think gay is going to be qualifying here.
It doesn't matter. He can call himself a chupacabra or whatever, you know.
A wildebeest.
A
gay
wildebeest. He
chupacabra.
can
His
identify.
pronouns are wildebeest and chupacabra.
He can
He
identify
could call
as a chair, you know, as a bonnet.
there you
Chairs.
go.
It
There
doesn't
you
matter.
go.
He just
Thank
did
you.
it.
Thank you. Abraham. Yes, thank you for saying it. Because I'm like, well, okay. Anyways, so yeah, but I mean, clearly there was a lot going on. Let me hit play.
Clearly.
Okay, so once Beth Silverman is saying that once Celeste Rivas makes the threat of the prosecution states David set in motion. Once she said those threatening text messages to expose David, that's when the prosecution states that David set in motion a plan, just like he planned to get her out of her home, and just like he planned to rendezvous with Celeste. That this was all a plan from David. The line in wait, Beth Silverman is saying that there has to be a position of advantage. And she said that David did have a position of advantage. He is expecting her. The gate is unlocked. So that is proof of David having an advantage. The prosecution always stating that Celeste Rivas was sexually abused. She was groomed. And the prosecution, Beth Silverman, was saying that David was gaslighting Celeste Rivas and that she was a young victim of David. So here's the position of line and wait. She came back and she said, this was interesting. Listen to this. So the position of advantage of David had a position of advantage. That's the line and wait. The line and wait is you have to have a position of advantage. And Celeste Rivas believed that they were going to hook up again. They said that they would drink. They said that they would eat, and then they would have sex. David would send her back to Lake Elsinore. So it is believed that Celeste Rivas, in this argument, that they were going to she was going to get picked up, same thing, go to his house, have sex, eat, drink, have sex, and then be taken back to Lake Elsinore, because that's all they did based on the text messages that Celeste Rivas was saying to David.
Hold up.
So it's
I'm sending the link to Becky and Sylvia just so you guys are aware, okay? Let me mute myself.
believe that that's what she thought they were going to do, and his position of advantage was that he was setting the motion and plan after she had threatened to expose him, and say lies about him to her dad and his friends and workers, his co-workers too. So Beth Silverman cites a 1989 Supreme Court case. She cited about 2, 3, 4 cases. And that she's saying for the financial gain, she was saying that not only that you have a financial gain, but not only that, but it's also financial loss. That's also counts as this charge. Is that you don't have to necessarily have to gain something, but it's because you're going to lose something too. And I thought that was brilliant. How Beth said that. That it doesn't mean that you financially have something to gain from killing Celeste Rivas, but that you also have financial loss. She was saying that they had a dirty secret. They had sexual relationships over a year. They were that he was trying to silence a witness. Promised to expose his relationship socially and to law enforcement.
Hold up,
because
guys.
The sheriffs of Riverside County were called.
All right. I think I see Sylvia. Sylvia, I see you. You ready? Put a thumbs up if you hear me. Okay, here we go.
Can you hear us?
All right. So yes, give me 1 second. Both Sylvia and Becky are in the court. Let me see if I can put Sylvia here. Hey, guys, how did it go? Speak, talk.
So Sylvia went in first. She got all the 411.
Oh my God. Tell us, Sylvia, what's going on?
And then later on, I got mine. There's a lot. They finished up with the detective that they had on, the detective Farrell, in regards to the text messages. That's where they left off, I believe, on Friday. So they were talking about the mom giving permission. Yeah, the mom. It came out that the mom is the one that gave her permission to go with to go to London and everything. So all that came out. In fact, I'm sitting behind the parents, and the mom kind of put her head down at that moment, and it just broke my heart. But they're talking about. Let me go through my notes. It's just a lot. They're talking back and forth about like the first message that they ever gave out to each other, and where she asked David how old he was, and at that time David said that he was 17, and that's what she was believing, that he was 17 at the time. Towards the end, they were talking a lot about what happened during how he was not laying in wait because he knew she was coming. So how could that be laying in wait? How guys? How? Yeah. During the text messages, there's about 1,200 text messages just from April 22nd to the 23rd. And on that one, it was about basically the back and forth of Celeste and David in regards to, there's a lot of threats that she put out on him, threatening to expose him, to tell lies to her father, to basically post online and call him out. And so it was a big back and forth. There was even a part where she said, that I will mutilate your you're down there.
We heard it. It. She said she was gonna bob at him, didn't she?
Yeah, and I was like, OMG. That always works, let me tell you. Yeah, but then as far as the whole major thing is that they're trying to make is that Celeste never reported any of this. Allegedly, there was a slap that was given by David to her, but there was no report of it. There was no police report. She never went to police. There was no police report on that. So they're throwing that out. Which is very common between Latino communities. We don't call the cops, especially if you're broke. If you're poor, you don't call the cops. We already know where the cops are going to go. But she did threaten to kill him. She threatened to tell the dad lies. I will end your career. What they claim also was that it wasn't for financial gain because she never went to the cops. So there goes that theory. And then she also lived with the aunt. She moved to the aunt's house in LA for a bit, and that was before she moved in with David. And during that time, so apparently the parents knew, the aunt knew, the brother knew, because he had went to events with them. Also in Vegas, when they went to Vegas, um, they stayed in Vegas. The sister went also. She didn't go with them, but the sister was in Vegas and did meet up with them at a certain date. So they are basically saying, well, the whole family knew about David, so they knew what was going on. That still does not negate the fact that he was having sex with the money. Yeah, because they're saying that, even the school knew about it as of February of 2024. The school was aware of it at that time. The parents back in September of 24 was the one that gave out the permission to David to take her to London. David's workers were aware of the relationship. In 2024, everybody was at Coachella with them. And the biggest fight over the last endings of the text messages were about Asia. Yeah, a lot of jealousy in regards to Asia.
BJ called that too. By the way, BJ's up here, guys. Just so, I don't know if you guys see her. She's up here.
Hi, BJ. Yeah, so that was like the biggest thing was about them, and now it's to the point to where they're going back and forth. You heard about the girly pop, I'm sure.
Wait. So what you put in the comments that he's gay? What happened? What was that all about?
that was a mistake. I corrected it at the end. I don't know, my phone was on another level. I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Gay thoughts. It must have seen something. I don't know. The gay radar went off. I don't know what happened.
Her phone was thinking gay thoughts. There you go, y'all.
I was thinking gay thoughts. I have no excuse for it. I blame AI.
Yeah.
So what the defense is saying is that they're not meeting the proof of the circumstantial evidence. Where is it? I just had it. They're not meeting the 187A, which is the murder, the capital murder. It requires malice. There's supposed to be no malice because she knew he knew she was on the way. So how can he be waiting and for her? Well, yeah, you still can. So according to the defense, there's no evidence of a killing with malice. There was same with the ME. Yeah, same with the ME. The ME, they were saying that he couldn't be 100% on actually how she died, when she died, if she bled from the inside out or if she drowned within. The other thing that I kind of caught on was that they might have, he kind of mutilated the body or hit the body. I came in late, remember that, guys? That he could have just hit the body. Because that's what it was alluding to. Like, well, he might have hit it, but he didn't do it, kind of a deal. So I think maybe that's going to be their defense. Yeah, their implied malice, destroying evidence, repeats threats of life. And the spreading of the lies in the publication that she threatened. They're saying it's lack of evidence. Yeah. Danger to the life, danger of nothing win or more after death. And then as far as the arrival, there's no evidence of cameras. And the fact that they're saying that he was gaming at the times, they're saying, well, okay, he sent for the Uber, so that's one. Because she insisted. And then she insisted, and then so he sent for the Uber, and then he was waiting for her arrival, and then he did open the door. And then the text messages on her behalf stopped. Now, when they were claiming that, so what Silverman said was, like so many other times, he sent for an Uber. She went there. They did what they did. That's what she was expecting this last time. So what I'm telling you is, Beth is a beast when it comes to storytelling. You can follow the story. You can understand what she's saying. The defense lacks that a little bit. The defense is all like, well, Your Honor, they really didn't need this. And it was kind of like all over the place. There wasn't exactly a storyline saying, or, he was too busy gaming. And there was just no, like, visualization. It was just like all over the place. Whereas when Beth is talking, you almost see it. And it's like watching a movie. You almost see it in your head. This one is like my brain left a little scattered. It was a little. Yeah, there's a lot all over the place today. Like they were talking about the iPhone 16 was never recovered, and I believe that was his. But the iPhone 15 was found, and that's the one that's carried a lot of the text message and the children porn on it. Another thing that they were brought up was that April 24, 2025, the purchase of the shovel, chainsaw, and the burn mat were never found. So yeah, I mean, they're trying to break down as far as their mental between the both of them.
Did they talk about what happened to the security guard or like security wasn't there?
None of that's come up today at all. What happened was since he concealed the body and the death for so long, the cameras kind of, I guess what did they say? They overrode themselves. Yeah. So there was absolutely no evidence, no video evidence of anything that happened. After so long on CCTVs, they only record and hold for so long. It could be like a week or something. Sometimes it depends how they have it set up, maybe up to 3-4 weeks. But after that, it records over itself. But it's believed that she was killed on April 23rd? Yeah. April 23rd. Okay,
so they did have CCTV though, right? They did have that.
They did, but because it took them so long to go get it,
okay,
it recorded over and it was lost.
All right, last question that I have. Oh, you gotta go?
Yeah, one last question.
Oh, okay, no. What was my last question? Oh my God, I forgot. Never mind. Because there was a question. I forgot.
We'll catch up.
Okay, bye guys. They'll come back, guys. Bye, guys. Ooh, we'll get them back in a little bit, guys. Sorry. They probably have to go eat something before they have to get back in court, and I would hate for them to miss their lunch. Hold up. I don't want to make them miss
says employees are posting again.
Employees are posting?
Mark Garagos' employees. Yeah.
Oh.
I think this one's name might be Taylor.
So I guess now, if you're playing a video game, there's no way in hell you could commit a crime.
That's what was my question.
If you're playing Fortnite, you cannot commit a murder.
This reminds me of that time in the Young Thug trial that one of the co-defendants was arrested during a goat sacrifice.
Wait, there was a goat sacrifice?
Yes, ma'am. And they were doing one while the guy got arrested. And then Brian Steele and his co-counsel got that kept out of court.
Dear Lord.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, but maybe it was a VR one. I don't know.
A VR sacrifice.
Yeah. Could have been. In Aura. That's what was going on in Aura all these years, right?
You know what's so funny is that a couple years when I was covering the Aura stuff, a couple years ago, I got an email from like Aura Security, and I'm like, "Is this the same company? Is this a different company?
Girl,
why are they sending me this
They were relentless trying to get me. I don't know if they thought it was going to be funny if I would be advertising for that
Their
Aura
spokesperson?
I definitely did not ever respond. I might have responded eventually and said I'm not interested. They were relentless.
They were trying to get people to respond. Oh my God. All right, hold up.
Actually, in this post you're about to read, she actually does respond to that VR thing.
Oh, okay. Let me see if I can hold up. An hour ago. Is this with LA Mag or was this Conlon who?
No. It was Taylor.
Oh, it was Taylor. Okay.
Isn't she also with them?
Yeah, she's with them. I think they just hired her or something.
Wait,
here it is,
Taylor
11 minutes ago.
Elise?
Huh?
Isn't Taylor with Ari Elise? Was there another Taylor?
I don't know what that other girl's. We'll find out on the record because apparently all this went down on the record where she got dismissed and they had to call the bailiff and everything.
Oh no, that wasn't Taylor. That was some YouTuber.
It was Annie Elise's employee.
Oh,
yeah.
Well, I don't know. Maybe what her name was. I don't know. Taylor. I don't know.
I know she had a Taylor. I think I could be wrong, but I think she had a Taylor reporting for the Kevin V trial. That's where I'm probably getting Taylor.
I think you're right. All right, let's get into this. What we know so far from closing arguments at D4vd preliminary hearing. So Marilyn, the lawyer, presented final arguments for the defense, specifically focusing on the three special circumstances: lying in wait, The defense argued that the prosecution failed to prove Burke's intentionality, concealed his purpose, watched and waited for a substantial period, and carried out a surprise attack from a position of advantage. She argued the evidence instead showed Celeste Rivas Hernandez initiated the meeting, insisted on coming over despite David telling her no, while also pointing out that David was online gaming with two friends shortly before she arrived, which he said undercut any claim that David was lying in wait. The lawyer argued that the fatal front-to-back stabbing wound was inconsistent with a surprise attack. Okay. Financial gain. The lawyer argued that there's no evidence that David killed Hernandez for financial gain because the prosecution failed to identify any concrete financial benefit that would result from her death. The defense said David, wanting to protect his music career was too speculative, arguing future earnings and career perspectives are not the type of identifiable financial gain required under the law. Witness killing. The defense argued that prosecutors failed to prove that David's purpose was to prevent Celeste from serving as a witness in a criminal proceeding, as she made no threat to go to the police. Overall,
that's because he killed her. Hello, before she got a chance to. The threats came that night, and she died that night, right?
Well, did they come all in the matter of the 2 days, right? In those text messages, is that correct?
I think so. From those 2 days, I think it was even the night that he killed her that she threatened.
Had she ever threatened him before to go to the police, or was this only between the 22nd to the 23rd? Am I correct, BJ? Like, is this the only time we're hearing that were threats like this?
No, I think they're using text messages.
There could be something from before, but they haven't made it public
relationship. Yet. But it does seem like what's being reported from the different sources. Y'all can't hear me?
He can't hear. When he can't hear, he overtalks. So he's coming up. It's his sound. Go for it. What were you saying?
What it seems like they're saying is like maybe there were like many instances of Celeste making these so-called supposed threats, but it seems like she was particularly upset about like Asia, and that's like some of the last text messages they were like arguing about Asia specifically and being jealous and stuff. And it does seem like Celeste was in those text messages also being like, she was in my seat or whatever. I think they were just, and there was probably jealousy going all different ways too. Like we kind of saw this is something Hollywood does. Like these guys in Hollywood for one, but also just Hollywood like managers too. Like Lou Pearlman would like pit his bands against each other. And like, David calling that an artist house and saying that there's always artists there. It's like, I just know he was pitting these people against each other for talent and stuff too. Like that hasn't come out, but I just know it. I just know he was acting like he was going to be like a artist manager or something. Like, I just feel like that's what was going on. And so there was like a lot of competition. And a lot of these women looked so much alike that at first we could not even tell them apart. And then come to find out one of them's a girl, not a woman, but there was a Celeste. There's all these Celestes.
Celeste Herrera.
Lookalikes in the music videos. They were having to come out and say, no, I just showed up one day and did a music video. I didn't know. I don't know. Yeah. I just feel like it had to have been like tremendous competition going on. And Celeste was a child. And somebody said it too. I think it was you. Like she had been put in these adult situations and forced to like carry a child, more than one, pregnancy. And, who knows what the heck regular hormones and then exacerbated like regular 14-year-old hormones, if there's such a thing, and then exacerbated by all this other stuff that again adults were putting her through. It's just
we
nasty.
Underestimate that a lot, BJ. Like people, when you're pregnant, when you're taking birth control, like this is the one thing that I feel like even sexual health, we don't do a good job in society educating women about the fact that, like you're putting something in your body that's a chemical thing that's supposed to restrict or do something, that is naturally supposed to do something, but you put in your body, like, it F's up your growth,
it regulates
your brain,
everything. Every single thing in your body is pretty much regulated by hormones. Yeah.
So talk about a child. We don't know what trauma she went through before her pregnancy. Your trauma before your pregnancy, you get pregnant, it is like 10 times worse, guys.
And them Plan Bs ain't no walk in the park either.
No, they're
them things will have
not.
somebody messed up for a week for more. I mean, it
Yes.
messes your everything.
Exactly. So yeah. Anyways, so overall, the lawyer said there was no evidence in this case, only circumstantial evidence, which we know, pointing to a lack of video footage to data to prove that David was doing during the minutes Celeste was suspected to be killed. Beth Silverman countered all these points during her closing arguments, which are still ongoing. Okay, it's still ongoing. She noted that all three special circumstances, were intertwined. I'm sure the court isn't surprised to hear that people's position is the exact opposite, Silverman said before responding to each point. She said, to the point of lying in wait, Silverman said, though Celeste made the plan to meet, she did not know what David had planned for her. The prosecution argued David intentionally lured Celeste into a vulnerable position before killing her. The prosecution also pointed to the unlocked gate and door reference in David's tests that he was ready for Celeste to arrive. Text, I think she meant to say that. Silverman stated it does not matter what Burke was doing prior to Celeste's arrival, only that he was waiting for her. To the point of financial gain, Silverman argued that David's motive was financial, claiming Hernandez had become a threat to his rapidly growing music career. They presented evidence that David had recording contracts worth millions of dollars, significant assets, and a career that depended heavily on his public image. They stated, what is his public image? They stated a firm monetary amount was not required and future gain was valid under this circumstance. Okay. She maintained David stood to protect the financial value of his career and future earnings by eliminating that threat, making financial gain a motivating factor in the killing. To the point of witness killing, Silverman stated that David killed Celeste to prevent her from reporting their relationship to friends, family, and on the internet, as she threatened to do so in their text exchanges. She argued David understood she possessed a serious legal risk. Posed a serious legal risk and killed her to silence her before she could report him, leading to a future criminal proceeding. According to Silverman, witness killing stands even if there is not a current criminal proceeding at the time of the death. Ooh, okay. At noon, the judge asked Silverman how many more minutes she needed to complete her argument, and Silverman lasted 10 more minutes. The judge decided to break for lunch at this point. Beth will resume her closing arguments at 1:30 p.m. before breaking for lunch. Beth delivered a chilling line that had a reporter in the room muttering, Jesus. Her body turned to liquid while he went on tour. Silverman said as she laid out what she believed happened to Celeste Rivas Hernandez. Get out of here. Her body turned to liquid while he went on tour. BJ.
Beth knew she was trying to get them headlines, girl. That's going to be a headline. I mean, many headlines will say her body turned to liquid while he went on tour. And it's true. It did. And he did.
He acted like nothing happened. He had interviews. He put out posts.
Did he though? He kind of acted like something happened. He was boo-hooing and crying, singing Afterlife.
Holding interviews.
Looking guilty. Crying. And the shirts. Did y'all talk about the shirts? The blood print shirts?
No, what about him?
Well, I haven't been like on top of the story as you, but I saw a couple things here and there about how in the garage they had like maybe they had made merch, those bloody handprint shirts in the garage.
They had the jugs. They had the jugs of fake blood. They actually had to test those jugs as well. They found those in the garage.
They did test them for it was fake.
It was fake blood. Well, thank
Yeah.
God. Well, I mean, they made a lot of them, so obviously some of it, I guess, had to have been. I mean, and he would splatter that red fake blood paint all over everything. Remember that big 4 he had in the background of one of his sets? It was just like splattered, and
it was like branding. It's like part of his brand. I mean, that was his merchandise and everything. So,
and how about them gore addiction texts? That didn't even come up.
One would think he'd outsource those shirt making stuff, right?
They had his little sister was there. His little sister was there, blood handprinting on the white shirts.
He was doing one of them illegal things, having minors work for him.
Yeah, I don't know if it's your own family and they're volunteering and they get to wear the bloody merch shirt. I don't know what the rules are legally, but
that's like no, Beth knew how to close that out.
And they're like
literally
like talking on TMZ. There's like 2 rage bait
let me
articles.
go to TMZ.
One is like Celeste threatened to kill David, and one of the titles is like her parents knew, and it's like my response to both of those is so what? Her parents knew. Okay, get their asses up on the stand and ask them some questions.
Thank you.
Then, girl. But did
hold
they
them responsible?
Did they do the stabbing, or was that David? Because that's what I'm asking right now. There's a murder trial.
It doesn't justify her winding up the way that she did, and ultimately he was the last person to see her. She never left his place. The phone didn't turn on. You mean to tell me it went from the 22nd to the 23rd, texting all crazy? How many text messages did we see? Did they say?
And he never ever texted her again. Like, even if he stopped texting her for like a few weeks while his tour kicked off and stuff, I would expect him to text her again unless he knew. Yeah. Like, even like a, hey, I'm sorry about how things ended. Like, that was crazy. Like, just checking in. Like, that is what I would expect, especially from this toxic style relationship. Like, they clearly had a toxic dynamic.
He made it sound like in the text, hey, Jen, if you don't answer me, I'm going to call Jen. Whereas the defense is not even denying in their question that she never actually made it there. They're not even pushing back on that. He lied. Okay. He set up that part of, if you don't, I'm going to call Jen if you don't make it here or something like that. Dude, bro, where are you? Type of situation. When she was already dead by then. Or was she? Was she injured? Because
this
is the thing
what
is
I
like,
want to know. I mean, the government does seem very, very sure that she was dead and gone, like in that 30-minute period. I'm not convinced. They haven't convinced me of that. I'm not.
Well, we don't even know how she died exactly. We knew that there was
Some
a
type of
puncture in her
punctures.
body, but we don't know how. Like, that's why I'm like, do we know? How can you tell the exact time frame of when she died,
or when she was stabbed,
or when she was? Thank you, or when she was stabbed.
Because I'm feeling like it's like in my mind, it's 50-50. They could have been in there. They could have hooked up. They could have done whatever. I'm using those words on purpose. I understand that when it's a minor, that's criminal. But I'm just saying they could have whatever business as usual. And then at 11:30, when he got in his car to go out to Santa Barbara, well, how do we know he didn't do something with her out there? Just because her phone never turned on again? Maybe he said, let's turn it off. I don't know. Like I said, when I first got on here, I have this very vivid image in my mind that there were like multiple people there and this was live streamed and she was on a bed or like willingly went somewhere else, and that's where she lost her life. And the prosecutors just seem so sure that it happened in that house at that time that they must have some type of evidence, but like I haven't seen it or heard it. I definitely think David had something to do with the unalive, but that's about as much as they've been able to successfully convince me on so far.
This was the last question that I had for Sylvia and Becky. Did they mention whether the Uber driver said that he didn't remember Celeste? I think we found that in Mark's chat. I just wanted to confirm that because he would have been the last person to have seen her alive. So I'm curious to know, did they hear the same thing about the Uber driver not remembering Celeste or dropping her off? Which to me, it's like, well, I guess, I don't know. Well, the cameras, apparently there's no cameras. Why? Because they overrode each other. How convenient. You live in security and you don't have working cameras. They're overriding each other. I don't know, man. How convenient.
So it's kind of difficult for like the Uber driver to not remember taking somebody there that was a female, because it's not like it's a 10-minute drive. It's an almost 2-hour drive.
2-hour drive. If I'm paid very well, I'm not going to remember. Like, I got to go to the bathroom right now. I'm going to go to the restroom, but keep talking. I'm just saying. Pay me and I might not remember.
Oh, okay. I thought you you really wouldn't remember, because I think I would if I
especially if I was paid a lot. Yeah.
Exactly. I think he probably does remember. He probably doesn't remember like her face, because I don't think like an Uber driver is gonna be all that detailed. But then again, she could have been covering up. But then again, it's a 2-hour drive.
And it's like 10 o'clock at night, and I can imagine. Okay, I'll just say this. For me, I feel like I probably would remember, like you said, a 2-hour drive, because it's like one of those, like, ugh, I got to go all the way to LA.
Mm-hmm.
And it was like, this night or that night, and then you had to drive all the way back. But then at the same time, like, I can see a universe where it's like an Uber driver. He's maybe based out of Riverside, but he likes to go to LA anyway, or she, and they're over there, and it's just like a lot of these Uber drivers have like 2,000 rides. And I definitely remember, like I used to wait tables. I did bartending for a while. I mean, there could have been somebody sitting for 10 hours at my bar top and a year or two before, and would I remember that person? Like, I don't know, maybe, like, depending on if it was a busy day, maybe. I mean, I do agree with you. Off like gut check, I think I probably would remember, but I've never driven Uber or whatever, so I guess I don't know for sure.
Pay me, and I wouldn't remember. Meaning, maybe he was bribed. That's what I know.
I knew what you meant. I was just giving my perspective too, but I don't really obviously know. For me, it could go either way. Maybe he was paid off, bribed.
So here in Miami, like we have a lot of gig workers, which I think that's what's considered. And a lot of the Uber drivers and the people who do like Uber Eats and stuff, you may have the profile of one individual who is the person who is legally allowed to do it, but then they have somebody else work those rides and stuff. So if they subpoena the account profile and they weren't the ones who actually did it, then I would see why they wouldn't remember. Or if the person who actually did do the drive is an illegal immigrant, and with all the things that are going on today, they probably didn't even want to come forward. Because I see that a lot here. You see an Erica coming to do the delivery, but John is the one that shows up at my door.
Right. I thought that too. Not that exactly, but before, like I've seen, like DoorDash or whatever, like a couple will be doing the DoorDash because maybe he just wanted to have somebody keep him company or whatever, and like the girl comes bring the DoorDash to or like whatever. I've seen that before where it's like, okay, you are not John, lady, or whatever, but I don't care. Just give me my Dave's hot chicken and get off my porch. Exactly. Here's your tip. You know what I mean? I don't care, John, Jonna, Joanna. Just thank you very much. Here's your $7.
Well, I'm gonna, if I hear somebody say girly pop again, I'm not gonna look at you the same way. But by the way,
that like girly pop, I've heard that. I just never heard like them calling
towards a male.
Like basically he should have been calling him Onk
or something.
So
that's a little
let
weird.
Let me introduce you guys.
He is old for her.
Well, there you go. Let me introduce you guys. This is Murder by Nature podcast down here on the bottom. She's pretty big on TikTok. BJ, do you remember Emmanuel Haro, that case, baby case?
Of course.
Yeah, so she covered it. She's in the area. So she covered it. This is where I met her. Hey, Murder by Nature, how are you?
Hey, how are you doing? Can you hear me?
Yeah, so you've been following this on TikTok, girl. Tell me about it. What's going on? What are your thoughts? What's going on TikTok land with this case? And Kadisha Lynn, of course.
Yeah, so we have been following this heavily, and I think today was kind of like, what? I can cuss here, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
just keep it cute, but yes, for the most part.
I was like, what the just happened? Because like I know you guys were talking about the Uber driver and everything, and like with the Uber driver saying that he doesn't remember her, that never bothered me because it was so long after the fact of when that ride happened. What is getting me today is going through these text messages and yesterday those text messages and realizing how many people knew about their relationship and said nothing. So like with TikTok, I think we have attorneys over there. I don't know if you guys do, but we have an actual criminal defense attorney in the state of California. He's in Southern California with me. And he's been giving us the legal aspect of this case and kind of going through the evidence that's been presented so far. From what we've seen up until their break, And he's saying that he finds it hard for us to be able to see some of these charges actually come out with what they're doing. He thinks that they will bind over. We will see trial in this case. But with the way that the jury, I guess, rules get laid out, he has an actual word for it. The jury rules get laid out. Being able to get convictions on some of those special circumstances is going to be hard in this case.
Say more. What did he say? I'm kind of curious. Like, what in particular?
The line in weight, as well as the financial gain. He said that those are going to be a little bit hard to get with what the defense is bringing out today in court and the way that they're cross-examining with the text messages from Celeste. So I haven't gone deeply into those text messages just yet, but with the way that the defense is coming out today, and I know even the people that chat, like, they held all this until the final day. That is what they want to do, because really with preliminary hearing, we want to see the prosecution bring out their evidence. And from what the attorney's saying is he feels like prematurely they brought out evidence and got this arrest, but didn't have the things to back up the charges that they put in place. And he's saying that he finds that it will be very hard to get those special circumstances done. The CSAM, that holds a 16-year sentence. We do see that that is cut and dry. There's no way around that. But for the PC 187 and the special circumstances that he has, they haven't got enough evidence to prove those just yet.
You said the CSAM, and that's on the state level, because he's not being charged for the CSAM yet, right? Like, we're talking about that would have been if the feds come through, because I feel like they kind of put that out there, right?
So
to say,
he
like,
is
hey,
being
feds.
charged. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Sorry.
Go ahead. No. Go ahead.
So he is being charged with a sexual relationship with a minor. So that cut and dry. They have proven that. That holds a 16-year sentence.
Okay, not the CSAM though, just the relationship itself.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay, because I was like a little confused about that. Gotcha, man. Do you think the feds are going to come in through?
To remind and put back into perspective that at this stage we shouldn't expect anything to be proven, because this is just a probable cause hearing. I imagine there's a whole lot more evidence they did not show. I think they probably showed like as much as they needed to move forward. Like, is it more likely than not that David, or is it likely that David had motivation to do this, even if he didn't do it? They're not saying prove he did it. It's just like, is it likely that one of the motives was this, financial gain thing? I think probably. But like I've said, I do think those three, sorry, what's the name of this channel? Murder by Nature podcast. Yes. As she was just saying so eloquently, and I think correctly, it's going to be difficult to prove all three of these, to prove them. I don't know how that looks, though, at this stage where the judge just has to decide, okay, I'll let you take a shot at this in court, at a trial, and you'll have to convince a jury. You didn't convince me, but you'll have to convince a jury, versus like the judge just saying, no, you did such a terrible job of even showing anything about lying in wait and all this, or, the other two special circumstances, financial gain or killing a witness, that I'm not even going to let that move forward. That's probably, I think they will still move forward, but I do agree that prosecution has not proven those special circumstances with the evidence they reportedly have presented.
And you have to remember, like, preliminary hearing, they do want to bring majority of their evidence because they want to bind these charges over, especially in a case like this. That's what attorney and I were talking about the other day. I do think this is going to trial. No, this will bind over. But what they've shown so far, that's where it gets with those special circumstances. And we did hear that they don't know if they're going to be going through for capital punishment, which I believe they should in this case, from just the extent of what we've seen and what Celeste went through. But it is interesting to hear from a defense attorney in California on the legal aspect of it too.
Quick question.
Wow.
Do you know if the other two circumstances would not, stick, because the first one, which is him taking her life, cannot be proven? Is that why the other two would not stick, or? Because I think that in order for you to get the other two, you would have to convict them of the murder.
Yes. And I'm so sorry, Rabbit. I know I'm probably making your chat very mad. We've been going back and
Why?
forth on TikTok with this. But yes.
Why? Girl, nobody's mad. Y'all better not be mad. Be nice.
Mad at what?
Show some love. Mad at what? Yeah, you just giving your opinion. Please, girl.
I
say the
know my
thing.
opinion's so different from a lot of people that have been following this, but yes, they would have to convict him on PC 187. And
Yeah.
right now, as it stands with the evidence that they have, it's all circumstantial. Circumstantial, yes, you can still take to trial. We can still see that go through. But if there's people that already have reasonable doubt based on the evidence and those jury instructions are clear, it's going to be hard to get that guilty on it. And that's where those special circumstances would end up being null and void because they have to get the guilty on the 187.
Yeah,
Okay.
the special circumstances are not crimes. They are like add-ons. They're kind of like lagniappe.
Yeah.
They're like extra. So it's like you can't prove that a murder was done lying in wait if you can't even prove the murder. Like it's more. You have to prove the murder and 3 more extra things.
Gotcha. So
Go
ahead.
You're saying that there's not even proof that the attorney, based on what you're saying, that they're not even going to be able to prove that he did it?
So that's what people are saying over on the TikTok side. That is the thing right now. Like we all think he did it. Yeah, 100%. I think this man is guilty.
Yeah.
But from the 2 attorneys that I go live with, based on their standpoints, the evidence is circumstantial, and there's still no direct link to David. They have not provided a direct link to David. Even their timeline, and I know, I think it's BJ. Sorry, I can't see your name. I know you even said something like that too. The timeline still doesn't work out for me. And even the way that the medical examiner was on the stand talking about it, he just kept saying weeks and possibly. He didn't want to put anything set in stone for that timeline that they had.
I can see that. I can see that. Can't you, Robert?
Yeah, and I think it's like I said, the chat is not mad. We've had First Liberties podcasts up here kind of bring up this kind of defense side of things. It's okay to acknowledge it, right? We shouldn't be surprised of everything that can or can't happen, I think. So yeah, I mean, I could see that. But I mean, I guess I'm just curious to know what this is going to look like. What is ultimately going to be the land?
Like in court, just in general, circumstantial evidence. I see people talking about circumstantial evidence. Like circumstantial evidence is not lesser than direct evidence. It's literally considered evidence. Period.
Yeah,
there's not
Scott
like
Peterson
okay,
was
the judge
convicted.
but they're like defense lawyers like Blair Burke and other ones that I see online and stuff. They will very often be like, this whole case is circumstantial. Yeah, okay.
Yes.
There's cases where bodies are not even ever located, and the case goes to trial and the person is found guilty for murder and they never find the body. So, I mean, it is like a knee-jerk thing for defense attorneys to say, like, this whole case is circumstantial. It's not wrong. It's mostly circumstantial. However, there is some direct evidence of certainly some of these crimes, like the evidence that he was engaged in relations with her, right? We have 48 videos or whatever, hundreds of text messages of them going back and forth, sending pictures, sending dirty texts, this, that, and the other. There's obvious, direct evidence of that. But also, it's kind of like, for me, it does come down to this timeline. It's probably what Jayoma, another defense attorney did say, like, what happened in those 20 minutes? Because, like, to me, it is actually unbelievable that David did all of this by himself.
That's what I'm saying. It's like, what?
It's not believable. It's not. I don't believe that.
And no help.
I don't.
And no help.
I don't believe it. Somebody helped to do something.
I still think he had help in this, even just like with the act of dismembering her. Like, there's no way he did that alone.
What about them 2 different saw impressions they were saying? It's because somebody did it harder than the other person.
I definitely think he had help, and I don't know why they're not. Man, maybe they are, but I definitely think he had help. I don't think he did this by himself, because then it also goes back to, and this is what I've been thinking about the most since the affidavit came out, is where did he store her for those few days?
In his home.
I'm still like open. I'm still open to the idea that she was put in a cooler, maybe not a freezer, But there was all those little coming out from them. People were saying they had exclusive sources from the medical examiner's office that she was frozen at some point. And, that just kind of like flew by the wayside. But somehow she was, dead 9 months, 8 months, and you could read a tattoo on her hand. But she was also so liquefied, the skin was unrecognizable on her face. Like, what do you mean? That doesn't add up to me. I'm not a forensic pathologist by any means, but something seems like something's not adding up here. Like, I feel like parts of her body were preserved somehow. And people have said maybe the Tesla was, climate controlled or something. Like, girl, maybe.
I don't think he cared. I don't think he cared.
It was so smelling so bad that they had to call the cops at the tow yard. But nobody smelled that for months and months and months during a heat wave.
So check this out. Okay, the body decays faster when it's out exposed to the elements by to the heat and all that stuff, right?
For sure.
So but people, I don't understand why people say, where was he keeping her? He kept her inside the house where is climate control. He has AC. This is LA. All houses, most houses, especially like that, has central air conditioning.
Said that he kept her in the trunk inside the hot ass garage.
12 days. For 12 days after her death, she was in the house. That's what we understand.
In the house.
And then she was moved. That's
sure, but then that would still be like May 5th? May 15th?
Exactly.
So then she goes June, July, all of August, hot as hell, and most of September, and half of September before getting found?
But then that brings up the question, because we found out in court that he had a live-in security guard.
Mm-hmm. He didn't smell nothing?
Where was she in the house? He had people over. I went through this man's timeline, his socials. He was having parties, people in and out of that house. They didn't see her. They didn't find her. They didn't smell her.
Apparently, they were smelling stuff. And there were like a lot of videos that came out. There's the one I'm sure you've heard of where David's like, they're saying like, something. And David's like, oh, sorry, it smells bad. I took a crap 2 hours ago. And then there's other videos of like them being candles all over his house, 16 air fresheners or whatever. But none of that is going to like, y'all, have you ever had like a dead like squirrel in your car, like a rat or something? Like that is like unbearable. Even just a very small, it's unbearable. You have to bring it to the shop immediately. I mean, it is like unbearable. And you had a whole human in the front trunk and 8 Christmas tree air fresheners? No, girl, something's just not adding up for this for me.
Wait, but okay, the ME, I didn't read any. We're waiting for the transcripts. The ME on Friday, not once did I hear anything about frozen or partially anything as far as the condition of the body or anything. So I think, how was this body kept?
Nor did we hear about the 2 different slice marks, right? But there's like all this secret stuff was coming out from Mark Garagos and other sources during us waiting to find answers on this stuff. And some of the stuff that came out was true. Some of the stuff that came out has not yet been confirmed. And some of the stuff that was rumored obviously isn't true. But I keep thinking back on, people had said David had a Celeste tattoo. That has been now confirmed. That was just a rumor, before. Yeah. People were saying that they had a matching shoe tattoo at first, and that did come out, as confirmed now in court. It's not AI. It really was a matching tattoo. So some of this stuff has now been confirmed. Some of the stuff has seemingly been, completely overridden. Like, did his parents know or not? Well, now we know that they eventually knew at some point, stuff like that. But then there's this sort of gray area stuff where it's like, has it been disproven? Even though they didn't bring it up in court, does that mean they're definitely keeping some stuff out of court? Because remember when not Morgan Roth, but the guy from the label or whatever
Gregor.
was talking, Gregor, he was talking and he was like asked by Beth Silverman specifically, why didn't you or did you ask Robert Morgenroth, the day-to-day manager, did you ask him what happened or whatever? And then Gregor was like, yeah, and he told me, but then Beth just didn't ask. Okay, well, what did he say happened? I mean, it would be hearsay, but hearsay's allowed at a preliminary hearing for evidence, like a probable cause hearing. So this would be the place to put the hearsay if you're gonna bring it up. It's kind of like the grand jury situation. So the fact that he just Beth just went by, I think the most important question of the whole entire thing: what did Morgan Roth tell you happened? It would be hearsay. They probably would object to it, but Beth Silverman, there's an answer to that question that wasn't even asked. That's very, very important. They just selectively took out just a few text messages today. Like there's certain things they are keeping out. I don't know if it's a great idea. They maybe should have just led with all of it, but I don't know. That there's so much stuff that doesn't still add up to me, but I think David is a part of it. I just don't think it's right or fair if David's going to be the only person held accountable if there were more people involved.
Wouldn't they have triangulated all cell phone data in that area that night to narrow down if anybody else was with him?
It seems like that's something they should have done, but then they saying that they didn't even triangulate where he was. Now they admitted it, they conceded it. They said he was at the house playing video games, but did they really? I mean, did they say he was at the house? There's the text messages from him saying I unlocked the gate or whatever. You know, I'm just kind of like thinking out loud here. But they kind of did say like they didn't really check too much into what David was doing for that hour. So if they didn't even check into what he was doing, maybe they didn't check into other people's phones. I would really think that would be stupid.
I know they couldn't extract a lot of the cell phone data from the phones because I don't think they were found, right? Like I don't think her phone was found.
A phone was found.
I don't
that
think her
David's
phone was
team is
found.
trying to make it seem like was her phone. The blue iPhone that said Abigail on the name. They're trying to make it seem like that was her phone. But I think the phone she was like actually actively texting and calling David from, they did not find that phone.
That's what I thought too.
Dang.
It would be really
That's
great
just-
once we get these transcripts so we can know for sure. I mean, it really is like taking shots in the dark. Even the best reporters are only doing the best they can do. They're not even allowed to record or anything.
Right. Oh my gosh.
If we had help, the two people that I side eye are the SJ, which they said he was a live-in security, and then Rob, who had moved there to manage his career. Those are the two people that we know so far moved there. That if he did do this, where were they? Did they take the night off or?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and if they're trying to now argue that he was so scared for his life because Celeste was the real villain here, then where was his bodyguard while he wasn't doing his job that night?
That's what I'm saying. That's what doesn't make sense to me. Is they're trying to play like she was the aggressor, but he had a live-in bodyguard. Why did he get her an Uber to come to the house? If you were so fearful of your life, why did you do all those things?
That's what we were asking. I mean, she's coming over. You telling her the door's unlocked. Why isn't your bodyguard dealing with that? What?
Somebody
Like,
said,
I'm sorry,
"Who
I'm
were
not
the-"
inviting.
Somebody said, who were the other artists in the artist house?
That's a great question.
But were they living there?
I mean,
He
that's kind
said-
of what he seemed to
Yeah.
sort of imply to the cops in February 24.
That it was an artist house. That people were coming and going.
That was a year before.
Yeah. That was the one they were
Mhm.
calling the artist house. So I want to know
Yeah.
who's the other artist in that artist house. I mean, were
Mhm.
they around then? Are they coming up here? I mean, we didn't get any witnesses like that. I was
Yeah.
expecting a friend, an artist, we got some financial guys, we got some detectives. We didn't get a parent, we didn't get a sister, we didn't get a friend. I mean, all that, those people would be presumably expected to testify, at least some of them, right? At a trial.
Yeah. Yeah.
Not even a wildebeest.
By the
We
way,
had a-
now with the bodyguard, he's kind of out because now we know the for sure timeline with him.
We do?
Tell me. Tell us.
What's
Tell
the
us.
for sure
Tell us.
timeline? We don't know.
They said in court the other day he was there, just like SF said, in February of 2024. Beth said he only stayed there for 6 months in the first day transcripts that we went over. So if he was there in February 2024, he was not there when Celeste passed away. Now, that doesn't mean there couldn't have been a different bodyguard there, because I did see on Reddit that they said he had more than one. But that specific one, I don't think he was around when Celeste actually passed away. So, yeah.
So you're saying that he was there 6 months from when they visited that February?
They said he only stayed in David's house, Beth did, on that first day for 6 months. We know he was still with David, don't know how long, but in February of 2024. So let's just say he moved in, but he could have moved in before that. But even if he moved in February of 2024, it would not take you to the day of, not even close to when Celeste passed away.
That's right. That's right.
Okay,
Yeah,
question. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I would say, yeah, it would just give them parts of that relationship that he would have witnessed, but not the end of it.
Do we know for sure though, bodyguard, was he the bodyguard? Because there was 2 properties, right? Do we know what property he was living in? Was it the Doheny, what is it, Drive and Place, right?
I think that Flojo TV, I think he said that the 2 leases never overlapped. So it could have been that one ended and the other one started. So even though there was 2 properties, it was probably
Okay.
he lived in one, and then, which I think is the apartment where they have that delete everything video. That to me looks more like an apartment and not the big huge house where we suspect everything happened, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, one was a one lease first, and then the second lease was, I think, the bigger house. I don't think they simultaneously, he had the same one lease simultaneously, 2 leases simultaneously. I don't think.
He did though use that house because of what Steve Fisher said on Valentine's Day. The very first day she ran away, he had Celeste in one house and the other girl in the other.
Oh.
Can you guys hear me though?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, we hear you.
So I don't think for a long period, but there for a little bit, he did have both, but I don't think it was for a long period of time.
Mentioned, look, Flojo says, mentioned lease signed on the 7th, took CO trip of property on the 14th of February.
Also, just to update on timelines here, it is 4:46 Eastern, so it's like 1:46 over their local time to the hearing. Beth Silverman did say she was only going to need 10 more minutes. This thing supposedly started back up 16 minutes ago, so if everything went according to time, which usually does not, everything should be done now, and we should just be waiting on an answer from the judge. Is it going to move to trial, yes or no?
They're going to be doing a press conference.
I heard defense is going to get a rebuttal.
Okay.
Oh.
I don't know how long. I don't think a rebuttal is short, but that's what I heard Lauren Collins say.
Yeah, no, that is true. The defense usually gets to have the last word because they're the ones who are fighting their freedom for their freedom or whatever.
Do you think we're going to get an answer today?
I kind of do.
I think we are. I think there's going to be a press conference too. I'm checking, especially if today's the last day would make sense, right?
Yeah, I forgot about that.
Maybe the judge doesn't let it go forward on all special circumstances, but I think she probably will, and I think it'll be decided today.
Yeah, that's the only thing I'm worried about now that I've been looking into his defense on the lying in wait.
Mm-hmm.
The rest of them I really don't get the arguments, but in the lying in wait, I'm like, I don't know if they for sure argued though too, which I'm friends with a lawyer named Kent, and that's what he kind of was talking about. Like they could argue that one too, but I don't know if that was in there as well. That he didn't order the stuff until afterwards. Like you're trying to say I had this planned. Well, why didn't I have that ordered? And I was like, oh, actually that's like, I didn't think of that, And I was like, actually that is kind of good. But yeah, I think that might be like the only one. The rest of them like really didn't make a lot of sense, but I don't know, guys.
Would that need to be proven? Why didn't he have the stuff? Like, I don't think, would that matter?
I mean, it can be a defense argument. Like you're trying to say I have it premeditated because all special circumstances is premeditation. So he could argue the fact that, oh, you're saying that I had this planned out, but I didn't have all this stuff ordered until after. But his arguments right now on that is that he never was like arguing. Celeste is the one that actually wanted to come over, and he kept telling her no. This is what Taylor Price said. And then he did. And that he wasn't mad. You never saw him arguing, so he didn't have this plan. And something about he was streaming right before this is what his defense lawyer brought up. Playing games, streaming with 2 of his friends.
That was crazy work. I was like, well, and then what? They get into a fight, and then he decides to take her life, and then what? He doesn't go back. I'm so confused by that too. And then conveniently, the tape or the camera and the footage or whatever there, it overrode itself, and so therefore it doesn't exist. I don't know, man.
Well, what gets me and kind of going to that, like them saying that he was streaming, he was gaming, all of this, but in the affidavit, they're talking about she got there, and within, I think it's like a 15-minute window, she was dead.
That I think actually I think that particular fact leans in the direction of lying in wait. The other stuff, like what Kadisha Lynn said, I do agree with that. It's kind of like, hard to argue that he was premeditating so much if he hadn't, gotten the stuff, to dispose of the body. But that being said, disposing of a body is a totally different thing than the murder. Just because he didn't decide how he was going to dispose of a body doesn't mean he didn't decide 45 minutes before she got there what he was finna do. And as long as he did decide at some, conceivable amount of time before, 1 minute is plenty long in these premeditation type of mens rea, which is an actual element of murder, not an enhancement, which is lying in wait. It's different than premeditation, strictly speaking, but lying in wait kind of like means that you invite someone to a place. Like I said, the quintessential example they always give is somebody in a bush. Like they're hiding in a bush and they just got a knife and they're just waiting. And as soon as somebody walks by in front of that bush, they know who it is, and they know they're going after John, and they know they have a motive. So all the elements for unalive still have to be there. But the lying in wait means that you invited someone into your trap. You lured them into your, like, under a false pretense. So you really don't need that much time to, I think the time that she was in the car, all of the minutes, the hour that went by that she was in that Uber is plenty like actual time to show like, yeah, he knew she was on the way. He was talking to her the whole time like everything was cool. He wasn't saying in the text messages, I'm going to unalive you. Yeah, I can't wait till you get here. I'm going to smash your face. I'm going to poke you in the diaphragm with a knife. I mean, he wasn't saying that. He was acting like they were going to come, and she probably thought she wasn't going over there to get killed. And
leaving the door unlocked.
Counter argument. I think the fact that he pounced on her so fast is the lying in wait. It's not like, they got there and everything was cool and chill. And it's like as soon as she got there, it was pounced. That's what their theory of the case. Now, I don't know if I believe that, but if that's true, that leans in favor, in my opinion, of lying in wait, because they were there for just a few moments together before he pounced. He knew what he was going to do. So it could be argued both ways, and they will absolutely argue it both ways, and probably ways I haven't even thought of. I'm just,
Well, what about the door unlocked too?
Yeah, the door was unlocked and the gate. Remember that it came up today, what I saw on the Hulu doc. He texted that the gate was unlocked and the door. So that means he was there, because it was kind of weird right before that. Celeste said, make sure you have it unlocked, like something like even if you're not there. But he said, I got it. Okay, doors unlocked, gates unlocked. Because at first
they can't remove him. They can't remove him from there, right? Clearly.
Wasn't that when she called him Queen?
Girly
like
girly
Queen
and Girly Queen,
Queen, make sure the door's open.
Yep. And it was. And that's the other thing, like, it's only a 20-minute time frame from when he sends the very first text message. So I think it was quick, and that wasn't, like, I remember that from the brief, which is one reason why I wanted to ask SF, like, tell me more about the inside of the house. And then when I found that picture, because I do believe that whatever happened, I don't think it happened upstairs. Like, that's why we heard SF and nobody else talk about anything else anywhere in the house except the garage. Because you have to walk up them stairs. The garage is right there. He could have just been right there as she walked in the door, and boom.
I'm inviting SF up here. Hold up. He just texted me.
And
so
also,
you can ask him directly.
One thing that stuck with me is, and I'm not sure if this is the exact order, but at first he was saying that his parent, because he wanted to speak to her in person and she wanted it to be that night. But he said his parents were there. So that's why she couldn't come. So the fact that he wanted to see her in person, but just not that night, leads me to believe that since ultimately this is what happened, that is what he had planned, and he just had to move his plans up because she was insistent to see him sooner rather than later, is what I think.
Wait. Can you rephrase that? Are you saying that he was saying that his parents were there that day?
Yeah, that's how I'm reading it, because he says my parents are here. That's why you can't come. Or that's why that was his excuse.
No, because why did Mark the Shark, I was watching him when he first came out, and he said that Beth Silverman said, and it's one thing, she didn't elaborate on it, that David didn't call police or anything, but he might have called his parents. Well, I'm not even joking. Mark the Shark said that on his live, and
did he say family?
or
No, he said
family. He might have said
parents.
family.
He
I thought
said
he said
parents
parents.
specifically.
He
Yeah, I
said my
thought he said
parents are
parents.
here. We can go back and check. He said my parents are here, and then she said to him, "Well, you're a liar. I don't believe you. Send me send me proof that they're there, a plane ticket or something." She
Yes, I do remember that. But this parent specific thing, when Mark the Shark
Yes.
said during the closing, he said David didn't call XYZ LMNOP, but he might have called his family.
Yeah.
Was
I
it
think
that he
it was
might have called his
parents, but don't
parents?
fault me. Yeah, he
Okay.
said Beth said that, and that's one thing that stuck out to him because he was like, "Wait, what?" Like, I don't know if it was after he left to Santa Barbara or like literally right after, but Mark the Shark said that, and I was like, "Whoa!" And I didn't hear about David saying that his parents were there that day. That's why I was like, "Whoa."
Yeah.
We saw that reported. I mean, I don't, we get like third-hand information out here, but
I just thought
that's
of
what it
this.
did seem.
I just thought of this. What if his parents were there, and the reason why he drove all the way to Santa Barbara and stayed out all night is so that they can then talk, and he killed her in the car?
That's what I keep saying. Why was there blood in the back of that Tesla?
Maybe it wasn't a lot of food in the house.
Unless
So
he
All right,
stored her there.
He
guys,
snuck
I'm
her
gonna.
in. Go ahead.
Guys, let me bring up. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna bring up Steve up here. Hold up, Steve. Where'd you go? Here you go. Okay, wait. I might have to rearrange this so it's musical squares real quick. Cancel that. We might have to do a little. Damn it! I thought I had enough. Here we go. Okay, this is weird looking. I don't like it like that. Here we go. All right, Steve. Can you hear us? Okay.
Yeah.
Do you see us? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Did you hear everything that dropped today?
I'm just getting home from yoga, but it's a little out of today. But I mean, I heard some of the highlights, and
Kadisha,
yeah.
you're really good at like running everything. Do you want to drop it for him like really quickly? Everything?
Yeah. Okay, so her parents knew. They're the ones that consented.
Wait, excuse me. I'm
What
so
you
sorry to
telling-
interrupt. I'm so sorry
Yes.
to interrupt. There's a breaking update. Rabbit, if you want to go check out I don't want to break the update on your channel, but there's
Well,
a
go
breaking
for it.
update. The judge has
Go
made
for
a
it.
decision.
Okay, what is it?
The case is moving forward.
Okay.
Judge determines there's sufficient evidence for David Anthony Burke to be
All of
tried
it?
on all counts for the murder of Celeste. Full story coming over there, they're saying.
Yes.
All counts.
Wow.
Sorry, I feel, hey, Steve, oh my God, I'm such a big fan of fanning out over here.
Go for it. Go for it. Go for it.
Yeah,
I hate to have interrupted you.
That doesn't surprise me that they all survived. I do think that they're going to have a real problem with the lying in wait enhancement. I don't think that they've, unless, I just, it doesn't seem like she was lured to me. But that doesn't change. That doesn't mean he didn't murder her. he did. It just, and keep in mind that they throw everything at it, and and then we'll see what he gets arraigned on. I'm sure they will go ahead and arraign him on all these counts now. But I do think that one might be difficult because it doesn't seem like it was a luring situation. But the others, like, listen, they do hold up, and specifically the all the child stuff. It's just so gross. But I do see how they're going to poke holes at the premeditation thing. I do think that they have a little ammo there to poke holes at it, and if if the mens rea was there of the premeditation, and I don't know 100%, but we don't have everything yet either. Like, they cherry picked. Like, listen, they left out what I think is going to be the most damning stuff. There's a reason we didn't see Rob Morgenrath. There's a reason we didn't see Neo. There's a reason we didn't see Asia. And that's because they didn't want to give the defense a chance to go ahead and start, impeaching and poking holes at them or figuring out exactly what, they know what that testimony basically is going to be from the grand jury transcripts. But those are the people that are going to say, yeah, David told me. And what did David tell them, especially Rob? Now we know from the date one transcripts, Rob did know, right? So how did he explain this away? And the other thing that really, a lot of this I've had a good idea about, because there's stuff that we've known that we haven't really disclosed, but what really caught me flat-footed when I read it was that his parents were possibly in town that night
when the murder occurred.
Yeah, because
yeah,
in past when they've come to town, they've stayed at the house. So were they staying at the house? I have some real questions. It does make me think that's probably a lie for him to get Celeste off his back, maybe, because they did go to Singapore and his mom was with him. And I think his sister, I know, was too, because they're photographed. But he had gone to Houston before that, because he leaves 24 hours later, has that party, gets on a plane, goes to New York, plays the pop-up in New York, then flies to Houston and plays the pop-up there, and he stays at his family's house. So I find it hard to believe. I don't know if his family came in town and flew with him to New York, then back home, then to sit back to LA and to Singapore. That's probably a lie on his part to get Celeste off his back, maybe.
What if he actually, Steve, what do you think about the possibility he was hanging out with someone else, like he was seeing someone else and he just wanted to hang out with that person and like didn't want to hang out with Celeste?
I think, listen, I might be reading too much into it and I don't have any inside information on this, but I think her jealousy, and this is a 13-year-old, of course she's going to be jealous. Like, this guy has literally derailed her entire life. She's not going to school anymore. She doesn't have her friend group anymore. She's not doing after school stuff anymore with her friends because he's come up with Operation Awesome. But I think she thought he was sleeping with Asia. I think Asia is the catalyst to this, whatever ended up. I'm not saying that she caused the murder, but she caused the tension, the final
Between
piece
them.
of tension, like what the when it all blew up. And listen, I think, she was pissed that she found out that he left like artist passes for her for Coachella. And she talks about that being my seat.
Somebody give me my flowers. Steve, I've been saying in here all day, I have a schizophrenic delusion. This all happened because of Coachella. I just do. And they're like, no, Celeste was at Coachella. I'm like, y'all, I'm telling you, this is Coachella related for sure. Yeah. That was a breaking point. That was a tension point. Maybe it wasn't that Celeste didn't go. I mean, if there's proof she was there. But like there were artist passes. She was having FOMO. She was looking at the Instagram story. She wanted to be in that seat. I all day I've been saying this. I've been getting beat down, Steve. I've been getting beat down by the chat. They said no. She went to Coachella. I said no. This is Coachella. Watch, y'all are gonna freak out when my pig hooks ends up being true.
You've met BJ before? Have you guys met before?
No,
we have never met.
Yeah, these are Steve and BJ. That surprise witness. You probably have seen her post on Twitter. I know you guys probably follow each other.
I've actually seen several of your YouTube videos. They come up in my algorithm, so I've definitely watched them. Yeah.
Shout out YouTube. Shout out. You obviously have an excellently curated algorithm, Steve Fisher. It's clear. Wait. Since I have you, there's something you've been saying, Steve Fisher. I got to ask you about it.
Mm-hmm.
You keep saying that the prosecutor claimed David stood by and watched.
Yeah.
But I don't think they said that. Where did they say that?
It's in the brief, isn't it?
I think they just say
it's in the affidavit.
By.
It's in the brief.
It's in the watched.
I think it says that he watched her bleed out.
It says watch. Okay,
I think it was stood by as she bled out.
That's what it said.
That's what I heard.
He could have been stood by, turned away, right? Like he could have been looking in the corner, stood by.
Behind the door.
I think anyway it's phrased, I think it's a bold statement to make because it does place him there. I think maybe she's trying to say he didn't call for help. And I think the reason I think she's already trying to backtrack on that a little bit. I think the reason that she was pressing the other day on the medical examiner, how long could it take to die? Could it take up to an hour? Because there's an hour before he leaves for Santa Barbara from the time, and so I don't know. I think it was for somebody that's very, very
press conference.
Guys, we have an announcement. Hold up. I'm sorry. So August 31st is the next scheduled hearing. Put it on your Palm Pilots, your slide phones and everything.
Is it
August 31st?
Is it a status conference or what is it?
Pretty sure it's probably a status. Let me see. Is this a status? Sorry, I got somebody in there that I got to check on. Yeah. Sorry, go ahead. Finish your sentence, Steve. And they're going to the press conference next. That's what everybody's waiting for.
Yeah, just cut me off when that starts. If I'm talking, but I totally forgot what I was talking about.
Sorry, BJ.
The comment. So, I don't know. Maybe it does make it sound like for her to know that somebody either told somebody what he did, or there's video, which I don't believe there is, because I know the inside of the house doesn't have it, or he recorded it at some point and they got something. But it sure makes it sound like she knows that he didn't stab her and leave the house right away, get in his car and leave. He actually waited till he knew she was dead. And I think that's a bold statement. And for that, to know that, he either had to tell somebody like, hey man, I watched her die, or there had to be something.
Right.
Well, we know that according to them, he stabbed her like, 10:30, 10:31. And then his car was then registered moving when he went to Santa Barbara right at 11, like as soon as 11 came to 11.
I think it was like 11.
11:05 or something.
Yeah.
So then, I mean, that gave him enough time to stood by as she bled out.
Right. But what I'm saying is for her to know that he stood by, he had to have told somebody. Like, he didn't go upstairs, or he didn't leave the house, he didn't go in the backyard. You know what I mean? It sounds like he stood like there watching her, kind of like, which I can see this guy doing. I guess the way he's reacted has not reacted to these images and stuff. He probably enjoyed watching her suffer, as sad as that is.
So
maybe that's where
here's
the
my question.
come in.
Well, and that's so Burned by Nature podcast dropped.
Oh, I
no,
can't
she
hear
didn't.
you.
Where's your?
Oh no.
It's up and
No, I'm here.
dropped. Okay, you're here. Here's the question that I have. Did you hear about, I don't know if you heard us talking about it or others, that the parents signed a notarized thing for her to travel to London with David? I mean that kind of, I don't know if you were well aware of that, but apparently that was the thing.
Oh, now I just lost. Now I stopped hearing her. As soon as that other.
Oh, you don't hear us, Steve?
I don't think he can hear us.
Steve, come back up. Hold up, let me text him.
But can he just not hear you? Can he hear the rest of us?
I can hear you. As soon as that other square was added, all of a sudden I stopped hearing her.
I
was just talking.
She said to drop and then come back. I think you can only hear me. Drop and then come right back.
Okay.
That's what I just did, because I had a telemarketer calling, and then I declined the call, and then I couldn't hear anybody else.
So, guys, just real quickly.
Now
while we
I
wait for
wonder
Steve,
though if that's what marked the chart. Now I can't hear Rabbit.
I can't hear her either.
What in the world is happening?
It's
I didn't come back.
StreamYard musical chairs, y'all.
Okay, yeah. I thought you was Rabbit. I heard somebody.
It's Abraham. I think if you exit and come back, you'll be able to hear.
So,
honestly, I know that guy in the presser that was just back there.
That's Mark.
Status conference. Who?
Oh, I still can't hear Rabbit.
That's
I'm gonna
Mark,
drop
so
and come
good.
back.
Drop
Do
and
I
come
just
back.
refresh this link?
Yeah, you can
You
refresh
could.
it. Yeah, just
Okay,
refresh
I'll
the
be
browser.
back.
Come on, StreamYard is supposed to be for 10 people, you
Mark is gonna
guys.
do the
I don't
presser.
understand.
Oh
Mark
wait,
is
I
gonna
can't
do the
hear. Are you
presser.
talking, Rabbit?
Yes.
I can hear everyone, so I must be.
I can
God's
hear
special
everybody
chosen.
too.
I'm having no problems.
Flojo is at work, I think. Shout out to Flojo, man.
There's Mark
as well.
We
There's
got him
Mark
up there.
Okay, SF is here. All right. So status conference is August 31st. Let me put up. I'm up here again. We were playing StreamYard musical chairs. Okay, wait. What is this guy saying? Hold up. Let's see. Give me 1 second. Is he just
Now we
talking up there
can't hear
testing?
them.
He's doing a mic
I
check.
wish. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12,
Sounds good, sir.
13, 14, 15. Everybody good?
Yes, we're
Loud and
good.
clear.
Everybody, you good? CBS?
Yes, we're good
Streamers?
over here on Rabbit's chat. Yes,
Aw.
thank you. Thank you
TMZ?
for checking.
That's so cute. They said streamers. They said CBS streamers. Everybody. That's cute.
Slay.
Steve, my question was, it looks like the parents signed some kind of a permissions. I don't want to say permission slip. It's a real serious thing. It was a notarized document for her to
Authorization.
travel to London. Yeah, authorization for her to travel outside of this country to see this guy. What do you make of that?
Well, all right. So listen, you've been saying this since the beginning. Both sides knew. The families knew, right? And listen, they didn't give permission for him to kill her. But hopefully, I understand when people are like, "Oh, don't throw any shade at the families and stuff." There needs to be a learning experience at least from this. You know what I mean? Like, they could be great advocates for communities where this is maybe more acceptable, allowing younger girls. And listen, I understand this guy's famous. He was on a trajectory. He was a rocket ship. Money solves a lot of problems for making sure your daughter has a comfortable life, right? But maybe they can become advocates for, like, listen, things can go wrong, and we never thought in a million years it would, and we loved her, and and we were misled. But maybe we can use this as a learning experience. It doesn't make them evil people, it doesn't make them bad people. There were some bad decisions made by everybody in this, and but I can also see why that would be very, like, appealing, possibly. You know what I mean? And I don't think that they let her listen. I think that she was very street smart. Like, I think that she grew up, there were some rough things around her, even not directly, like, grew up in areas where she had to learn things quickly. Like, listen, we know the guy who first assaulted her was killed in a gang shooting. So she'd seen this stuff when she was like 10, 11 years old, So maybe we can use this, parents can use this to advocate and help other parents that have runaways. Like, I deal with runaways every day. I mean, it's a huge part of business. These parents are just banging their head against the wall. And I can see why sometimes they're like, maybe it's easier for me just to let them do that and see if it works out, because it's not working out and I'm not getting help from the state or the county or anything like that. And they're not. And so I don't know, maybe it can be a learning experience.
Well said. You can hear me okay, right, Steve? Everybody can hear me. Oh,
yes.
Jeez.
Come back up, Steve. Hold up. Let me text him. Come back up, Steve. We're waiting for the press conference. Apparently,
she's saying, come back up. Come back up.
Can you hear? Oh, yeah.
We can hear you. I can hear everybody. BJ,
now I lost Rabbit.
No, I'm here.
I can hear everybody.
BJ, you can hear me.
Your mic is super low, Rabbit.
Is it? Okay.
Is she talking, BJ?
Mm-hmm.
I am. I feel like, you know what? I don't get this. StreamYard promotes for like 10 people to be up here, and we have the musical chair situation happening.
You know what I really think it is? It has something to do with the phone or the app, because like when people get another call or when they leave out of the screen and go to another app or something, they're using their phone. It's like the speaker permissions for the app like cut off.
Yeah. So is it better to get on the desktop when you're on StreamYard? I think so too. Yeah, so if you're able to get on the desktop, maybe even better.
But that doesn't explain Steve. Looks like he was on a laptop, on a computer.
Yeah, he was. He looked like he was fine. I just texted him again. Okay, hold up, y'all. Okay, there's okay. And then Kadisha Lynn's sound was off too. All right, hold up. SF, are you on a laptop now?
No, I'm on an iPad.
You're on an iPad. Okay, hold up. All right. Let's see. Man, they're all waiting out there, guys. It's crazy work. This is going to be interesting, I will say. Oh, man. So status conference on August 31st. August 31st is the status conference, just so people are aware. That's the message that I got. And I can't wait to read these transcripts because I feel like we didn't get everything.
Yeah. I agree. I mean,
gonna be interesting.
they definitely left out their most damning evidence, and that's really, we didn't hear a thing about what's on the wiretap, and that's going to be important. Is that very well could have confession?
That's a good point. We didn't hear a thing about the wiretaps. I wonder about that, what that looked like, and then what else are we missing?
Well, I mean, all the potential, witnesses, as far as, who was told what or who may have seen. So listen, there's no way this guy, when you see this guy in court, keep in mind, I know I got thrown out of court, but I was allowed there for every other hearing, This guy is so tiny and just wimpy. There's no way. I find it hard to believe that he was lugging a body around. I have dealt with enough dead bodies on search and rescue. I've had to pick them up and carry them out of deserts and stuff like that with people, with 4 other team members, and 140-pound dead weight body is very difficult. He just didn't do that. I don't know. I just think that.
Excuse me. I'm so sorry, Steve Fisher. I feel so rude and impolite. Rabbit, I think it started. If you go to AP, they talking over there.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Thank you.
They having lunch
See, I'm
break
over
on
here.
this channel you on. You got to get over there to the AP.
Girl,
we're
I'm
watching
coming,
Carl
I'm
and
coming.
Brenda have their Lunchables
Oh my
over
God.
here.
Ooh, here we go. Yes, you're right. Girl, let's start from the beginning. Hold up. Oh, they just started. All right, we're not too far off. Here's Nathan, yada, yada, yada. Here we go. Share this tab. Let's go. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Nathan Hockman. I'm the Los Angeles County District Attorney. Today I am here to announce that Judge Charlene Olmedo held David Anthony Burke, who
Could you
goes
turn it
by
up?
the singer David spelled D4vd, to answer for the horrific and barbaric killing of a 13-year-old at the
That's as
time
high as it goes. Let me see if somebody else has it.
Celeste Rivas Hernandez. She is held him to answer for first-degree murder with the special circumstances of lying in wait, doing this crime for financial gain, and murdering a witness to an investigation. David Anthony Burke has also been held to answer for the mutilation of the remains of Celeste Rivas Hernandez on September 8th, 2025, designed for the prosecution to present all its evidence. Mr. Quealy is correct from the Los Angeles Times that there was additional evidence that was actually considered in this case that we anticipate being presented at trial. I'm not going to go into the specifics of that additional evidence, only to say that we presented a significant but small fraction of our evidence in this preliminary hearing. At a trial, we will present all our evidence because the proof at a trial will be beyond a reasonable doubt. We will not be allowed to use certain hearsay that you can use in a preliminary hearing that you cannot use in a trial. It has to be admissible evidence, and the witnesses will need to come in to establish all the foundation, the relevancy, and overcome any objections to the type of evidence. So you are correct that there will be additional and significant evidence presented at a trial that wasn't presented here at this preliminary hearing. We'll take a question right here.
The evidence that we did see, particularly on Friday, I think folks found, I think fair to say, very graphic, very difficult. Both of you have worked in many cases over the span of your careers. How would you say the evidence in this case strikes you, and how do you say other cases that we worked?
We believe that the evidence at trial will be overwhelming to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt on the 3 charges with which Mr. Burke will be charged. You got a small preview of some of that evidence, including the text messages and the video and photographic evidence that was also presented directly to the judge. This was difficult evidence to even hear, but also the crime that we are dealing with is incredibly horrific and barbaric. And it's not shocking that the evidence that would prove a horrific and barbaric crime would itself also be very difficult to deal with and to watch and listen to. That is the evidence. We'll make sure that the jury eventually has all the evidence in order to reach a verdict in this case.
Do you have any idea how?
Let's say right here. I'm sorry, you have to speak up just a touch. So again, we have said this before, the unspeakable tragedy that the Rivas Hernandez family has had to go through to first lose their daughter, but to then find out how they lost their daughter is something that there are no words to do. All we can do at the district attorney's office is bring justice in this case by bringing that killer to justice. That killer is David Anthony Burke, and we intend to bring him to justice before a jury at a trial in the upcoming future.
One more question.
Right here. Again, at trial, we will bring in all relevant evidence that will establish all the elements of the crimes that have been charged. You heard a preview of that evidence in the preliminary hearing, whether it was, again, certain witness testimony, certain text messages, videos, photographs. There will be business records, and there will also be witnesses that are recipient witnesses. They have information that is relevant to establish the mental state of David Anthony Burke and the acts he committed. That evidence will be presented at trial, at the end of which we will be seeking a verdict of guilt on the 3 counts of which he will be charged: first-degree murder with the special circumstances of lying in wait, doing it for financial gain, and eliminating a witness in connection with that case, mutilation of human remains, and engaging in a continuous series of sexual acts with a minor that are lewd and lascivious acts. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, everyone.
All right, some live remarks from LA County DA Nathan Hochman outside the downtown Los Angeles courtroom, where a judge has just ruled that there is enough evidence for singer David to stand trial for murder in the killing of 14-year-old Celeste Rivas Hernandez. He will be arraigned on August 31st. DA Hochman says he and his office are still weighing on whether or not to seek the death penalty. That decision is yet to come. He says, quote, "We presented a small fraction of our evidence," that he says that they have an overwhelming amount of evidence that will convince a jury of 12 of unreasonable, there's no doubt. All right, we will continue to follow that. Christina Gonzalez is covering that for us.
All right, y'all saw Pinche Becky right there, and Sylvia. They're about to go live too. What do you guys?
Something really huge just happened there.
Yes. What happened?
He let it out of the bag. He said there's recipient witnesses. There's somebody that witnessed this.
Oh,
That's the one who stood by and watched, Steve Fisher.
Yep.
That's the one.
He said there's recipient witnesses. That's someone that was present at the event or situation can testify as to how it happened.
It has to be that bodyguard, right? Or one of them?
He said recipient. Like he used that word.
But sorry, Steve. Continue.
No, I just think that's bad. I think that's very. I mean, I think a lot of us have thought that this couldn't have been done so low and there had to be help. But I mean, I think that I don't know what else that could mean.
So do you think, because I know that they were alluding that he was gaming, he was streaming. Was there someone else there during that stream?
Yeah, I'll be honest with you, that was the first I had heard that he was streaming right before. I also think that kind of shows a state of mind. And maybe it wasn't a luring situation, but I don't know. This guy's so messed up. Who knows? Maybe he could be like, yeah, I'm going to kill her, but I'm going to play a couple games on the way. Whereas most people you think would be so nervous or maybe rehearsing or whatever. But, I don't know. As soon as he said that, if you play it back, as soon as he said that, he was like, oh, but maybe you could talk about the state of mind. Like he tried to walk it back, but he.
It was after he said that too. I think that someone jumped in like, one more question. Like this guy's done said too much. He also said that killer is David. Oh man, Blair Burke's gonna have a field day on that. They've been really hard on these prosecutors on their press statements, not saying allegedly or we believe. Like the same way YouTubers are held to these standards, these prosecutors have been being held to these standards too. Of you can't say someone did something. That's jury. She's gonna have a field day on that because he didn't say allegedly.
Man. So did you hear that David's family made a statement? Where is the statement? David's family made a statement. Where, Christy Davis, do you see this? Let me know. You got to drop the source, girl. You put it in the chat, but you got to drop the source. Oh my!
We need receipts. We need receipts.
And we need the receipts. The receipts need a receipt. Dang.
Is that Beth there with the dark hair?
Yep.
She's grinning. She got a big old grin. She's like,
Steve, is that the way she was looking at you right before she stuck her talons into Steinfeld or whatever his name is?
We go out for drinks and everything.
She was looking at you like that.
She's coming over here right after you.
Doesn't she look
I'm dropping the link for her. Okay. I've invited her.
that look right there, the frown, that shaking her head, that's what she looks at.
That's what I'm saying. Was that the look? She was like, "You're not allowed to talk to him." Like, okay, what are you talking about, girl? All of a sudden, he's been here longer than you on this case.
Oh my god.
We're gonna hash this out. I'm gonna drop the link for Beth, and we're gonna have a conversation. We're gonna figure this out.
Wait, let me get my hammer. I'm ready. I'm ready to adjudicate.
Doesn't she look like the teacher from Harry Potter, Severus Snape?
You better stop. She gonna say it's a negative comment.
She
all
does.
right?
She looks Snape-ish.
That was the most embarrassing. When she told the judge, she's like, somebody was saying negative comments about me. I was like,
I'm waiting for that transcript, man. I really, really am.
I can't wait. Yeah.
I'm waiting for all the transcripts. I want to read every single one.
Lawyer for the family speaking. Hold up. Let me see.
Oh, there's Steinfeld.
He belongs to Slytherin.
Hold up. See if I can get better sound.
However, he had direct knowledge of Celeste's age and continued in their sexual relationship.
We need to go back and look at the precipitant witnesses too. Eventually.
No, can you hear me?
Barely, dude. Barely. Speak up.
Speak to the mic.
Okay, I'll talk as loud as I can. I'm the family attorney. My name is Patrick Steinfeld. I just wanted to take a brief moment and let you know how the family is feeling after this preliminary hearing. They're relieved that the judge agreed with the prosecution that there's a sufficient evidence in order to hold David Anthony Burke accountable for these charges, which will hopefully proceed to trial. The defense wanted this evidence to see the light of day, and in the last 5 days, it has seen the light of day, and the judge has agreed 100% with the prosecution. And let you know how the family is feeling after this preliminary hearing. They're relieved that the judge agreed with the prosecution that there's a sufficient evidence in order to hold David Anthony Burke accountable for these charges, which will hopefully proceed to trial. The defense wanted this evidence to see the light of day, and in the last 5 days, it has seen the light of day, and the judge has agreed 100% with the prosecution that the evidence is sufficient to hold David Anthony Burke accountable for these charges. The family's relieved that it's done with. They're going to take a break, and they appreciate the hard work that the district attorney's office has done, as well as the investigation by LAPD investigators, Corey Farrell and Detective Byers. And they also wanted to thank the media for your coverage. They haven't appeared before the media. They're very private individuals. And so they hope that you understand that even though they haven't appeared before the media, that they're grateful for the media's continued coverage and keeping Celeste's name in the news. The defense attorneys brought up some evidence that was deemed inadmissible at this preliminary hearing. They made allegations that didn't have any evidentiary basis, including the assertion that Celeste may have committed suicide or that Celeste was violent. And I personally found that very disturbing. It seems that the defense attorneys are stopping at nothing in an attempt to discredit the prosecution's evidence, and the family was horrified that the defense attorneys brought up evidence to put the blame on a 14-year-old child. I want you to remember February 17th, 2024. That is when Los Angeles County Sheriff's deputy did a welfare check on the home of David Anthony Burke and informed David that Celeste Rivas was 13 years old. David Anthony Burke has taken the position that Celeste said she was 18. He didn't know she was a child, but he knew because he was told in February of 2024 that Celeste was only 13 years old. This is a strict liability crime, meaning that if he's 18
Bingo.
and she's 13 and they're having sexual relations, that is automatically a crime. He does not have a defense. However, he had direct knowledge of Celeste's age and continued in their sexual relationship. So I find it abhorrent that the defense attorneys are trying to put any blame whatsoever on this young child. David Anthony Burke is known for a song called Romantic Homicide, and only a sick, disturbed mind like David Anthony Burke would think that a homicide is romantic. Thank you very much.
Oh, he practiced that one in the mirror.
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
That was a mirror practice. I know it.
Beth is steaming mad.
Oh, you know,
Oh,
Beth is
man.
fuming.
Yeah.
Oh, she's fuming.
Yeah,
He got to make us be. He ain't allowed. He ain't invited back. He's getting his badge pulled.
Yeah.
The badge has
Oh
been
my
pulled.
gosh.
She threatened to pull his badge.
Yeah, she
I
did.
know, that's why I said that.
Yeah, earlier this week.
I don't even have a
yesterday.
badge, and I don't even think she probably threatened mine. I don't even have one.
I
Okay,
got my badge right here. I'm gonna be at my house.
got
with
my YouTube badge right here.
Yeah,
Yes,
where's
I
my
really
plaque?
do think. There you go. Mediation for Steve. I'm checking the status on transcripts, guys. So I will give you guys a heads up.
Can we
but I'm also
back up? Is it possible to back up the tape and listen to that precipient witness statement?
We
again?
want precipient
Yeah.
witness tapes.
Let me go back a little bit because I think that is the one where the DA says it.
Yeah, it was towards the end, somewhat towards the end. It was last half.
I'm
Anyway.
gonna. Here it is. Where is he asking the question or is he making the statement?
He's
Somebody's asking the
answering his
question.
question.
Okay, let me
It'll
go
be
right here.
It will be beyond a reasonable doubt. We will not be allowed to use certain hearsay that you can use in a preliminary hearing that you cannot use in a trial. It has to be admissible evidence, and the witnesses will need to come in to establish all the foundation, the relevancy, and overcome any objections to the type of evidence. So you are correct that there will be additional and significant evidence presented at a trial that wasn't presented here at this preliminary hearing. I will take a question right here. We believe that the evidence at trial will be overwhelming to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt on the 3 charges with which Mr. Burke will be charged. You got a small preview of some of that evidence, including the text messages and the video and photographic evidence that was also presented directly to the judge. This was difficult evidence to even hear, but also the crime that we are dealing with is incredibly horrific and barbaric. And it's not shocking that the evidence that would prove a horrific and barbaric crime would itself also be very difficult to deal with and to watch and listen to. That is the evidence. We'll make sure that the jury eventually has all the evidence in order to reach a verdict in this case. Let's say right here. I'm sorry, you have to speak up just a touch. So again, we have said this before, the unspeakable tragedy that the Rivas Hernandez family has had to go through to first lose their daughter, but to then find out how they lost their daughter is something that there are no words to do. All we can do at the district attorney's office is bring justice in this case by bringing that killer to justice. That killer is David Anthony Burke, and we intend to bring him to justice before a jury at a trial in the upcoming future. One more question. Right here. Again, at trial, we will bring in all relevant evidence that will establish all the elements of the crimes that have been charged. You heard a preview of that evidence in the preliminary hearing, whether it was, again, certain witness testimony, certain text messages, videos, photographs. There will be business records, and there will also be witnesses that are precipient witnesses. They have information that is relevant to establish the mental state of David Anthony Burke and the acts he committed. That evidence will be presented at trial, at the end of which we will be seeking a verdict of guilt on the 3 counts of which he will be charged: first-degree murder with the special circumstances of lying in wait, doing it for financial gain, and eliminating a witness in connection with that case, mutilation of human remains, and engaging in a continuous series of sexual acts with a minor that are lewd and lascivious acts. Thank you all very much. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Not at this time.
There you go. What do you guys think? Any other thoughts on that statement? While I go and check Pinche Becky out.
Steve?
No. What? No. I mean, I think recipient witness, like somebody, what are the chances that, there was always people at the guy's house for one. It's the day before the record release. Rob's living at the house. I think there's a likelihood that, somebody was there. And also, she mentioned something to the fact that, like, if you're not there, make sure the door is unlocked. I don't know. It'll be interesting to see. Like, somebody knows something, right? So we know that Rob did.
Bodyguard.
That was like after the fact. But listen, we've been wondering about this bleed out statement that she made. Makes it sound, by his comment, the DA's comment, I don't think that was by accident. I don't know if he meant to come out, but that's a pretty specific word.
Could presenting this witness then allow the defense to shift blame on them? Sure.
I think that's why we didn't hear from them. Like, they're going to try to impeach them any way they can, but, so yes, 100%. Now I do think that the defense has a very good idea how they're going to use that person, because they've got the grand jury transcripts, and the DA's going off what they testified to in front of the grand jury. And, for the people saying that, like, Neo testified, Neo did not testify. Like, so the cat's out of the bag, right? That I was a grand jury witness. I didn't disclose that. Beth Silverman disclosed that on the record in court. I can tell you that it takes at least 30 minutes to even get sworn in. It's a whole fucking process. So you go through multiple layers of them checking to make sure you're the person that you are the person that's supposed to be, like, your ID and everything. They don't want a fake person testifying in front of the grand jury. It's a whole, like, it's crazy. It's like medieval thing. It's like, come over, it's like to get sworn in is this whole thing. Then they admonish you and all this shit.
It's so medieval that they have to actually, I heard, scribble down on scrolls and pass notes to subpoena people from inside the.
Yeah, exactly. That is exactly right. Yes, they have.
Oh my God!
I think the pen had a feather on it. But so they said he was there like 40 minutes to get up to this 13th floor. The elevators are so bucked up at the courthouse. It is unbelievable. Like, you will wait 30 minutes. So he didn't testify. I'm surprised he had enough time to even take the fifth. Enough time. They just wrote him off. But he didn't testify. Listen, Beth is so. And this isn't like disclosing any questions I was asked or anything, but we can see from court she is very, very thorough. Like, there's a documentary out there about Beth that on Netflix or it's either on Netflix or on Amazon. Y'all should watch it. It's not flattering because she cost the county a lot of money because she wrongfully convicted a guy of murder and ruined his life. it talks about just what a bulldog she is. She won't give in. She hasn't even to this day, even though those guys on TV during a Dodgers game showing that he was at the game. Thankfully for this guy, it saved his life. They're filming a Curb Your Enthusiasm episode at Dodger Stadium, and they happened to pan and catch him and his kid on TV. And but he got ripped away from his family. So, but the thing is, they talk about it there, just how thorough she is, and like how on a closing argument she takes like 9 hours on some cases. So if you think that Neo could just talk about David's mindset and did it change over time, or anything, there's no way that he testified for 10 minutes and got what Beth wanted. I'm just saying there's 0.0% chance of that. So I think that he didn't testify, and then did later, probably struck a deal. As I think like there's 4 people that got a deal. I really do. I think Rob, I think Neo, I think the bodyguard, and I think there's one other person who I don't want to really say out loud right now. But and I think that's too many people. I think that if people literally saw this happen, I don't know, and if anybody helped move that body even an inch, or move or a tool, or help order a tool, anything, I think it's a shame that if one person had to get a deal, but if they've got all this blood evidence, why? But they haven't put the murder weapon in David's hand yet, at least in this trial. And I know they didn't have to, and I know that they wouldn't charge what they charged if they didn't feel they could do it. But I just think it's gonna suck if too many people got deals, and they just got too tunnel focused on David, because I do think there's others here that probably have some accountability.
Oh man.
I'm a ride or die type of friend, but the moment you want to involve me in some cleaning up aftermath and stuff, you better stop the car, because I'm getting off.
Right.
Do not call me and do not tell
No,
me, because
ma'am.
I am calling 911. Do not tell me. I don't want to know. Don't tell me,
Especially
especially
as
as
the
13th or 14-year-old. No,
14-year-old.
I'm calling the whole entire FBI on you. Don't tell me about it. I ain't ride or die like that. Hell no.
And let's remember, and I see a lot of people now being like, "Oh, I don't think Neo knew anything. This is a great guy." All of a sudden, Neo came out with a tweet saying, "Oh, fuck you guys! I kept all the receipts and shit." So if you got receipts that you're hiding? What are those? Those are something. He knew something, right? So I don't know. We'll see. And I also think there's reasons that like all the surveillance and stuff hasn't been shown yet. They're holding back. He said that they're holding back. He just said it. We've been talking about. They're not going to show their entire hand here, although they have through discovery, but they're not showing how they're going to play it. You know what I mean? Like the cards are out there, but people can play cards very different ways. And, I think right now the defense's, position will probably be to try and chip away at, so death penalty is off the table. So they're not negotiating from death penalty to murder without a chance of parole, and maybe they're starting from murder with no chance of parole down to something where 50 years from now he's eligible for parole. I hope to God I don't think that Beth Silverman's not the kind of DA that would give it to him, because she doesn't want that legacy. But that's probably what they're telling their client, would be my guess.
Okay, here's the question: I'm struggling with the footage part. There's no footage or anything. The footage overrode it. That's a thing. So this wasn't an issue of they didn't pay for the subscription. They had the ability to do that, right? It was just the footage overrode, whatever that means.
My client's house was the house came with the security system. It had its own DVR, like those old school DVRs, big one. Held a lot in the garage, and the cameras were there, but it was like, hey, it's your privacy, so if you want to turn the cameras on and enable them, you can use them however you want. We're not going to force you to use the cameras, though. So we to this day do not know if he had the cameras running or not. The LAPD did take the whole DVR. So the only thing that we know, the only alert that we got was that there were certain alerts from the system itself that were set up to send to this homeowner security guy, and one of them was a catastrophic power failure, but that was during the search warrant, so that's when they cut the line. That's the only notification that was received. So they could have gotten some from the cameras. I don't know. They didn't there was a camera directly across the street that was showing him coming and going. Unfortunately, they didn't get it in time, so that overwrote.
What do you think about this comment? So the witness to his mental state, do we know what kind of a witness this could be already?
No, I mean, he tried to back it up at the end, said something like that, but that's not what a precipient witness is.
Flojo put the definition of that type of witness
Okay, let me
a little
see.
while ago. But
I missed it.
To be fair, all these kids, imagine yourself at that age in that position. You, even if you didn't know or did know, you would be scared to talk and come forward with, because you don't know if you found out something after the fact and could be implicated as being part of something. So I could understand how some of them are scared.
Listen, but these are okay. Maybe I could see that in some. I have a hard time seeing that, but what I don't see, what I do see through their own live streaming and shit is they continue to have a relationship with David. And they continued partying with him and going to his events and being at his house.
And working with him.
Managing
being
him.
Hired. Going on tour with him.
Staying on tour after a body was found. Like, listen, Asia didn't come home after the body was found in the trunk.
I thought she did.
No, she didn't.
That's what she said. That's what she said.
She left. So when they went on tour July 29th, she parked her car in front of the house. That car did not move until her dad picked it up like 3 or 4 days after the search warrant was served.
Okay.
Kadisha, what do you have to say, girl?
You already know. I've been on it. There's somebody definitely else. Now, I don't know if it's going to be somebody because they said, Taylor Price said, I hear a weird noise. You guys hear that? Or
no, I hear everybody.
Oh, okay, I just heard like
you don't. Steve doesn't hear you.
I
hear like a noise. I hear you guys. Okay, so what?
I do hear that background static.
Do I need to go out? I hear everybody else.
Come in and come out. Come in and come out just in case. Yeah.
Okay.
Come in and come out. It could be because I hear static on her side too. It might be a thing. Dang. Is a witness who observes something firsthand rather than the witness, such as a character. Did she meant to say Whitney or witness? Witness.
But but it's firsthand witness. So it's somebody. And in the context of that question, when they were being asked, like if they had enough evidence to prove this, his death penalty case. You could tell he was getting a little frustrated because it was like the third question in a row where he was kind of asked that. I think that, that's what he was talking about, but that's just my opinion anyway.
What was your question, Kadisha? I'm sorry. Go ahead. Maybe we can hear you now.
Okay. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. So mine is, you just asked me what I feel, and I do. I don't think that there was somebody there. I don't think, because what Taylor Price said, there was no like firsthand witness that saw Celeste going into David's home. But I definitely think the aftermath of that.
Yeah.
110%. Because why is there, I don't care what it is, why is there 4 people's DNA with David's on a trash bag? Mm-hmm. And I'm telling you that financial guy, no, something's not right. Why would Rob watch it on TV and then literally ask, and then the financial guy watch it on TV and then ask Rob more details about it? And then they all move to encrypted chats to talk about it.
Yeah.
So what did Rob tell you? And the fact that Beth didn't push on that makes me think she already knows. She doesn't need him to say that because she doesn't want that out there yet, because that's going to be somebody that is a crucial witness.
And he later lied about it.
I think it's Rob. Like, I feel it in my heart. I don't know what he knows, but I think he's going to play a big.
Well, I mean, it says, listen to that first day testimony. You can see in the transcripts that the guy said, yes, I asked Rob directly what happened. And he told me, yes. She cut him off. She didn't lead. And I think there's a reason she cut him off. She don't want that.
She knows.
She don't want that out yet. Well, of course she knows. I mean, she went to ask those questions without knowing. But, he lied in his grand jury testimony. And I think that that's key to Rob. Listen, And then, these managers are like, they know everything about their clients' lives. You know what I mean? I've known a couple people in that business, and it's incredible, like how the managers literally know every single aspect of their life, So.
And when you pair that, of course, they're all going to talk in encrypted chat sites about it because they don't want to lose. He's their moneymaker. Without him, they all had nothing.
And
They said Mogul Vision is done.
They had gone through a very similar situation where they had an artist that was on the rise, and they lost him right before this because of a rape charge.
I forgot about that too.
Oh,
did you know about that, BJ?
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yes, tell it, Steve. Tell it. What happened? This was true.
There was they had their client, their main client before David was like on a trajectory, kind of like David. He was young. I forget. I'm not in that world. I forget his name though. But he was taken off, and then all of a sudden got little Mosey. Yeah, got charged with like a rape, and it derailed everything, and they lost a shit ton of money on it after. And of course, they were spending the money in advance. You know what I mean? Like, and then this happened. So that was one of the things, and they explained that to my client, before. They're like, explaining financials and stuff, and so this guy was, and all of a sudden now David was the comeback, and not a good ender.
Now it makes me think too. Like I said, because they're all connected, and we know they're connected with David's mom. If what Mark the Shark heard in court is true, it would make sense even more if he's saying that David called his parents. That's what he was saying. His family, his parents, whatever it was, like right after it happened, he heard Beth say that today. So, of course, then they're going to talk to the financial person, like, because they're all connected. His mom was in those chats too, not David, but his mom.
Yeah. Well, like immediately after he says, yes, Rob told me, yes. The next thing they started doing, and this is before the body was identified as Celeste, mind you. It was just that a body was found in a car registered to the singer David. That was the story at that point. Nobody knew it was Celeste except for a couple people, like David. But they immediately, the conversation flips to trying to raise this $2 million in cash, liquid cash, to have ready for bond money. Because they're expecting David is going to be arrested immediately. They didn't think he was going to get a free pass for months and months like he did. I mean, keep in mind that $2 million bond conversation, raising money for the bond, was happening before Celeste was identified. It was just a body at that
point. I'm thinking about this, like my wheels are just spinning in my head because I feel like, man, it was a lot. And now this possible witness, I don't know, man.
Yeah, I mean, you have somebody making $100,000 plus a $200,000 bonus. The mother making $75,000 just to open up QuickBooks. I mean, they had an interest.
Plus, he bought the family a house. Yeah.
I'm wondering how much money for lawyers Anthony Burke himself is even going to have left after this preliminary hearing. I mean, it must have been in the hundreds of thousands of dollars to prepare for this and to look it through as much of the.
It's in the millions
of just the preliminary hearing. So, like, if
he has three high-powered attorneys. It's just not.
How he's going to afford, Steve Fisher? How is he going to afford? When they're not paying him anymore, these lawyers moving forward. This was just a walk around the park compared to what they're about to go through.
It's going to deplete everything.
I don't like. I just don't see. I think that there's going to be a lot bigger, a lot going on behind the scenes that we'll never see until it comes to if there was a plea or not. I just think that they're going to have to be. Listen, they have to sit down with him now and give him an honest assessment of where they're at, right? Like, okay, this has now been bound over for trial. Like, that's the next, as far as the court's considered, the court itself, it's now wanting to know what status conference is, where are we on the route to trial? Because now their job is to get this through the system, right? This is just another case. This isn't like, and so they've got to give him an honest assessment. Like, okay, based on the discovery that we have, if they have it all. There might be some they still don't have, I guess, but they have a very good idea what it is. Like, they have to give him an assessment of, like, if they think they can beat it, and if they don't beat it, what are the consequences, and is it in his best interest to? He's 21 years old. Like, if they say, hey, we can fight like hell to somehow get this reduced to second, say, I put out a post yesterday, which I still stand by, saying I think that what they will do is they will if this was I think their defense will be, he did not lure her, like there was a mutual understanding. They came over there, and they even said this today at the close, I guess, that he really did love her. What they'll have to do is they're going to have to give in on he's a sexual predator. They're going to say, our client's a sex predator. He is, and that's wrong. But he was truly in love with her, and something went wrong when she showed up, and this was really, this wasn't premeditated. And if they can try and knock that down to like a second degree or something like that, then, at 21 years old, maybe he gets out when he's 70. That's what I think they're probably having a conversation. They're probably having with them. It's like, and it's up to whether his ego will allow him to admit what he did. And I just don't know if that, or it's going to be, or we can roll the dice, because even if you get the death penalty, it's not a true death penalty in California. And you're automatically afforded a shit ton of appeals, like by getting the death penalty.
Voluntary manslaughter at the very least, going for that, because I just don't see what chances this guy has.
No, I mean, like, listen, I do think and I'm not victim shaming. I'm just saying, like, what I think a defense would do. They're going to say, listen, she's feisty, right? She comes in there and a fight happens and they both lose their temper and there's a knife and he acts out of passion and then he's like, oh, fuck, what have I done? But he really loved her and he didn't have the mens rea of, that we're hearing about, this luring. And so, and he wasn't in that mindset. They're going to say he was playing video games. He wasn't premeditating a murder. He was fucking playing virtual reality games, and it went wrong when she came over. But that's going to take him admitting that it was at his hands that she died. And I don't know if his narcissistic ways, I don't know if he will allow himself to do that. That's still a long time to stay in jail. I just don't think there's going to be a lot of people that are going to be like, I don't give a shit if she even grabbed the knife and tried to stab him first. He needs to never get out of jail. And I'm in that camp. I don't think he should ever see light of day again. The mutilation, the sex abuse alone should never allow him to do that. The mutilation, what he did to her that wasn't like a spare, like, oh my God, what did I do? I chopped her up. This is days, weeks later, or 12 days later, he does this. And then to fucking keep her as some sort of trophy or something, or being too afraid to commit the final act of getting rid of her in the car. I still think it was some sort of weird trophy situation. I don't know.
I think he ate the fingers.
Lord have mercy.
I think he did.
Oh, man.
That's why he dressed up like that anime character. And he said it on purpose. He said, that's what I'm dressed up as. And he had a fake finger, so-called fake finger. And he's like, if you know, you know. That anime character ate them. Where them fingers? Where are the fingers?
I don't know if there's ever a reason for California to really start enforcing the goddamn death penalty again. This is it. Like, put him to the front of the line, as far as I'm concerned. However, I'm just saying what I think he's paying for a very significant defense, right? He's all his money is, the reason the civil lawyers there, he's trying to get an idea like where it's been moved. Those lawyers have got a lien on all of it, I think. And, it's an expensive defense, and it's it always makes me wonder, people in these situations. If it was me and I decided I'd want the death penalty, I don't want to live the rest of my life in a cage. I'd be like, yeah, hook me up to the machine right away. But he I don't know. He does. I don't think he's like as comfortable as people are saying he is in there. But he
I think they must have him on so much
medication or something.
But he's definitely more comfortable than he should be. He should be a nervous fucking wreck, and he's not.
What do you think about, okay, so, now knowing that a lot more people knew everything, like a lot more people, right?
Mm-hmm.
Everybody in the circle for the most part knew. What do you think about the Discord too? Because like I was, Kadisha and Lynn, she's been going in the back between Zerk and everybody else. But I'm like wondering, like, y'all, like hiding things, deleting things, you guys were doing the most in that. What is going on with that Discord? Because you got adults and children in that Discord.
There's a lot going on in the Discord. I mean, it's no, like, I don't know. So you see the true definition of star fuckers in there, right? The people that will just like, it's celebrity. I can do, and that I live here in Hollywood, and this, I mean, I live in Marina Del Rey, but I live on the border of Hollywood, and I see it. It's like, yes, people, there's some gross yes people out there, just like whatever you want, and Rob Morganrat's one of those. I firmly believe that. And if he's not and he wants to challenge me on it, then let's talk about it, right? But listen,
you're not allowed to talk to him.
That's so true. That is so true.
BJ, why you pulled a Beth? You pulled a Beth right there, girl.
Look, she didn't come in.
Brilliant. That's exactly what it's like if you were just pulling him away at the same time. It was just like.
And then that old man, I mean, look, bless his heart, poor thing. He's given Kenneth Copeland a little bit. And I can't imagine what the look on his face. When the last time you think anybody had the nerve to talk to that man and tell him what he was allowed to do like that? He probably had a quasi heart attack.
Listen,
what does this woman, who does she think she's talking to? Because I know it's not me. He probably
could she hear him though?
He's the same one that cussed the judge out. Talk about his bullshit that he couldn't use his laptop.
I was really shocked when Beth went on her little tangent in the courtroom, and then I was like, then I turned and walked away once. And then they brought me back because Beth wanted to say something else that about how I broke grand jury secrecy, and I said, may I put one thing on the record, Your Honor? And she's like, if it has anything to do with the grand jury, please don't. I don't need those problems. And I was like, no, it doesn't. I was like, but I did not approach a witness. First of all, let me just, this is not what I tell the judge, but let me just tell everybody, as a licensed investigator, it's my fucking job to approach witnesses. That is literally what I do for a living. So to say that I'm not supposed to approach witnesses is just out there. Anyway, I said, can I put something on the record? She's like, if it has anything to do with the grand jury, please don't. It's just going to create so many problems with the grand jury judge. I'm like, no, I promise it doesn't. But I did not approach these witnesses that I'm supposedly not supposed to. Their attorney actually came up to me. And I have to give the guy credit. He stood up right there. I didn't even know he was in the courtroom, to be honest with you. He stood up right there and said, Your Honor, I'd like to clarify, I approached Mr. Fisher, and, so I will give him credit for that. And he took another round of
he took another round of beatings for you, Steve.
I saw Beth turn around.
That poor man, he's had a worse week than all of us. My God, he's probably, poor thing, dealing with, like being a therapist of some sort for this family, walking him through the thing.
And nobody interviews him. He's been looking to get interviewed.
Literally every single person in the courtroom contacted me after a break and was like, she told him, like, I'm going to pull your badge. And then she said something like, and your fucking press conferences aren't helping either. So he's going to get shit for this press conference. Yeah. So he probably doesn't care. He's like, it's good. He's probably banking it won't go to trial, but I think he's overheard shit too. Like being treated like, I mean, he's an attorney. He's
been around the block. I mean, look at the man.
And the family's comfortable with him, and he's their representative, and if he wants to come up and have a couple words with me, he's allowed to do that.
You're not allowed to talk to.
He doesn't need to be dragged down the hall in front of the media.
That was crazy.
She had seen you. Steve, didn't she see you before in the court?
What?
Didn't she see you before in the courtroom or in the courthouse prior to this?
Apparently.
I mean, if she had an issue, she could have told you aside, told you leave or something.
Well, exactly, but I can't believe.
I think she should have written it on a scroll on the back of a receipt and had someone deliver it to you.
A pigeon. She should have had a pigeon deliver it.
Isn't that interesting? When she really has something to say, she'll walk over and plant her talons into somebody's arm, but otherwise she wants to send little hush hush receipt back of the napkin notes instead of subpoenas.
Of time that she's reading my tweets. She's like, he always has something to say. I'm like,
she don't have nothing else to do. That's why it took so long for them to pursue charges. They were reading all of Steve Fisher's tweets.
I've never even looked to see if she has a Twitter or anything like that.
She probably don't. She's probably one of these little bot accounts.
I could give a fuck about this woman, and yet she's reading my tweets, and then has like a detective show up my door when she's not happy with them.
She gave you a shout out in the court.
You got a shout out. He always reports.
Got a shout out in the court.
He's always reporting.
Yeah,
on
Flojo was literally like, I was sitting on a bench seat talking to this other reporter just casually, and there's the hallway, and then there's a bench seat on the other side of the hallway, and Flojo's directly across from me, and I was like, am I like, I'm like tripping or something? Did that just really happen? And yeah, it was
she had it in for you. BJ, the chat is saying that you need to buy yourself a Beth Silverman wig, and just like I do the Nancy Grace, you might need to do the Beth Silverman on your chin.
I would have to do a very serious nose contour on that day.
You might need to look washed out a little bit, like, girl.
I was about to say, she's probably watching this crap right now.
Sorry, we're not a beauty channel, girl. Look, I'm wearing a t-shirt and I'm streaming. We're not a
that's
beauty
what
channel.
I said when I got on this live hours and hours ago. I'm not a journalist. I do not want anyone to mistake what I am doing for journalism. I want to gossip. I want to, if somebody's ugly and look like they stink, I want to say it. I don't want anyone to have any look. I got Hello Kitty on my mic stand, just so there's no confusion. This ain't the news. This is not the news. This is a girl on the internet. I have a law degree. That's about all I can really do for you. This ain't the news. It's not unbiased. I do try to be unbiased because I try to think, this is what the defense is going to probably say. And this is because I feel like if you get too far down on one side, then you're really heartbroken and led astray, by the end of it, when it's like, what? Diddy didn't get found guilty of RICO? It's like, well, there were signs. So kind of in this case, I do try to be, but I think it's abhorrent what Beth Silverman pretty much single-handedly has allowed to happen with the lack of transparency in this trial. There's not even a single live tweeter, not one. Come on.
I'm glad that the medical examiner came out with that statement, because it was aimed directly at her and this case. And it's true. It's like, Nathan Hochman was saying that it's the first thing that I noticed. He's like, all we can do is, or he was talking about like, how hard is it for the family to have to learn, through this, like what happened to their daughter? And that's what the medical examiner was saying. They should not have to learn that through the press and the trial process. They should have access to those records and to sit down with the medical examiner, which they will do, and they will explain to them like how the death occurred and what happened and stuff. But they were stripped of that opportunity because these records were sealed forever, and they did not have some private access or anything. They were just kept in the dark. And now, now that it's going in front of TV cameras, now they're butting up to the family and stuff. But the family had to hire an attorney and everything, to start getting. And they weren't given any of that information. And that, like the medical examiner said, there's nothing in those reports that would compromise the trial. Just be like the defendant knows this information. Like, and people will say, oh, well, paint a jury pool. There are 8 million registered voters in LA County, 8 million. In the last 3 days, I've had 2 different occurrences. One just happened today at before yoga, where somebody came and said, oh, you're involved in that case. I hope that that they get that fucker, blah, blah, blah. And the person with him has been like, what case? And she'd be like, oh, that singer who killed that girl, put in Tesla. And the friend would be like, what? No, I haven't heard anything about that. There are a lot of people that don't know about this case, because we're all in the true crime world. I know it's hard to believe that, but there are a shit ton of people that do not know anything about this case. They will be able to get a jury pool of people that have never heard of this case before. Not everybody sits around watching the news and stuff like that. And it's not covered 24/7 on mainstream media, so It's not. It doesn't taint the jury pool, but the thing is, the system is set up to where it's supposed to be transparent. Once they're charged, it's the
Not according to
people.
that.
It's the people versus. You know what I mean? It's the DA's office. Yes, they're the legal arm that represents, but it's the people, because it's a crime against the community. And so I think that, I get that there's something, not everything can be public, but there's also to hide the ball on everything is absolutely.
It's every single thing, Steve. First of all, it's only 10 people of the public or even period at all possibly allowed in there. And I've been to these trials, not a one like this, but I went to the Britney Spears hearings, and the same thing happened there. There was 10 seats for the public and 60 for the media, and then the media could stand on standby in the public line, but the public could not stand on standby in the media line, which that is pretty unconstitutional if you ask me. And then so they're doing that, they're letting other the mainstream media get into these public spots, so then that decreases the amount of seats as it is. Then there's no video recording or live streaming or even recording and then putting it out later, which are both things that I've seen happen in the past in California State Court, but that's not happening. So there's also nobody at all from the media at all, not even like a selected representative of the media, to have one media, like a pool media person, to put out live tweets. I mean, that they even do that in federal court. They let Inner City Press do that. So there's no live tweets. There's no video at all. There's no audio you could call in.
No overflow room.
There's no overflow room. There's only 10 freaking seats for the public at all. And they snatched the transcripts away, and they won't let Steve Fisher talk to nobody. What the hell? What the hell is going on in there? It's just a circus, and it's not the fun kind. It's just too much. And it's like Curb Your Enthusiasm being all, wrapped up in this is actually fairly appropriate, because that's about the level of seriousness that this transparency deserves. I mean, I know that that's like a separate case with Beth Silverman, but it's like, why in the hell does it have to be so secret? Everything's got to be a hush-hush secret. There's no autopsy. There's I'm sure most of the exhibits that came out this week are never going to see the light of day, which as Steve mentioned, probably is for the best. Okay, I don't think all of us need to be seeing that. I don't want to see it, and I don't think it's in the interest of the public.
For when it comes to the photos and stuff, when it comes to photos and stuff, but the text messages and whatnot, I think those usually are released as once they've been in open court. Then you should be able to get the exhibits. And
right.
But again, they hide the ball here, and I don't agree with that. I do think that I will give credit to the court workers themselves that they did a good job once the judge had made their decision how they're going to do it. They did try to fill all the seats, but there should have been more seats. There should have been overflow.
This always happens, Steve. This is not their first, second, third, fourth, 17th, millionth rodeo. They always do this. I see somebody in the chat saying justice is the focus, not and then they misspelled. I'm assuming you're trying to say streaming. So they're saying justice is the focus, not your streaming. Yes, I agree. Aging student, justice is the focus, and justice cannot happen without a fair trial, without due process, and without
transparency.
Equal protection. How do we even know that David? Hey, I know we like to dog on David and stuff. I need to remind y'all. David has rights as a criminal defendant. He has rights as a criminal defendant, and if they are violated, then we are back here again, or worse, mistrial. So if they're stacking the deck so hard against David that the public can't even see. That's also so. Yes, I agree. Aging student. Reaming is not the focus, but here's fair trial is the focus, and that requires us to be able to talk about it.
If you're going to talk about justice and whatnot, then you must believe in the Constitution. I mean, it's the Sixth Amendment to the Constitution. It gives us the right to witness these trials. So
us the right as well.
You're going to just knock the Sixth Amendment out.
Yeah, they want to knock a lot of amendments out.
Yeah,
they want to they want to knock a lot of amendments out. They don't like the amendments. Is the problem with these people? It's like they need to be living in North Korea.
Aging student, how does all the streaming can create a mistrial? How?
It can't, girl. Beth Silverman on her alt account.
This is why we have jury selection. That you do that during jury selection. And a lot of people, you do this and you cover these cases to prevent it from happening in the future. And unless people know the gravity and the severity of what happened, they can't take the necessary steps to prevent it from happening to their kids unless it's put into context.
This is what bothers me.
Can they explain that comment though? Because literally, if they can make any slightest bit of sense of that comment,
oh my God,
I'll just give up all my licenses and quit. I really will.
No, at least keep one. I might need to hire you one day, Steve.
How could focus on streaming create a mistrial? How could we change the facts?
I don't know.
Y'all arguing with Beth's alt account.
Literally. Let me tell you this. We get a lot of shit. We get a lot of shit because if you put out misinformation, you don't have your facts, you're not looking at the court documents, you're not doing X, Y, and Z, and it's all speculation that you're doing. Then the minute that we try to do things right, we get shit like this. All the streaming could cause a mistrial. How? What am I doing to break any law?
We don't have the ability to change the facts.
Literally, what the fuck?
This is the thing. Like, I actually like to remind people, or maybe tell them for the first time because they didn't know. We have rights in this country: the right to freely express our opinions on matters of public concern, the right to observe jury trials, especially criminal trials. The people who are involved have rights as well. And I do notice that, like, there has been a huge shift to, victims need privacy and victims should always be believed and stuff. Y'all know some people sometimes are lying. Y'all know that? Like, some people lies and makes false allegations. So everybody, including David, have rights in this situation. And part of that is all of us being able to weigh in on it. All of us have the right to do that. And if you don't like it, too bad, so sad. Get off my channel. You know what I mean?
Well, and that's the thing. No, I agree. And the thing is, it's like you're coming in. It's like you're coming in here. So you're watching the thing that caused the mistrial. Bitch, get out
While
of here.
She's in here telling us what in the hell to do. Like, we hadn't covered, 50% of the David coverage that ever was is sitting right here on this screen.
And at least for the people that are on this channel that cover this case, and Steve, they talk on facts. They don't just make up things. Like, Rabbit gets the transcripts and looks at what happened. Khadijah looks at the transcripts.
We are not the prosecutors. Ain't nothing gonna do nothing to no case. We are not trying David. We're not in court. We're not the prosecutors. It don't matter.
Ain't the news. I am.
We ain't even jurors.
Out here saying she's whole frozen. Like, that didn't cause a mistrial. It's still in there right now.
Right.
But if you really believe that, then you're really uneducated. That's the thing. It's like, what are you talking? So you're in here trolling and saying this, but you're watching. So you're watching the thing that could cause a mistrial.
How to subscribe for 5 minutes before she could say it, girl.
If that could happen, then every defense attorney would just go out and hire 30 streamers to constantly put out misinformation.
I think they do, Steve.
Mistrial.
I think that's actually going on, but that's a story for another
I'm not
day.
hired by no Beth. So
me neither.
I'm just putting that way. You don't hire me.
I'm only hired by the Lord only.
A mistrial can only occur when the judge slams that gavel and puts the court into session. That's the only time you can have a mistrial, when that gavel is smacked
we are
down.
in recess.
We tell you here, we're not trying to, I have Steve up here. Steve he knows how to do his job. He's not here divulging things he's not supposed to. This is not his first go around. I've known Steve for 4 years now, Steve? A couple years now that we've had interactions with each other. So it's not like he's new to this. We're pretty true to this. Some of us don't want to be part of the news. We just want to report on the news. So please, don't. Beth, come back with your real account, please.
Beth, try again. Timed out.
Oh.
And none of us are stating any of this to be fact. We're just throwing out scenarios and trying to find the truth. None of us are stating that, but we're saying any of it is fact. We don't know. We weren't there.
Well, I mean, I would like to amend that. It is a fact. We have the right to talk about this. That is a fact. And if people don't like it, I heard North Korea might be open at the border or something.
There you go.
I don't know. It seems like it's getting pretty crazy over there in the UK. I mean, maybe they'll take y'all in over there. They can't talk over there either. I heard
but that's the thing. It's like, and I don't know if you heard, Steve, that Trap, he got the most notes, well done notes on all the text messages, and all his video got removed.
Somebody sent me a thing about that today, and I actually watched this video yesterday, and I was amazed how he had verbatim
his wrist was hurting.
I sent that out to several people and was like, here's basically word for word how it was in the court. And then somebody sent me that it was a violation of some. That's a shame, because that's like true reporting. Like that was like that's
he was
really
in there. He was inside the courtroom, wrote down words verbatim, and he's being treated on the same level as the person who's charged with it.
And that's really important for us to have, because I don't think that they are going to release, the exhibits, and that those will be exhibits. And it's important what those said, because that really puts people places and establishes a timeline and everything. And so it's a shame that it's. I mean, AI can be great, but man, when they use it to like gatekeep, which I have a feeling this is probably some AI tool that probably knocked them down after certain people.
That part. Certain people.
Shame, because and I before the case I'd never heard of him, and but like I told I talked to him at the court. We talked for a while, and I'm like, listen, he's taking some shots at me, and I'm like, as long as they're fair and based in some sort, like he had some basis for doing it, but he's also said some really nice. I don't care, as long as like you're reporting accurately about the case. That's all that really should matter. And here's the guy that literally said, okay, here's the text, what they said. And I think it's like, one of the only sources we're going to get that much data from. And it's a shame that they would take it down.
Yeah. So are we getting an Airbnb next year and going to the trial, or what's the deal?
We are.
I might have to get I might get kicked out too to the court.
I'm getting the funds.
I'm down.
I'll
all of us out.
The driver, because that's all I'm going to be able to do. I'm not going to.
Me and Steve will wait for y'all at the cafe or something.
I was going to say, Steve, if they don't call you, then you
Me
can
and
go,
Steve
right?
will vlog.
No?
We'll vlog it from the
Well,
outside.
they will. I think they will have to file a witness list. And listen, I'm not going to be on that list. So this was done strategically. I know why it was done. I was told why it was done.
Yeah.
And
they don't want you posting.
Well, they don't. Not only that, they don't want me talking. They said that they tried to tell me that it would be illegal for me to talk to my own client, the homeowner.
They're so silly. They are so silly.
Oh, she's gonna come back the second, because I have a feeling in my gut that while we wait for this trial, I just have a feeling that you are gonna find something, and then she's gonna come kissing your feet.
No, I think there's a better chance I end up in jail. She
gotta bail Steve.
One of y'all
We're gonna have to start a GoFundMe for your bail.
One of y'all are gonna get this caller ID. It's gonna be like collect call.
Hold on, y'all. I think Steve Fisher might be.
Yeah.
You are getting
a call
from the Los Angeles County Jail.
We'll be live streaming, y'all. Like, it's being recorded. People would bail fund you, Steve. Oh my God, this is
man, he would be bailed out instantaneously for sure.
Oh,
look.
Anyway, no, I don't want to fight. I just don't want to fight and claw like a rabid animal trying to get a spot in the court, because I'm small. I know I come across like a huge personality. I'm little. And people push me around for the last time they're going to push me around at that Diddy trial. I'm coming armed with my gavel to the next court. Not really. That's a joke. I'm not going to assault anyone with a gavel, but no, it's so hard, Rabbit. It stresses me out. It really stresses me out trying to get in these court hearings, because like there's plants afoot. There's Beth talons flying. I heard that's a totally different occupational hazard. ADA talons.
There's some people that need to play the lottery regularly, because I was there. So the first 3 days, I didn't get picked. They do 10, and then they do 10 standbys.
See, what I'm gonna look like traveling from New Jersey to stand there for 3 days and not get picked.
Oh, I know, but all 3 days out of a lot of people, Brian Enton each day. He's like,
isn't that so interesting? My God, I'm so lucky.
And I was watching the Tumblr, and it's all see-through and stuff, and they were all He's just like, oh, that's me again.
You notice Mark Garagos' employees always randomly just happen to get a spot too, both of them. So lucky.
I think they already had a preset spot between that and then TMZ as well. I mean, you know what's so interesting too is that was it clearly Shelly who said in the chat, Annie Elise got caught with the transmitting, but she's not the only one. I didn't even think about that. Some of these people be transmitting, they just don't be snitching on themselves.
Well, it was also stupid to start doing the transmitting during the trial. I mean, I think a lot of these people record it on a pen or a spy glasses or whatever. But as soon as it's over, then it's like, you know, all this stuff. It's like, okay, we know what you were doing. But when the judge is still sitting on the bench, why are you tweeting? I still don't think that should have been held against other people, though. That's ridiculous. That should not have been held against anyone else, any other YouTuber, any more than it was held against another mainstream media source.
You know, Velvet Starlight 3, I just saw them say something that I think they said, I think detectives did find a bunch of stuff in Santa Barbara. They just haven't released that info yet. You know, there was something really, I agree. There's something really interesting that came out in those transcripts where they said, and I'm paraphrasing because I don't have it in front of me, but they talked about how investigators went back to the area where her card had been found, and investigators found additional evidence. And I don't think they're talking about, you know, it was a Caltrans worker that found the card, and it was a CHP officer that came and collected it, and he's not an investigator on the case unless they use that term pretty loosely. I think that I do think you're right. I think they found additional stuff there, and I'm really curious what that is. I mean, there was a lot of reading between the lines that in this prelim stuff, that I think stuff that like had to come out. She didn't want to come out, but had to in order to answer that question, but moved along. And I think Velvet Starlight 3 is right about that. I do think that I think that they found additional evidence there.
And we have the wiretaps we haven't heard about either.
Oh, yes.
Rob was wiretapped too.
Yep. Anybody that called him was that's the thing about his mom, the stuff, anything with his attorneys will be privileged. And I was at that hearing where they discussed that, and they were going to have like a neutral party go through and carve out anything that was a call between him and anybody in his legal team or their private investigators or anything like that. And before it was turned over to the DA's office. So, but anybody else, it's wide open.
Well, right? I hope that all these little immunity freaks think they're just getting off scot-free, and 2 years from now, the feds drop a 27-count indictment or something. I don't know.
Yes.
Yeah.
Can you imagine the enabling of
they
this?
They can't use anything they said after, you know, that's what happened with Bill Cosby. He entered into a non-prosecution agreement. He said some stuff in the circumstance of one, you know, immunity type of meeting, and then they ended up using it against him, like a different jurisdiction or something. So the Supreme Court said you can't do that.
Well,
but
you know,
if they don't use anything they actually said here, that doesn't mean they can't bring the charges at the federal level.
You know, there was something said too that they said in their text to each other. It was, you know, it was kind of a rough part, but they were discussing they needed to film more stuff or whatever, you know, and they discussed at some point, David talks about sending a video via Instagram, but it sounds like this one was sent maybe to like somebody besides her or something. And if anything like that was done, if it was shared in a group or something, then that would be distribution.
Right.
They could stack on top, and that would be the feds do that. So if he sent it by Instagram to anybody, and he shared any, you know, of that shit, then I think they know, you know, by now. So who knows?
That's insane, man. That's insane. Apparently, well, I guess we'll find out. I don't know. A lot of people are claiming to be related to Celeste right now, and I'm like, y'all. The family's not talking. I highly doubt family's going to be on TikTok giving interviews right now. I'm looking.
Oh, what's that? Are people claiming that?
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. It's like they'll say anything. At the beginning, Steve, there was somebody here on YouTube claiming to be Celeste's brother. You don't even.
I know. I remember
you don't
that.
even look like them. Remember that?
I think the family attorney said publicly that the brother's like deployed in the military.
Yeah, he did say that.
He can't even speak. So even if he tried, he probably doesn't want to be around. Yeah. He doesn't even want to talk about this because he's like, I'm over here.
Exactly. Yeah.
Doesn't want to deal with
any
any
of it. He certainly wouldn't identify himself. I think that that one is legit with him. That was at the very beginning, like when somebody asked him, was that your sister that was with David? And he's like, yeah, we think so. But that was like in the first couple of days, and after that, I don't think he's ever spoken. I think he said like 10 words to an NBC4 reporter when he was back in his car garage, and that's it.
Months
I
ago.
still have those pictures because he sends pictures of him and Celeste together.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Did
him.
Did that teacher lose his job or what happened? Remember, I was hoping he wouldn't, but I mean, I was like, this guy's probably gonna lose his job or
Probably
something.
not. He didn't release that. He was just telling kids, like, be careful. Like, someone else videoed it.
I do think that something happened. I did try to talk to him. He's not at that school anymore. I know that.
Oh.
I had a kid in his class comment on my TikTok and told me he got fired for that.
That's
I don't know if they're real, but
See, this is messed up. Like, that's like a real, that's the type of teachers we need.
And that's why some people don't come forward and say anything.
That was life-saving advice to those kids. That was life-saving advice.
But like I said, that's a comment. I don't know if they're true. I never like messaged them or anything. But yeah,
they will
I had
be
two
saying
people actually say
anything.
that. Yeah.
Okay, everyone, it's been so fun, but I gotta run. Love you, Mimi.
Thank you, BJ.
And it was
BJ,
nice to be on.
You hear me? I'll hit you up later, BJ.
Please do. Love you, Mina. Okay, bye.
All right.
I gotta go
Bye, guys.
I gotta
All
bounce.
right. Thank you. I don't see Becky here anymore or anything like that. I haven't messaged her. Oh, we're eating. Becky is really tired. Okay. No worries.
She knocked me out of Timmy with her.
Huh? I'm here. You're here. You're here. Bye,
Thank you.
Steve.
I can't hear you, so I think I'm gonna jump off. But bye if you guys can hear me.
Bye. Yeah, I got
bye.
But thank you so much, and we're on our way to justice.
Yeah, Steve. I'll hit you up. I'll text you. Okay.
Okay, sounds good. Thanks.
All right. Bye. Kadisha, I'll text you too. I'll text you guys later. Okay, guys. First of all, wow. Hey man. Shout out to the amazing crew that was up here. Shout out to them. You guys like literally made this panel conversation, the crew earlier and later. Shout out to Pinche Becky. Shout out to Sylvia. Y'all are amazing. Thank you guys so much for being here. You didn't have to be here, but you were 8 hours. Shout out to us. Okay. I did contact one of my supporters, and she is in the process of doing the documentation request. If you guys know what I mean, we still could use, please support the channel if you know what I mean, because everything will be in bulk. So just note that everything will be in bulk. So the cost is a little bit different. Okay. So please, if you guys can support, if a mod can drop, I know Pika's in here, maybe. Y'all know where to hit me up, and shout out to everybody that has supported. I really do appreciate it. But everything's rolled over to that. So we'll be able, you got taken out of the panel. Sorry, it took you out automatically. Thank you. Thank you, Pika. Thank you. That being said though, thank you guys. Let me shout out some people because I did not read these super chats or diamonds or gems and coins. So I'm going to do that right now. But also want to tell you guys how happy I am that this is great news. We're going to move forward. We want to do things right. Would love, y'all see that whole panel? Wouldn't it be great if we can Airbnb and get a little somewhere where we can all do some maybe live front to face collaboration where we actually sit down and talk and share our notes and talk about the case and make it, wider so that laws and people can look at things, what needs to be changed. What has happened here is very tragic, right? So I'm here for it. And I know that the people that I have up here are very genuine people that came up really wanting to give, a change in their thoughts and everything. You down? All right. So we'll talk about that. But I'm going to hit you guys up. Kadisha, I'll hit you up in the email later on when I get an update on some documentation and stuff. But let me shout out some people that gifted today. Thank you so much. Cruz B, thank you for the mystery gift. Ooh, that's so cute. The Boss Bitch member for 7 months. Thank you, love. Laura Gonzo, is it Laura Gonzo? Thank you so much for the floating hearts. Crystal, thank you. I appreciate it. Oh my goodness, thank you. At least I got some energy before. I've been very drained. Jolene, thank you so much for the eagle. Thank you, love. Jew, thank you so much for this. Thank you for your 5-month membership. Danny Dorito, thank you. Appreciate it. Saucy, thank you so much. Thank you. Oh, and by the way, when we get the documentation, we're gonna read it live. I'm gonna see if some people want to help me, because I could read it all, or it's a lot of reading. It'd be great if we can have some other people reading it, because that way we can process it together, and it becomes a thing where we have a conversation about it. There's a lot that we miss on the first day that the transcripts really helped out with. So, okay, just keep in mind. Mickey, thank you so much for this. Is it Case? Casey, thank you so much for this. Appreciate it. Texas woman, thank you for this. Appreciate you. You H5, thank you so much for the flow state. Thank you. Greek lady, thank you for the Sunday. Greek lady, thank you for the Sunday. Teresa, thank you so much for the gold coins. Thank you, Joey. Thank you. Jazzy, thank you for the silver star. Thank you, my love. MJ, thank you. Texas woman, thank you. Free speech member for 5 months. Shout out to you. Annie, the Enigma, thank you, my love, for your month for 23 months. About to hit that 2 years. Much love to you. Look after yourself and don't apologize. Thank you. I appreciate it. Y'all, I got like the best community chat in the world. Thank you. You guys don't even know how blessed I am, honestly. Thank you. And shout out to Pinche Becky again and Sylvia out there, man. They didn't have to go and they did. Thank you. Texas woman, thank you so much for the floating hearts. Chico, shout out to my wonderful member and mod, Chico member for 41 months shows. Shout out to Chico. Abby, thank you so much for this. Thank you. Oh my God, I got some stars highlighted. Rosa, thank you so much. Wondering, could the body cam of welfare check be FOIA? Great question. I wonder about that. For that, well, if it's evidence, I don't know. That's a great question, though. Thank you so much for your 17-month membership. Miss Sin, thank you so much for the jewels. Thank you. It's beautiful. Thank you. Clearly, Shelly, my boo. Thank you. Clearly, Shelly again. Thank you. Andressa, thank you. Shout out to Andressa. Thank you. Morris, my love. Thank you for gifting 1 membership. Thank you. Hold up. Let me put some of this up here, right here. Maybe. Okay, the hearts don't want to work. Morris, thank you. If you've been gifted, please put a heart in the chat. Get inside the house. Thank you so much for your jewels. Andressa, thank you for your jewels. I appreciate it. Stone, thank you for this. Thank you, Stone. Kel on Earth, thank you so much. 14-month membership. Shout out to you. Rudy and San, thank you, my love, for your flowers. That's really beautiful. Thank you. Ramona, thank you. Oh, hold up. Let me get up. Ramona, thank you for your jewels. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. Shout out to, I missed it. Shout out to Flojo, by the way. Also, Flojo TV. Y'all check out Flojo TV. Amazing. Murder by Nature podcast. Another great channel that was up here. She's predominantly on TikTok, but I know she's trying to come on YouTube. I'm trying to get the girl on YouTube because, she is like amazing, great researcher, really victim focused. I think you guys would love her. Give her a chance. Shout out to her. First Liberties podcast as well. Shout out to him who helped us throughout the week. Shout out to him. Corinza, thank you so much for this. Nebby, thank you. Jess, thank you for the jewels. Thank you. Marie, thank you so much for the jewels. Nebby, my boo, Nebby. Look at Nebby making it rain with the jewels. Nebby, thank you. The Apple Snapple. Do they still make Snapple? Shout out to you, Apple Snapple. Thank you for my flowers. Thank you. Porky, thank you for becoming a member. Thank you. Nebby, thank you. Panda, thank you so much for this. Tammy, thank you for the gold coins. Mar, thank you, my boo. Hey, shout out to Mar. Thank you for covering this. Take care of yourselves. Everyone take care to decompress. Yes. And this case has taught me that. I feel really good that, thank you guys for allowing me to be a little bit emotional yesterday. Yeah, thank you guys. You guys are amazing. Shine Girl, thank you so much for this. Thank you, Rabbit, for working so hard to keep us all informed. Appreciate the panels and engagement. Justice for Celeste. Thank you. Overall, justice for Celeste, right? Thank you so much. Trying Abyss, thank you so much for the jewels. Thank you. Louis, thank you so much for this. Tiffany, thank you. Aspen, thank you so much for this. For jewels, thank you. Porky, thank you for the jewels. Thank you. Aspen, thank you so much for the jewels. Porky, thank you for the jewels. Thank you for the jewels. Nancy, thank you for the jewels. Aspen, thank you for the jewels. Janine, thank you so much for this. Burke, actual evidence will show that David did not kill Celeste. It was his bodyguard and was not the cause of her death. It was self-defense. Thank you, Janine, for this super chat. I wish I would have read it earlier when we had the whole panel. You said actual evidence, not circumstantial. Not okay. Well, I mean, I guess I'd like to see what that looks like. But thank you so much for the super chat. One achy breaky fart. Thank you, Corey. Thank you for the corgi. Thank you for the jewels. Porky, thank you. Alyssa, thank you so much for this. Thank you. All right. Shout out to, again, Sylvia. I think I see her here. Tony, thank you so much for the jewels. Soft, thank you so much for this. This guy was eating chips when the police officer came, acting all chill. How do we know that playing the video game before she came in wasn't part of the act? Great question. I have a lot of questions about that. I just don't have the brain for it. But I bet you once we get the documentation transcripts, we're going to hear a lot more and know a lot more. I'm here for it. Cannot wait till we get to that part. Tara, thank you so much for 7-month membership. Thank you. Nikki, thank you. My boo, Pika, and hey, shout out to my mod. Drop some hearts for my mod. She was like the hardest working, the one every day here. Cheeks, Ronan, Chico, Vicky, everybody, guys. Make sure you guys shout out the mods. Thank you. Ramona, thank you. Tara Jackson, thank you. Tara, thank you so much. Natalie, thank you for becoming a new member. Andressa, thank you again. Yvonne, thank you. Andressa, thank you. PI Mama. Pink, thank you guys. PI Mama, thank you again. Pink again. Andressa, thank you. Aw, thank you so much for this. You guys are so sweet. Thank you, Pink. Viking, thank you. One achy breaky fart. By the way, I really like your name. Thank you for the 5. All the defense will be able to prove is unreasonable doubt. Thank you. Lily, thank you. Was the in and out of the same day? I'm wondering if he called her and said he was stepping out. Did she not expect him to be there? That's a great question. Thank you. Just Fingy, thank you for your membership, 21 months. Tiffany, thank you. Andressa, thank you. Don, thank you. VGM, thank you. Sweet Pea, thank you so much for this. Maybe before she shows up, he switched to his alter ego. Oh, Tommy, he talked about his alter ego in a video, and I thought I saw a video with him and a katana. Yeah, sword. I think that's what was used. I wonder, did they ever find that katana that was said could have been there as well? I wonder. Breezy, thank you so much for this. Savia Music, thank you. Llama, is it Llama? Thank you so much for this. Savia, thank you. Shasa, thank you. Antonia, thank you for the jewels. Bridget, thank you so much. Actual Jensen, thank you for doing this. You have spent so much time, all coverage, just to show us what is happening. Thank you. Knew this channel from BJ too. Shout out to that surprise witness. Okay, like, listen. Shout out to the queen. Shout out to BJ. Literally, y'all, like, one of the hardest working YouTubers here. Okay, you want transcripts? She gonna report the facts. She gonna report it. She's just like on it. I mean, the BAM, big bricks and minifigs. She's broken it down. Like nobody else. Honestly, shout out to everybody else, but she's been the one that's been really like putting in the work in all the breakdowns. So I give it to her, like literally. Shout out to her. And by the way, I mean, it doesn't escape me. She was the one that was leading commentary on the Diddy trial because she knows her shit. So shout out to her. Shout out to BJ, that's prize witness. Y'all know my hats. I've been knowing BJ, 3 years now in this app and communicating with her. I mean, she's amazing. She's good people. Shout out to her and her mom and Prem. Really good people, guys. Shout out to them. Actually, Jensen, so thank you so much. Good Trouble, thank you for becoming a member. Shout out to you. Pink, thank you. Robin, thank you. Danny, thank you for becoming a member. Mercy Miami would be selling free Steve merch. Steve, if you're listening to this, we got free Steve merch coming up if Steve goes to jail on a paper warrant. Miss Dittel, thank you. Can we make merch for Steve doing yoga for a goat? I didn't even know Steve did yoga. Shout out to Steve. Emmy, thank you so much for this silver star. Marie, thank you. Breezy, thank you. And Velvet, thank you so much for this very generous super chat. Thank you. Sending support for all the amazing streams. As always, Rabbit, truly a great panel today. Yeah, man, I try to do it. I try to bring the best of the best of the best of the YouTubes. Thank you. Dodger, thank you so much. Thank you. Viking, thank you. Mama, thank you so much for the 18-month membership. Only Angie, thank you so much for this. Jenny, thank you so much for this. Miss Melly, thank you. Marie, thank you. A little help for the Tran. Thank you so much. Thank you. Any support to the channel is amazing. Sandwell, thank you so much for that. Jules. Okay, I think I'm done, y'all. I think I'm done. All right. Another thing, keep a note that it takes 12 to 24 hours for these documentations to come about. But please note, we'll be live tomorrow if we are able to get them. I'll give you guys an update. I'll let y'all know. Okay. You know, I don't, when I say I'm going to do something, I'm going to do it. I don't disappoint. Okay. Unless I can't do it. And I tell you guys, I promise y'all I will, if anything changes. But shout out to everybody. Thank you so much, guys. Hit the like button, hit the hype. And again, shout out to everybody. And again, it's justice for Celeste. Thank you guys so much. And I'll see you guys on the next one. Mañana. Bye, guys.